Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming. Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, The Long-Lost Golden Finger. Character, Lu Yi. Cultivation base, Chi cultivation 6th layer, cultivation technique, White Cloud Chi refining art, level 2, arts, White Cloud sword technique, level 2, White Cloud stance, level 3, current task, none. Lu Yi looked at the sudden appearance of words in his vision, rubbed his eyes several times, and finally confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. His eyes turned red, and he almost cried out, "I've missed you, Golden Finger, that I lost 16 years ago. You've finally come to find me." Lu Yi was a transmigrator who crossed into this world called Danming Continent 16 years ago. This world was extremely vast, with powerful immortal cultivators, demons, devils, demonic cultivators, and various dangers. Lu Yi's luck was decent. He transmigrated into a cultivation sect, and his parents were both outer door stewards. Although their status wasn't too high, it was already quite good compared to ordinary people. Although Lu Yi's aptitude for cultivation wasn't particularly outstanding, it was still decent. He reached the Chi cultivation 6th layer at the age of 16, with hopes to reach the foundation establishment realm before turning 20 and join the inner sect, doing better than his parents. Originally, Lu Yi's biggest goal was to join the inner sect, become a steward there, live a pleasant life for 200 or 300 years, marry a few wives, have children and grandchildren, and die of old age. Unexpectedly, plans couldn't keep up with changes, and the Golden Finger actually appeared. Lu Yi silently crossed out his original goal in his mind. Woo, take off. Lu Yi studied it and found that this Golden Finger was somewhat like an in-game panel, displaying his cultivation base and the cultivation skills he practiced. The sect Lu Yi was in was called the White Cloud sect. White Cloud Chi refining art was the basic cultivation technique of the White Cloud sect, allowing cultivation up to the foundation establishment realm. White Cloud sword technique and White Cloud stance were basic arts, also used by Chi cultivators. The last column, current task, based on the literal meaning, was about tasks. He just didn't know how to take tasks. Lu Yi couldn't figure it out and thought for a moment, then lightly called in his heart, system spirit. After waiting for a while, Lu Yi didn't get a response. It seemed to be just a simple panel. Lu Yi tapped the panel with his mind a few times, but there was no response. He was a bit speechless. So, how was he supposed to use this Golden Finger? Just then, a soft female voice came from outside the door. "Yair, are you up?" It was Lu Yi's mother's voice. Lu Yi collected his thoughts and replied, "I'm up." He rolled out of bed, intending to continue studying it after breakfast. Leaving his room, Lu Yi went to the main house next door. In the hall of the main house, a handsome middle-aged man and a beautiful woman were sitting at the table. These two were Lu Yi's father and mother in this life, Lu Jiang and Wang Siki. Beside them was a pretty maid named Bei Lingling. As stewards of the White Cloud sect's outer sect, their status was somewhat significant, but not high. They had only one maid who usually handled chores such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Yair is here, come sit down and have breakfast, Wang Siki said with a smile. Lu Jiawang, as the father, was comparatively stricter. He glanced at Lu Yi and frowned. Why did you get up so late today? The path to cultivation doesn't allow laziness. Understand? Lu Yi sat down. I understand, Dad. Wang Siki glared at Lu Jiawang. Yair's talent is much better than yours. He's bound for the inner sect in the future. Does he still need your guidance? Lu Jiawang's eye twitched, his face darkened, and he rolled his eyes speechlessly, lowering his head to eat. To be honest, Lu Yi's talent was indeed a bit better than Lu Jiawang's, making it impossible for Lu Jiawang to refute Wang Siki's words. Lu Yi looked at the dejected Lu Jiawang and smiled. His parents in this life often bickered, but their relationship was very good. They also treated him well, and Lu Yi was very satisfied. At this time, Lu Jiawang seemed to think of something and said, by the way, the outer sect's competition is in a month. You've reached the Chi Cultivation 6th layer this year. You should sign up. No need to aim for rankings, just treat it as training. Every year, the White Cloud sect's outer sect held a competition. Those with high rankings would receive rewards, and the top 10 could directly enter the inner sect without needing to complete any assessment tasks. However, the competition participants were all Chi cultivators above the 5th layer. The White Cloud sect was large, with hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples. Among them, tens of thousands were above the 5th layer, so the competition was fierce. Last year, Lu Yi was at the 5th layer and didn't sign up. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki also didn't encourage Lu Yi to sign up, as even passing the preliminary round was unlikely, which would cause embarrassment and affect his cultivation mindset. This year, Lu Yi had reached the Chi Cultivation 6th layer and could experience it. At the very least, passing the preliminary round shouldn't be a big problem. Lu Yi nodded and smiled. I understand, Dad. Just then, Lu Yi suddenly lowered his head, eyes flashing, as the panel in his vision changed. Task: participate in the White Cloud sect's outer sect competition, rewards based on ranking, accept, yes or no. So, the task module worked like this? Self-triggered tasks? Lu Yi felt he understood the Golden Fingers usage a bit more. Accept tasks and receive rewards? Wasn't this just like playing a game? He was good at this. In his previous life, he played many games, like Warcraft, Swordsman Online, and Blade and Soul. Since Lu Yi was planning to participate in the competition anyway, there was no reason to refuse. He used his will to select yes, accepting the task. Then Lu Yi noticed some changes in his panel. Current task: participate in the White Cloud sect's outer sect competition. Looking at these words, Lu Yi had a bold idea. He looked at Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki and smiled. Dad, Mom, is there anything you need me to do? Want me to give you leg massages or back rubs? Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki looked at Lu Yi in confusion, their minds filled with question marks. Lu Jiawang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Just focus on your cultivation. If you have nothing else to do, practice the White Cloud Sword technique 10 times this morning. Task: practice the White Cloud Sword technique 10 times. Progress: 0 out of 10. Reward: White Cloud Sword technique level +1. Accept, yes or no. Seeing the words appear in front of him, Lu Yi's mouth curved into a wide grin. He silently accepted the task. It was just as he thought. I understand, Dad. I'll definitely complete the task. Seeing Lu Yi's enthusiastic appearance, Wang Siki, as a mother, felt a bit worried. She reached out to touch Lu Yi's forehead. Yair, are you okay? You're not running a fever, are you? Lu Yi's smile froze. He was a bit too excited and lost his composure. He needed to be more collected. Lu Yi forced a dry laugh and said, Mom, I'm fine. I'm going to cultivate now. Lu Yi grabbed 2 meat buns and ran out, eager to complete the task and get the rewards. Chapter 2. I set the task for myself. Lu Yi gobbled down the buns in a few bites, then grabbed his long sword and headed to the small courtyard, striking a pose and beginning to practice the White Cloud Sword technique. As a cultivation sect, even the basic arts like the White Cloud Sword technique were far more exquisite than the swordsmanship of the mortal world. The White Cloud Sword technique embodied the fluidity and unpredictability of clouds, and its movements were as seamless as flowing water. Lu Yi's White Cloud Sword technique was at level 2, according to the system's ranking. In the cultivation world, this was considered the realm of minor mastery. With each movement of the sword, he generated a sharp wind. While Lu Yi was practicing the White Cloud Sword technique, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki finished their breakfast and stepped out of the hall. Watching Lu Yi earnestly practicing in the courtyard, both of them had a slight smile on their lips. Wang Siki whispered, Yair's talent in arts is quite impressive. He's already brought the White Cloud Sword technique to minor mastery. If he can reach the realm of great success, he might even make it into the top 5,000 of the competition. Lu Jiewang chuckled proudly. Well, whose child do you think he is? Wang Siki glanced at Lu Jiewang and sneered. Without me, could you have produced him? Lu Jiewang chuckled awkwardly. Of course, it's mainly due to your efforts, my dear. Wang Siki nodded in satisfaction. Alright, go get busy and don't disturb Yair's cultivation. As outer sect stewards, both Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki had many tasks to attend to. Immersed in the White Cloud Sword technique, Lu Yi did not notice that Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki had already left. After practicing the White Cloud Sword technique once through, Lu Yi looked and saw that the task progress had reached 1 out of 10. Feeling a bit excited, he continued practicing. One repetition after another, soon Lu Yi had practiced 10 times. After 10 repetitions, Lu Yi was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, sitting down on the ground. Even though he was now at the Chi Cultivation 6th layer, practicing the White Cloud Sword technique 10 times in a row was exhausting. But thinking of the task's reward, he was filled with motivation and didn't stop for a moment. Now that he had completed 10 repetitions, Lu Yi felt like he could barely lift his arms. He glanced at the panel. Current task, practice the White Cloud Sword technique 10 times, progress, 10 out of 10, reward, White Cloud Sword technique level +1, completed, claim reward, yes or no. Feeling a bit excited, Lu Yi hurriedly chose yes. With Lu Yi's choice, a flood of information suddenly filled his mind. It was knowledge about how to wield the White Cloud Sword technique, how to channel spiritual energy, how to regulate his breath, how to maximize the technique's power. It seemed as if this information was ingrained into his mind, becoming second nature to him. When the information was fully absorbed, Lu Yi opened his eyes and casually swung his sword. Swish! A faint sound of the sword slicing through the air was heard, and Lu Yi saw a sliver of sword chi appear on the surface of his long sword. As the sword chi slashed, it left a mark on the stone-paved ground. Lu Yi's eyes widened. Such powerful force. This was far stronger than his previous level 2 White Cloud Sword technique. This should be close to the realm of great success in the White Cloud Sword technique, right? If level 3 of the White Cloud Sword technique was this powerful, what about level 4 or level 5? Wouldn't that surpass the great success realm of the White Cloud Sword technique? Transformation stage? Regain simplicity? What if it was at an even higher level? Would it still be the White Cloud Sword technique then? Lu Yi was very much looking forward to it. If he received a task from his father every day, within a month, he should be able to raise the White Cloud Sword technique to a very high level. By the time of the Sex Grand competition, he might even achieve a very high ranking. If he made it directly into the top 10, then Lu Yi could enter the inner sect right away, which would be much faster than he had initially thought. Not only that, but the rewards for the outer sect competition task would likely be great as well. Just then, Bei Lingaling walked over and said, "Young master, it's time to eat." "Oh, alright." Lu Yi stopped thinking. Having practiced the White Cloud Sword technique all morning, he was exhausted. Resting to regain his strength, he continued his cultivation in the afternoon. After lunch, Lu Yi went back to his room to rest. Having completed the task of practicing the White Cloud Sword technique, there was still an outer sect assessment task he couldn't undertake at the moment. It seemed that now he needed to find a few more tasks to do. Wait. At that moment, Lu Yi had a bold idea. Lu Yi clenched his right fist, coughed seriously at his lips, and solemnly declared, "This afternoon I will practice the White Cloud stance 10 times." As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, his panel once again transformed. Task: practice the White Cloud stance 10 times, progress, 0 out of 10, reward, White Cloud stance insight enhancement, accept, yes or no, goodness. Lu Yi looked at the task prompt and felt that he had opened up a whole new world. He could actually issue tasks to himself? This really works? Lu Yi's head swirled with bold ideas. He coughed again. Next, I will step out with my left foot first. Lu Yi eagerly watched the panel, but after a moment of silence, there was no reaction from the panel. No task was issued for stepping out with his left foot first. Feeling a bit deflated, Lu Yi then declared, "My next step will cover 2 meters." After a long silence, the panel still showed no response. Disappointed, Lu Yi initially hoped to issue tasks for everyday actions too. It seemed the panel didn't recognize it. Was it too simple, or was it unrelated to cultivation? But after a moment of disappointment, Lu Yi became optimistic. Regardless, being able to issue tasks to himself was already quite satisfying. Greed leads to downfall, after all. At this point, Lu Yi also noticed something amiss. In the morning, practicing the White Cloud Sword technique 10 times directly upgraded it by 1 level, but now, practicing the White Cloud stance 10 times merely enhanced his insight, not raising it by a level. Lu Yi thought about it and quickly understood the difference. His White Cloud stance was at level 3, higher than the original level 2 White Cloud sword technique. The same amount of practice would consequently result in different improvements. In gaming terms, leveling up a skill requires experience points. The higher the skill level, the more experience points are needed, making leveling up harder. The same task would yield the same experience points, so it's normal for lower level skills to upgrade while higher level ones do not. Understanding this, Lu Yi realized that issuing tasks to improve his arts would be harder as the skill levels increased, requiring more repetitions. Yet no matter what, it was much faster than relying on his own understanding. From today onwards, I, Lu Yi, am a peerless genius. Lu Yi felt quite satisfied. After resting, Lu Yi began practicing the White Cloud stance. The practice task wasn't difficult, just tiring. After an afternoon of practice, Lu Yi easily completed the task. In the evening, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki returned. Bei Lingaling had already prepared dinner, and after the three of them finished eating, they went back to their rooms to rest. In the world of cultivators, evenings were generally reserved for cultivation, which was true for the three of them as well. Back in his room, Lu Yi sat cross-legged and issued himself another task: practice the White Cloud Chi refining art 10 times. Since the White Cloud Chi refining art was also level 2, the task reward, like the morning's practice of the White Cloud sword technique, was to raise its level by 1. Chi cultivation required controlling spiritual energy to circulate through the body, absorbing external spiritual energy. Generally, the higher the talent, the stronger the cultivation technique, and the deeper the mastery of the technique, the more efficiently spiritual energy could be absorbed. Lu Ming's White Cloud Chi refining art was only level 2, so completing a full circulation took some time. Nevertheless, completing 10 repetitions in one evening was manageable. Time and again, he circulated the White Cloud Chi refining art, absorbing spiritual energy. Lu Yi could feel his cultivation base slowly improving. When he finished 10 repetitions, dawn was near. Task completed, Lu Yi chose to claim the reward. Immediately, his mind was flooded with various insights about the White Cloud Chi refining art, and his understanding of it rapidly deepened. Chapter 3 Where did this spore come from? After a moment, Lu Yi could clearly feel a deeper understanding of the White Cloud Chi refining art. He tried to run the technique and was immediately pleasantly surprised. The flow of spiritual energy was smoother than before, reducing the time for a circulation by nearly a third, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy had also improved. Overall, the cultivation efficiency was likely to improve by nearly 50%. Such an improvement was enormous. Lu Yi originally estimated it would take him about 7 or 8 months to break through to the Chi cultivation 7th layer, but now, it might only take 5 or 6 months. Not only that, with smoother spiritual energy flow, Lu Yi's speed in using arts would also be faster, and his combat power would similarly increase. It could be said that the improvement of just the Chi cultivation technique brought significant overall enhancements for Lu Yi. So Lu Yi gave himself another task, to cultivate the White Cloud Chi refining art 10 times, and continued to cultivate. After all, he had to cultivate anyway, not taking on a task felt like a loss. Time passed like this. Every day, Lu Yi set tasks for himself, practicing the White Cloud sword technique in the morning, the White Cloud stance in the afternoon, and the White Cloud Chi refining art in the evening. As he completed the tasks, the levels of his 3 cultivation skills were rapidly improving. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed, and it was the beginning of the month. In the morning, Lu Yi, Lu Jiawang, and Wang Siki were having breakfast together. Lu Jiawang thought of something and looked at Lu Yi, saying, "Yair, today is the day the elder gives his lecture, don't forget the time." Lu Yi took a bite of his meat bun and nodded, "I know." At the beginning of each month, the outer sect elder would give a lecture on the White Sun Peak, teaching some basic cultivation principles and addressing some cultivation questions the outer sect disciples had. It's important to know that even though they were outer sect elders, they had golden core cultivation bases. Any small bit of their cultivation experience was immensely valuable to the Chi cultivation realm outer sect disciples. Practically every month, unless they had other matters, outer sect disciples would attend the lecture. Lu Yi, of course, was no exception. If one didn't take advantage of a free lecture by a golden core master, were they even human? Although Lu Yi now had a golden finger and his cultivation speed had increased greatly, he wouldn't become conceited and feel invincible. He was still just an insignificant new cultivator in the Chi cultivation realm. If even a great master needed guidance, how much more so for a golden core master? Lu Yi felt that no matter what you do, you shouldn't be arrogant or conceited, otherwise, you'd only end up hurting yourself. After quickly finishing breakfast, Lu Yi said, "Mom, Dad, I'm off to White Sun Peak." Wang Siki, seeing Lu Yi rushing out, quickly said, "Be careful, Don't run too fast. Got it. Lu Yi replied with a smile and ran out of the small courtyard. The White Cloud sect was located within the White Cloud mountain range, occupying an area of several hundred kilometers, with high mountains everywhere. The outer sect was situated on the outermost side of the sect, with hundreds of high peaks including White Sun Peak, where the outer sect elder gave lectures. The peak Lu Yi lived on was called White Spirit Peak, not too far from White Sun Peak, separated by 6 other peaks. Lu Yi looked at the time. It was still early before the lecture started, so he wasn't in a hurry and jogged along the mountain path toward White Sun Peak. Along the way, Lu Yi saw other outer sect disciples, some alone, and some in pairs or small groups. Living on the same peak, they had mostly seen each other before, so when they met, they nodded and smiled at each other. Lu Yi was usually busy with cultivation and didn't socialize much, so he didn't have any particularly close friends. He didn't mind, believing that in the cultivation world, while socializing was important, strength was even more critical. Since he was now in a period of rapid strength improvement, it was better to focus on cultivation. Otherwise, when he aged, it would be too late to regret. Young idleness breeds old regret. Of course, Lu Yi didn't have any particularly bad relationships with others either. His parents were stewards, giving him some status in the outer sect, so people generally spoke nicely to him. Lu Yi's cultivation talent was also considered top tier in the outer sect. People usually looked up to him, and very few would provoke him without reason. Not just someone like Lu Yi with relatively high cultivation, even those with weaker cultivation talents were generally left alone. Seldom would anyone deliberately target them. After all, there was no need. If someone had weaker cultivation, harassing them wouldn't help one's own cultivation. There was no benefit, just wasted time. Moreover, what if that person got a lucky chance and soared ahead, seeking revenge later? It wouldn't be pleasant for you. Don't say it's impossible. In Tanming continent, there were many remains of ancient sects, legacies of powerful cultivators, and abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What if someone really lucked out with a significant opportunity? Lu Yi thought there was a good saying, the martial world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships. The same was true in the cultivation world, unless there's a direct conflict of interest, everyone lived in peace. As Lu Yi got closer to White Sun Peak, he saw more and more outer sect disciples. The outer sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and around 10,000 would come to White Sun Peak at the beginning of each month. From above, they looked like a migrating colony of ants. As they neared White Sun Peak, the atmosphere among the outer sect disciples grew more solemn. The lecture area on the mountain peak was located at the summit. Although the platform at the summit was quite large, there were only 1,000 seats, enough for only 1,000 disciples. What about the others? Of course, they would stand on the paths, halfway up the mountain, wherever there was space. Listening at the summit was clearer, and after the lecture, the elder would randomly address disciples' cultivation questions, specifically, those on the summit platform. Who wouldn't want to scramble for a seat there? Who got to sit? Naturally, it depended on strength. The strong got on, the weak, unfortunately, did not. Lu Yi had always listened from halfway up the mountain. This time, he intended to check out the view from the summit platform. With a smile, Lu Yi walked toward the summit of White Sun Peak. As he climbed higher, disciples at the Chi cultivation first and second layers stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue but rather dared not. The spots were limited, and if they climbed up and took spots meant for stronger disciples, they would get beaten. Most disciples had a good sense of their place. Soon, disciples at the Chi cultivation third and fourth layers also stopped. By the time he reached halfway up the mountain, the number of people significantly decreased, and even those at the Chi cultivation fifth layer stopped. Not long after, most disciples at the Chi cultivation sixth layer stopped too. Beyond that point was the territory for disciples at the Chi cultivation seventh layer and above. But Lu Yi did not stop, he continued upward. The outer sect disciples nearby were stunned for a moment, then showed expressions of amusement. Someone wanted to challenge the authority of the stronger disciples? It had been a while since they had seen such a bold act. Disciples at the Chi cultivation 7th layer and above frowned upon seeing Lu Yi. It was already crowded up there, and now a Chi cultivation 6th layer disciple was trying to join them. Ridiculous. Lu Yi ignored their gazes, smiling as he continued forward. Those disciples' expressions became increasingly strange. Even those at the Chi cultivation 7th layer stopped, but Lu Yi hadn't. That was close to the summit, a place for particularly strong Chi cultivation 7th layer and even Chi cultivation 8th layer disciples. There were only so many spots there, and this bold disciple dared to go up? What the heck? Where did this daredevil come from? Isn't he afraid? Isn't he afraid of getting beaten? I dub this junior apprentice the iron-headed kid. Want to bet how long before this kid is kicked down? The disciples chattered among themselves. At that moment, a tall outer sect disciple blocked Lu Yi's path, smiling. "Junior apprentice brother, you're heading to the wrong place. How about you head down?" It began. The eyes of many outer sect disciples lit up as they eagerly watched the unfolding drama with delight. Chapter 4 Perfect Grade Chi Condensation Elixir. Lu Yi glanced at the outer sect disciple blocking his way. An 8th layer Chi cultivation cultivator, he didn't seem weak. Smiling, he said, "Senior brother, I'd like to take a look at the platform. Could you give me a hand?" The platform? The strong man was stunned for a moment, his expression shocked. The other outer sect disciples also had strange expressions, and then there was an uproar. Hey, hey. Is this for real? I thought this kid just wanted to stand closer to the front, but he actually wants to get on the platform? Is he crazy? A mere 6th layer Chi cultivation base, and he wants to get on the platform? Junior brother, listen to my advice. The platform's waters are too deep for you, better come down. One outer sect disciple seemed kind-hearted and gave Lu Yi a word of advice. Lu Yi didn't care about the opinions of others, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother, what do you think?" The strong man's mouth twitched, then he grinned and said, "I don't think so." As he spoke, spiritual energy circulated around him, and he drew the large blade from his back. "I guessed as much." Lu Yi laughed and also drew the long sword in his hand, calmly watching the strong man. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly had a bold idea. He tentatively issued a task in his mind: "I want to defeat the opponent in front of me." The next moment, his vision changed. Task: defeat the 8th layer Chi cultivation outer sect disciple. Progress: 0 out of 1. Reward: a perfect grade Chi condensation elixir. Accept, yes or no. Seeing the task, Lu Yi felt like he had opened a new portal to another world. Could it really be possible? Wouldn't he just be able to challenge outer sect disciples in the future and get rewards? And the rewards are so good. Top grade elixirs aside, the perfect elixir is completely free of any elixir toxins. Taking the perfect elixir, there's no need to worry about elixir toxins, no wasted time detoxifying, and your foundation is incredibly solid. It's no different from the spiritual energy you cultivate painstakingly bit by bit. Lu Yi didn't know if there were any perfect elixirs in the entire White Cloud sect, but he knew that as an outer sect disciple, his monthly cultivation resources only amounted to a bottle of 10 mid-grade Chi condensation elixirs, not even high-grade. But this reward? 10 top-grade Chi condensation elixirs or 1 perfect-grade Chi condensation elixir. Just defeating an 8th layer Chi cultivation outer sect disciple would give such a great reward. Lu Yi felt he could challenge the Golden Finger to bankruptcy. Lu Yi looked at the strong man in front of him, his eyes changed, as if he were looking at a perfect elixir. Seeing Lu Yi's gaze, the strong man felt a chill. This kid doesn't have some special fetish, does he? The strong man's scalp tingled, and he didn't dare think more. With a furious look, he roared, "Step down." He stepped forward, slashing at Lu Yi with his large blade. Under the blade's light, the roar of a tiger echoed, and the blade wind whistled, blowing Lu Yi's black hair. Tiger blade. Lu Yi knew this blade technique. Like the White Cloud sword technique, it was a basic art of the White Cloud sect, suitable for Chi cultivation realm cultivators. The blade technique was exceptionally ferocious, capturing the intent of a tiger. It was said that at its peak, the blade light would echo with tiger roars, intimidating the heart and causing the enemy to lose the will to fight. But this senior brother's blade technique seemed a bit lacking. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Yi's stats had already changed. Character: Lu Yi, cultivation base, Chi cultivation 6th layer, cultivation technique, White Cloud Chi refining art, level 6, arts, White Cloud sword technique, level 6, White Cloud stance, level 6. Lu Yi didn't know exactly how strong he was now, but he knew that, at the very least, he was much stronger than this 8th layer Chi cultivation senior brother. He felt that he had several ways to instantly defeat this senior brother if he wanted to. However, Lu Yi had another idea. If he showed too much strength, no one would dare to block him later, right? In that case, wouldn't he miss out on a lot of perfect elixirs? That was unacceptable. Lu Yi couldn't accept it. Suppressing the urge to defeat this strong man with one strike, Lu Yi wielded the White Cloud sword technique, parrying and circling with the strong man, showing strength similar to his own. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the two figures flashed across an empty space. The outer sect disciples watching around had their eyes wide open, mouths agape, expressions of surprise on their faces. What the heck? This junior brother is so fierce? A 6th layer Chi cultivation can actually fight on par with an 8th layer senior brother? What's his background? He's using the White Cloud sword technique? Is the White Cloud sword technique that strong? I'm cultivating the White Cloud sword technique, And I can confirm that's exactly what he's using. But this junior brother's White Cloud sword technique is probably at the transformation stage. There's even a hint of the White Cloud conception in it. Absolutely insane. Hiss. Arts at the transformation stage? No wonder this kid is so fierce. The disciples were in an uproar. Cultivating arts heavily depended on comprehension. Don't be fooled by how basic arts seemed easy to cultivate. It was easy to get started, but hard to master. Among the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, there were less than 1,000 who had mastered basic arts to great success. To reach the transformation stage? It would be a surprise if there were even 100. These individuals were usually the ones standing on the platform, garnering the attention of the elders. Unexpectedly, now there was another one. It was just that this junior brother's cultivation base wasn't high, otherwise, he would have already defeated his opponent. All the disciples looked at Lu Yi with different expressions. The strong man fighting with Lu Yi, of course, knew better how difficult Lu Yi was. Facing the White Cloud sword technique at the transformation stage, he was utterly shocked. However, losing to a 6th-layer Chi cultivation junior brother was too humiliating for him, so he used all his strength during the fight. After a prolonged fight, Lu Yi won by a slight margin, placing his sword against the strong man's neck. The strong man looked bitter. I lost. Lu Yi sheathed his sword, exhaling slightly and looking at the strong man earnestly. Senior brother, your strength is truly impressive. Junior brother is in awe. If it weren't for my proficiency in swordsmanship, I would have lost. He had to show that he was already at his limit so that others would stop him later. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to challenge them one by one, right? It would be too high profile, and Lu Yi thought of himself as a humble, friendly, handsome, suave, and dashing young man. Well, mainly he was afraid of being beaten up for being too high profile. He wasn't invincible, after all. The strong man initially felt ashamed for losing to Lu Yi, but hearing Lu Yi's words, he felt better. He grinned. Junior brother's comprehension is astonishing, reaching the transformation stage of the White Cloud sword technique. I sincerely admire you. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. You're too kind, senior brother. Junior brother, you're being modest. Please, go ahead. After a bit of polite back and forth, the strong man stepped aside, and Lu Yi walked past with a smile, checking his panel at the same time. Sure enough, the task was completed. And as for the reward choice? There was no question about it. It had to be the perfect grade Chi condensation elixir. While top grade Chi condensation elixirs were good, they still contained elixir toxins, and Lu Yi had set his sights high. Lu Yi didn't claim his reward right away, he didn't need it at the moment, and having an elixir appear in his hand out of nowhere would be too absurd. Excited at the thought of someone else blocking his way, Lu Yi anticipated getting another perfect elixir. Oh, right. Lu Yi suddenly had another bold idea. He muttered to himself, I want to ascend the White Sun Peak platform. In the next moment, the panel showed a new task. Lu Yi glanced at it and, seeing the reward, his eyes widened in delight. He didn't expect the reward to be so amazing. Chapter 5 Mid-Grade Magic Tool, Task, Ascend the White Sun Peak Platform, Reward, Mid-Grade Magic Tool Flowing Cloud Boots, Accept, Yes or No. Lu Yi never expected the reward to be so generous, a mid-grade magic tool. A magic tool. Among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the White Cloud sect's outer sect, only a few have magic tools, and those are usually used by Foundation Establishment cultivators. Because Lu Yi's parents are outer door stewards and Foundation Establishment cultivators, he had a low-grade magic tool sword. They spent quite a lot to buy that low-grade magic tool back then. If low-grade magic tools are so precious, then how much more so are mid-grade magic tools? From what Lu Yi knew, his father, Lu Jiawang, only had a mid-grade magic tool sword. Lu Jiawang treasured it so much that even he could only look and not touch it. His mother didn't even have a mid-grade magic tool. And now this task directly offered one. How generous could it be? Lu Yi thought that today, even if he had to crawl, he must ascend the platform, or he'd feel guilty. Lu Yi silently accepted the task and once again stepped forward. The outer sect disciples who were originally gathered to watch the show made way for Lu Yi to pass through. Initially, Lu Yi didn't feel anything. But as he got closer to the platform, he realized something seemed off. Wait, why was no one stopping him? This wasn't right. Normally, wouldn't a few outer sect disciples jump out to stop him from getting onto the platform? Plenty of Chi Cultivation 8th layer disciples were listening to the sermon below, and they would just watch a Chi Cultivation 6th layer disciple get on the platform? That couldn't be good, right? While walking, Lu Yi noticed the platform was right in front of him, and the people ahead seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Lu Yi got a bit anxious. Come on, Chi Cultivation 8th layer senior brothers and sisters. Where's your dignity? How could you let a Chi Cultivation 6th layer rookie get on the platform like this? He was ready to overcome multiple obstacles and get the perfect grade Chi condensation elixir, and now this? Really? Step by step, Lu Yi walked very slowly, deliberately waiting for someone to jump out and stop him. However, no one did until he reached the stairs before the platform. Feeling quite disappointed, Lu Yi turned his head to look behind him. Seeing several senior brothers and sisters watching him, he wasn't content and decided to struggle one last time. He looked around and smiled, saying, "Senior brothers and sisters, I'm really going up? Hurry up and stop me. Quickly." Just now. Lu Yi eagerly waited. At this moment, a Chi Cultivation 8th layer senior sister smiled and said, "Junior brother, go ahead. Lin Gang is one of the top among us. If you can beat him, no one here can guarantee a win against you, so we won't stop you." Yes, junior brother, the White Cloud Sword technique in the transformation stage is indeed formidable. After this sermon, I hope we can discuss Sword Dao. In that case, how about including me as well? One by one, the senior brothers and sisters spoke. Lu Yi felt numb. It turned out that senior brother's strength was this fierce? Why didn't they let the weaker one stop him first? Lu Yi felt very unhappy, looked at Lin Gang, and saw Lin Gang smiling at him naively. "Junior brother, we can continue to spar if you have time." Lu Yi managed to pull out a smile. "Thanks for the kindness of all senior brothers and sisters. In that case, I'll go up." He turned around, feeling crestfallen, and stepped up the platform stairs one step at a time. The stairs weren't long, and Lu Yi quickly reached the White Sun Peak platform. The platform was a huge square with many cushions placed on it. At the front of the cushions was a dais, which was the seat for the sermon elder, currently empty. Many people were already seated on the cushions. Lu Yi noticed that the closer the cushion was to the dais, the stronger the cultivation base of the disciple sitting on it. Some disciples gave off a dangerously powerful aura, while the strength weakened as the seating got further out. Some disciples were discussing their cultivation insights in groups of 3 or 4, while others were meditating alone. When Lu Yi arrived, some glanced over. Seeing Lu Yi, those disciples seemed stunned. Some were puzzled, and some frowned. Chi Cultivation 6th layer? What's going on? How did a Chi Cultivation 6th layer junior brother get up here? No one down there stopped him? That shouldn't be possible, right? How could they just watch a junior brother came up? Did they fail to stop him? Upon hearing this, many showed surprised expressions, and more people looked at Lu Yi with various glances. Disciples sitting in the inner circle had glances full of curiosity and interest, while those near the outer circle looked more cautious. There were only so many spots on the platform, and it was usually full. Now that someone new came up, it meant someone had to leave. Since this Chi Cultivation 6th layer junior brother managed to get up here through so many blocking disciples below, it indicated that his strength was not ordinary. The inner circle disciples didn't worry about being pushed off, but the outer circle disciples did. If they were kicked off the platform, it would be utterly humiliating. Lu Yi looked at the cushions on the platform and thought for a moment. He decided not to be too high profile. Those senior brothers and sisters inside seemed fierce, and he probably couldn't beat them. It was better to sit somewhere on the outside. After all, he had to take things one step at a time and achieve his goals one by one. Getting on the platform today made him very satisfied already. He used to sit in the middle of the mountain. This was a big improvement, so he decided to play it safe. So, Lu Yi found a spot on the edge and sat down, happily looking at his task panel. Current task: ascend the White Sun Peak platform. Reward: mid-grade magic tool flowing cloud boots. Completed. Do you want to claim the reward, yes or no? He had completed the task. He was about to get a mid-grade magic tool. Though crowded, Lu Yi held back his excitement and didn't claim the reward, planning to do so after returning. Seeing Lu Yi quietly finding a spot to sit, those who were watching him gradually looked away. However, Lu Yi still felt someone paying attention to him, eager to see if someone would challenge him. If they did, he'd get more rewards. As for initiating challenges himself, Lu Yi hadn't thought about it. He wasn't the kind of guy to be that high profile. Lu Yi waited for a long time, but no one challenged him. However, as more disciples ascended the platform, many noticed Lu Yi's new face and paid attention to him. Time passed, and more disciples filled the platform, gradually occupying the cushions. The inner circle cultivators were fine, but those in the outer circle frowned upon seeing Lu Yi. At this moment, a cold voice spoke, "Junior brother, you're sitting in my spot." Lu Yi turned around and saw a delicate-looking youth staring coldly at him. Chi Cultivation 8th layer. Finally, someone came. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" Lu Yi stood up, smiling and saying, "Hello, senior brother. Now this spot is mine." Chapter 6, The Preaching Elder is a Beauty Woe. This newcomer is quite arrogant, huh? Even at Chi Cultivation 6th layer, they're so high profile? Interesting. Hey. I'm just worried they don't have the strength. Being too high profile isn't a good thing. Hearing what Lu Yi said, each disciple started watching the drama unfold, gossiping loudly. Lu Yi felt puzzled hearing their words, feeling a bit aggrieved. He believed he had been quite low-key. If he had wanted to be high profile, he would have started challenging others for task rewards already. He didn't expect these disciples to think of him that way. At the same time, Lu Yi began to reflect on his own behavior. Was he really being high profile? After thinking it over and over, he felt he wasn't. While Lu Yi was thinking, the Chi Cultivation 8th layer disciple in front of him had turned pale. He sneered, Fine, fine, fine. Since junior brother says so, then we can only prove ourselves with our skills. With a clang, he drew his long sword, pointing it at Lu Yi. Lu Yi laughed, immediately muttering to himself, I need to defeat this opponent in front of me. Task, defeat the Chi Cultivation 8th layer outer sect disciple, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 2 perfect grade Chi condensation elixir, accept, yes or no. The reward is better than for defeating Lin Gang. Lu Yi was first stunned, then guessed it might be because this disciple's cultivation base was stronger than Lin Gang's. The system determined the task was more difficult, so the reward was richer. So Lu Yi became even happier. Higher rewards are always better, right? Lu Yi also drew his long sword, smiling, Senior brother, please guide me. Humphrey. The handsome young man snorted, his steps moving swiftly. His figure darted like a serpent towards Lu Yi, his long sword forming multiple sword shadows aimed at Lu Yi. As soon as he made his move, Lu Yi realized that this senior brother was indeed much stronger than Lin Gang. The falling leaves sword dart and serpent stance were both basic arts of the White Cloud sect, and this senior brother had mastered them well. If Lu Yi used the same tactics he did against Lin Gang, he would certainly lose. However, he wasn't worried at all. With spiritual energy circulating, he activated the White Cloud stance. His body seemed to lose weight, becoming elusive and floating backward with a breeze from the young man's sword. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples, who were watching, widened their eyes, some even stood up. What? Is that the White Cloud's dance? So exquisite. Using just the breeze from the sword, he can actually achieve this? A transformation stage White Cloud's dance? This junior brother is amazing. Their astonishment was not over yet. In the midst of Lu Yi's elusive movements, he quickly approached the handsome young man, his long sword emitting threads of faint white clouds. Though appearing gentle, it was actually razor-sharp sword chi enveloping the young man. The young man's pupil shrank as he raised his sword to defend with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. In the continuous clashes, the young man kept retreating, instantly falling to a disadvantage. Disciples in the distance were shocked. Sword chi cloud. This guy's White Cloud sword technique has reached the returning true realm? To refine basic arts to this level? This junior brother's comprehension is astonishing. No wonder he's so arrogant, this junior brother has the strength to back it up. Wang Xingqi is going to lose. Even the inner sect disciples showed expressions of disbelief. A transformation stage White Cloud stance and returning true realm White Cloud sword technique. Since when has the outer sect had such a person? A handsome, tall youth with his hands behind his back frowned. Wang Xingqi's swordsmanship and stance have both reached great success, he's not weak. But unfortunately, his opponent is stronger. An ordinary-looking young man with his arms crossed shook his head. Next to them, a pretty girl looked at Lu Yi's figure, her eyes shining brightly. This junior brother is so handsome. The disciple next to her? They looked at the pretty-faced girl with question marks. Everyone is observing his strength, but you're just looking at his looks? Ha, women, so superficial. Everyone looked at Lu Yi, inwardly admitting that, objectively speaking, this junior brother was indeed handsome. A cold-faced youth with twin swords on his back said, this junior brother's cultivation base is a bit lacking, otherwise, this competition would have a formidable opponent. Others nodded at these words. Lu Yi's demonstrated arts were too powerful, putting pressure on them. The returning true-level arts were unreachable even for the strongest outer sect disciples. Fortunately, there's only half a month left until the competition. It would be difficult to improve his cultivation base significantly. If this guy's cultivation reached the Chi Cultivation 8th layer, we might as well just admit defeat. While they were discussing, the battle was nearing its end. Although Lu Yi hadn't used his full strength, the strength he displayed was already beyond Wang Xingqi's capacity to withstand. Facing the sword Chi Cloud level White Cloud sword technique, Wang Xingqi was drenched in sweat, retreating repeatedly. Within moments, Lu Yi's sword reached his neck. Lu Yi saw Wang Xingqi's stiff expression, looking somewhat incredulous. He sheathed his sword and smiled slightly. Senior brother, thank you for letting me win. Another 2 perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs earned. Lu Yi was delighted and hoped for more challengers like this. Wang Xingqi, looking dazed, then bitterly cupped his hands towards Lu Yi, seemingly hit hard. I admit my skills are inferior. Seeing Wang Xingqi so dejected, Lu Yi felt a bit of pity. He considered himself a good person. This senior brother had no enmity with him. Would this cause him psychological harm? Lu Yi thought for a moment and then spoke seriously. Senior brother, your strength is formidable. You're the strongest opponent I've encountered in years. I hope we can spar again in the future. Though Lu Yi had only fought 2 Chi Cultivation 8th layer cultivators, Lin Gang and him. As for sparring again, if it meant more task rewards from this senior brother Wang Xingqi, that would be great. I'm such a good guy. Lu Yi felt moved by his own kindness. Hearing this, Wang Xingqi's face looked slightly better, and his eyes brightened, revealing a sincere smile. Junior brother Lu Yi's talent is truly the best I've seen in my life. Your returning true realm arts have indeed won my respect. Since junior brother said so, I will certainly shamelessly seek guidance in the future. Glad to hear it. Lu Yi said with a smile. Wang Xingqi nodded. This position is now junior brother's. He then turned his head and looked at a nearby young man spectating, sneering. Li Qi, your position is mine now. Li Qi, who was eating melon seeds. How does it feel to watch the drama and get dragged in? Li Qi felt like swearing, especially since he knew he couldn't beat Wang Xingqi. Li Qi glared at Wang Xingqi. Wang Xingqi, if you have the guts, keep challenging junior brother Lu Yi. Where's the honor in challenging me? I can't beat junior brother, but I can beat you. Wang Xingqi replied honestly. Li Qi's face turned pale, looking rather aggrieved at Lu Yi. He then silently looked away, knowing he couldn't defeat this junior brother either. He had to find another target. Though he couldn't beat Wang Xingqi, he wasn't the weakest here. Just then, a sword light streaked across the sky and landed on the platform. It was a young female cultivator in a white dress, with black hair like a waterfall and an exceptionally cold and beautiful countenance. Seeing this female cultivator, Lu Yi was a bit confused. He remembered the lecturing elder was an old man. How had he turned into a young beauty? Chapter 7 Bicycle to Motorcycle. Not only Lu Yi, but other disciples were also stunned when they saw the beautiful girl landing. Whispering voices suddenly filled the platform. Isn't that senior sister Liu Ningxuang? Why is she here? Is she really senior sister Liu Ningxuang? The core disciple who formed the Golden Core at the age of 19? And now she is the personal disciple of the Linghuo Peak Master? Yes, the Linghuo Peak Master is astonishingly talented and has never taken in any disciples, but made an exception for senior sister Liu Ningxuang. It's truly enviable. Everyone discussed excitedly, their gazes at the beautiful girl filled with reverence. Although Liu Ningxuang was incredibly beautiful, such a heavenly pride girl made ordinary people feel inferior just standing before her, not even daring to feel any admiration. Lu Yi was also surprised as he looked at the beautiful woman on the lecture platform. Even in the outer sect, he had heard of senior sister Liu Ningxuang's name, forming a golden core at 19, becoming a core disciple. Such a talent was rare not only in the White Cloud sect but even in the entire Eastern Domain. In fact, she had always been among the top 5 in the Eastern Domain's young talents ranking. Lu Yi had only heard about this senior sister's reputation before. He never expected to see her in person today. If it had been before, Lu Yi probably wouldn't have dared to look at her directly, but now he felt a bit arrogant and dared to look at her. One had to admit, this senior sister Liu Ningxuang was indeed incredibly beautiful. In both his lifetimes, Lu Yi had never seen a woman this beautiful. If he had to describe it, she seemed to be at the pinnacle of human beauty. But this senior sister looked a bit like an ice block. Who would be able to touch her heart in the future? Lu Yi mentally remarked. At this moment, a bold idea struck Lu Yi. What if I post a task to make this senior sister fall in love with me? Would there be a reward? Lu Yi was curious. He muttered to himself and sighed. I want to make senior sister Liu Ningxuang fall in love with me. Task: make senior sister Liu Ningxuang fall in love with me. Reward: Perfect Eyes Intent Realm, Cave Void Realm Cultivation Technique Zhuanbing Heart Sutra, Low-grade Spiritual Artifact Sword Ice Jade Chant. Accept, yes or no, Lu Yi? Seeing the reward, a question mark slowly appeared in Lu Yi's mind, followed by a flood of what the heck? There really is a reward? And is this reward for real? Intent is something only Cave Void Great Power can generally grasp. Of course, some geniuses can master it in advance. If one grasps intent early and has decent talent, it usually means a pass to the Cave Void Realm. Perfect Eyes Intent Realm is incredibly powerful just thinking about it. A Cave Void Realm cultivation technique is extremely strong as well. No matter how talented you are, if your cultivation technique's level isn't high enough, You can't achieve higher levels. Of course, if you can create a higher level cultivation technique yourself, then my point is moot. As for the White Cloud sect, even its sect suppressing cultivation technique only reaches the divinity transformation stage. Lu Yi was essentially getting a technique stronger than the sect suppressing one. As for spiritual artifacts, cultivation treasures are divided into magic artifacts, and spiritual artifacts. Even magic artifacts are extremely rare, let alone spiritual artifacts. Even low-grade spiritual artifacts are probably beyond the reach of most cave void big shots. Lu Yi's eyes turned red. He was originally just a little curious, wanting to see if there was any reward. But now, Lu Yi just wanted to say, Senior Sister Liu Ningxuang is too enticing. He quietly accepted the task. There was no task penalty, so nothing would happen if he couldn't complete it. But what if he did? What is the difference between a person without dreams and salted fish? Take a gamble, and a bike might turn into a motorcycle. Win, and you get to be with beauties. Lose, and you serve as one. Then the question is, how should I make Senior Sister Liu Ningxuang fall in love with me? Lu Yi scratched his head in his mind. He felt pretty confident about cultivation, but chasing girls. Well, he was a bit clueless. In his previous life, Lu Yi had just graduated from college before transmigrating. During college, he mainly focused on playing games like LOL, King of Glory, Warcraft, etc. Besides attending classes, he spent most of his time in the dormitory playing games. Although he joined some university clubs, he seldom participated in activities. He did take part in a few class activities, but he was a computer science major, and there were only 4 girls in his class, you get the picture. During middle and high school, Lu Yi was busy studying, reading novels, and playing games. He wasn't interested in girls at all. Some girls had shown interest in him, but he didn't have those kinds of thoughts back then. Later, in college, he realized what he had missed, and he deeply regretted it. He then realized that he had missed out on several sweet romances and the chance to become a playboy. In summary, Lu Yi had never been in a relationship in his 2 lifetimes and had no idea how to pursue girls. Curse it. Why didn't universities teach courses on dating? This is crucial for human reproduction. It's such a vital matter, yet people don't pay attention to it. Humanity is doomed to extinction. Lu Yi harshly criticized the education in his previous life. Then again, considering he was a transmigrator, he still had to pursue girls himself? What a disgrace to transmigrators. Every senior before him had beautiful women flocking to them after transmigrating. He still had to chase them himself. People would laugh if word got out. Lu disgrace to transmigrators. Yi felt extremely sad. Just then, Liu Ningxuang's cold and calm voice sounded, Junior brothers and sisters, Elder Lin Feng has some matters to attend to, so I will lecture you all today. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and sat properly, looking at Liu Ningxuang with anticipation. This was a super genius. She surely had unique insights into cultivation, and learning even a bit would be immensely beneficial. Once everyone was seated, Li Qi, still standing, felt very awkward. He was about to explode, he had no seat. Liu Ningxuang looked at Li Qi. Her calm gaze almost brought Li Qi to tears. He looked at Wang Xingqi with a desperate expression. Wang Xingqi, just you wait. Wang Xingqi looked puzzled. You can't beat me, why are you blaming me? Li Qi's face turned red with anger. Seeing more and more people looking at him, he waved his sleeve and walked off the platform, covering his face. Liu Ningxuang's calm voice sounded again. Are there any more issues? If not, we'll start the lecture. No more. Senior Sister Liu, please start. Everyone spoke up excitedly. Liu Ningxuang nodded and began. My junior brothers and sisters are all in the Qi cultivation realm, so today I will discuss the basics of cultivation and the basics of the arts. The Tao is ruthless, spiritual energy is the origin, immortal cultivators absorb spiritual energy to form the immortal body, ultimately reaching a state of freedom and longevity with heaven and earth. Liu Ningxuang's voice, infused with spiritual energy, spread across the entire White Sun Peak, explaining the basics of cultivation. This included her own insights into practicing in the Qi cultivation realm and her understanding of the White Cloud Qi refining art. Given Liu Ningxuang's high perspective, her explanations were simple and easy to understand. Not only the disciples on the platform, but also those on the mountain peak, mountainside, and at the mountain base were deep in thought, feeling enlightened. Even Lu Yi, whose White Cloud Qi refining art had reached level 6, a level considered as regained simplicity in the cultivation world, had limited understanding confined to the White Cloud Qi refining art. After hearing Liu Ningxuang's lecture, he also gained many insights. In fact, because Lu Yi had a solid foundation, he gained more than other disciples. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could elevate the White Cloud Qi refining art to level 7. Chapter 8 Liu Ningxuang's invitation. Time passed, and the sun gradually reached its zenith in the sky. Liu Ningxuang's lecture came to a halt. The entire White Sun Peak was very quiet. The disciples were still immersed in the principles Liu Ningxuang had been discussing, lingering for a long time without fully returning to their senses. Liu Ningxuang did not disturb them, simply looking calmly at the disciples on the platform with a cool gaze. It was only after a moment that a few disciples slowly came back to themselves, eyes filled with surprise and joy, as if they had gained a lot. With disciples waking up one by one, Lu Yi also returned to his senses. He felt a bit excited, sensing that his understanding of cultivation basics had deepened significantly. Seeing that everyone had regained their focus, Liu Ningxuang spoke again. Today we will end the discussion on cultivation basics here. Junior brothers and sisters, go back and digest what you've learned. Next, I'll talk about the basics of arts. Since all of you are in the Qi cultivation realm, today I will explain the most common Qi cultivation skill in the White Cloud sect, the White Cloud sword technique. Upon hearing this, the faces of those on the platform slightly changed. Many turned their heads to look in Lu Yi's direction. The guy in the Qi cultivation 6th layer had already cultivated the White Cloud sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm. Lu Yi, sitting near the edge of the platform, didn't attract much attention from the outer disciples, but even some inner disciples turned to look at him. This made Liu Ningxuang a bit puzzled, following their gazes. Liu Ningxuang saw that the disciple everyone was looking at was a small cultivator in the Qi cultivation 6th layer. Being at the Qi cultivation 6th layer and allowed on the platform implied decent talent, but that was not the reason for so much attention. Curious, Liu Ningxuang asked, "What's the matter?" A pretty female disciple in the front spoke up, "Senior sister Liu, this handsome junior brother Lu Yi has already cultivated the White Cloud sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm." The disciples nearby. They were exasperated. Was the word handsome necessary? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Liu Ningxuang's usually cool eyes. She assessed Lu Yi. Indeed, he was quite handsome, but that wasn't the point. She praised him, being able to cultivate the basic arts to the Regain Simplicity realm at the Qi cultivation 6th layer. Your talent is excellent. Lu Yi had been a bit troubled about how to get closer to senior sister Liu Ningxuang, as he had a task that required making her fall in love with him. Who knew the opportunity would come so easily? Moreover, that sister had a great eye for people. Lu Yi thought happily. Lu Yi smiled, "Senior sister, you flatter me." Liu Ningxuang thought of something and asked, "Since junior brother Lu Yi has cultivated the White Cloud sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm, why not join me in demonstrating it for our junior brothers and sisters?" Lu Yi was taken aback, finding it strange. Wasn't this just like being a teaching assistant in university? He hadn't been a teaching assistant in his university, yet he became one after transmigrating to another world? Of course. Lu Yi did not refuse. If it were like a romance game, this kind of sudden event could increase the heroine's favorability. Why would he refuse? Oh, right, he also had to issue a task. Lu Yi silently murmured in his heart, "I want to demonstrate the White Cloud sword technique to the disciples on the platform." Task: demonstrate the White Cloud sword technique to the outer sect disciples. Reward: White Cloud sword technique level +1. Accept, yes or no. Seeing the reward, Lu Yi felt even more excited. As the level of the White Cloud sword technique increased, the number of practices needed for further improvement became more demanding. It had been 4 days since his White Cloud sword technique broke through to level 6, and he hadn't felt any sign of another breakthrough. It might take at least another 3 or 4 days of practice. Who would have thought that just by demonstrating the technique, he could break through directly? Wonderful. Lu Yi cheerfully went up to the lecture platform, standing next to Liu Ningxuang. Liu Ningxuang stepped aside, her cool voice ringing out, "Junior brother, are you ready?" "Ready." "Then let's begin." As she spoke, a plain longsword suddenly appeared in Liu Ningxuang's hand. With the sword in hand, her aura became sharper. Seeing this, Lu Yi glanced at the white ring on Liu Ningxuang's slender finger with envy, an interspatial ring. He also wanted to have one. But those things were quite precious, even the poorest interspatial ring was more expensive than an ordinary low-grade magic tool. He couldn't afford it. After his parents bought him a low-grade magic tool longsword, they didn't buy him an interspatial ring as it was too expensive. Lu Jiawang had also told him that if he could enter the inner sect, the sect would reward him with an interspatial ring. It was better to wait and get one from the sect later. Clearly, Lu Jiawang was an old freeloader. If only the task rewards included an interspatial ring, Lu Yi thought. He also drew his longsword, looked at Liu Ningxuang, and said, "Senior sister, please instruct me." Liu Ningxuang nodded, "Go ahead, focus on the demonstration." Lu Yi took a deep breath. Spiritual energy flowed, and wisps of white clouds appeared around his sword. Surrounded by the clouds, He activated the white cloud stance and charged towards Liu Ningxuang. Seeing the white clouds on Lu Yi's sword, Liu Ningxuang nodded silently. Her sword also manifested white clouds, showing she had also mastered the white cloud sword technique at the Regain Simplicity realm. As an exceptional talent, Liu Ningxuang naturally had extraordinary comprehension, mastering not just one or two techniques at the Regain Simplicity realm. Their long swords clashed. Clang. The sound of metal crashing rang out. Clouds from the two swords intertwined and spread, enveloping the lecture platform in mist. The disciples below felt a sharp sword intent circulating between the two, eyes wide, breath held, watching quietly. On the platform, Lu Yi and Liu Ningxuang faced each other, exchanging a look and simultaneously changing their moves with perfect coordination. Clang. 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 Their aim was to demonstrate the white cloud sword technique, not to fight. Each move was displayed clearly, fully showcasing the ethereal nature of the white cloud sword technique. Their synchronized movements exuded a mysterious harmony that drew the disciples below into fascination, eyes unblinking. There was no other sound besides the clash of their swords. At this moment, Liu Ningxuang's red lips parted, slowly explaining, the essence of the white cloud sword technique lies in its ethereal nature. The essence of arts is in the intent, not the form, just like how cultivators focus on the true self. This applies to all arts. Junior brothers and sisters, watch carefully for the essence of the white cloud sword technique. Through the changes in their sword techniques, they fully reveal the core of the white cloud sword technique, bringing many disciples significant insights. Quite a few disciples showed delighted expressions. So that's it. The third move should be used like this. It should have the grandeur of flowing clouds. I had misunderstood it completely. I got it. Ha 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 ha. This is the Regain Simplicity realm of the white cloud sword technique? Terrifying. Even with senior sister's explanation, the sword techniques above the great success are still as elusive as seeing flowers through the mist. How did junior brother Lu Yi cultivate the white cloud sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm? On the lecture platform, Lu Yi was inwardly impressed. Senior sister Ningxuang was indeed a heavenly prodigy, seeing through the essence of arts so clearly. Truthfully, after raising 3 cultivation techniques and arts to level 6, Lu Yi had also gained insights into their core. The essence of cultivation techniques and arts lies not in their form. As the demonstration of the white cloud sword technique concluded, Liu Ningxuang and Lu Yi simultaneously sheathed their swords with perfect harmony. The mountain breeze blew, gently lifting a strand of Liu Ningxuang's hair. She looked at Lu Yi, the corners of her mouth lifting in a rare smile on her usually cool face, a beauty unmatched. Junior brother Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique is exquisite. Your comprehension is excellent. If you enter the inner sect, consider participating in the Lingluo Peak assessment and joining Lingluo Peak. Chapter 9. Harvest time. The disciples on the platform were in an uproar upon hearing this. I didn't expect senior sister Liu Ningxuang would personally invite junior brother Lu Yi to join Lingluo Peak. Lingluo Peak is one of the 3 strongest peaks within the 12 peaks of the inner sect. I've heard that the monthly cultivation resources are abundant with great benefits. I also want to join. Hee. You can just keep dreaming. Elder Lingluo has already stated that Lingluo Peak only accepts true geniuses. Only someone like junior brother Lu Yi can qualify. Do you think you're a genius? Me? Hee. It's not that I'm boasting. I'm a genuine waste. I didn't understand a single thing during senior sister Liu and junior brother Lu's demonstration. How coincidental, I'm a waste too. The disciples were all envious, their eyes green with jealousy. If they could, they would love to join Lingluo Peak as well. Lu Yi on the platform was momentarily dazed by Liu Ningxuang's radiant smile. That damned smile, it's so dazzling. He smiled and replied, I will seriously consider it. Thank you, senior sister. Ding, Liu Ningxuang's favorability +1. Senior sister Liu Ningxuang had actually invited him to take the assessment for the same peak. If this were a dating game, this message would definitely pop up now. Unfortunately, he didn't have a dating game golden finger, TSK. As for joining Lingluo Peak, Lu Yi certainly had no objections. Lingluo Peak was extremely powerful within the inner sect of the White Cloud sect. Elder Lingluo, the Peak Master, was one of the strongest in the sect, and also the youngest of the strongest, with exceptional talent. Joining the peak would provide him with the protection of a powerful figure, which would be extremely beneficial. Liu Ningxuang gently nodded, flipping her fair hand to reveal a white porcelain bottle. This is a top-grade chi condensation elixir. I gift it to you as a reward for cooperating with my lecture. Junior brother, your cultivation base is a bit low, you must not slack off in your cultivation. As she spoke, the porcelain bottle floated towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi was taken aback, as if he saw the brilliance of a wealthy benefactor from Liu Ningxuang. This was a top-grade elixir. Generally, one couldn't get a hold of such a thing. He didn't expect Liu Ningxuang would directly gift it to him. However, if it had been before, Lu Yi would have been overjoyed to receive such a top-grade elixir, but now, with his task rewards being perfect-grade elixirs, he felt indifferent. But given Liu Ningxuang's goodwill, Lu Yi couldn't refuse. He accepted the Qi condensation elixir with a smile and said, "Thank you, senior sister. I will cultivate diligently and not disappoint your high expectations." The disciples on the platform looked at Lu Yi, feeling as if they had eaten lemons, intensely sour. Top-grade Qi condensation elixir. This was much better than a mid-grade Qi condensing pill. They wanted it too. Moreover, it was gifted by the sex legendary character senior sister Liu. They could boast about it for a year. They might even place the elixir on a table for worship. The most important thing was, senior sister Liu Ningxuang actually smiled at Lu Yi. Actually smiled? Jealousy made them lose all composure. "Alright, step down for now." Liu Ningxuang gently nodded. Lu Yi stepped down from the lecture platform and returned to his spot. Wang Xingqi beside him looked at Lu Yi, unable to hide his envy. "Junior brother Lu, it's so great. Senior sister Liu looks at you differently. I am extremely envious. Keep it low-key." Lu Yi smiled, still maintaining that he thought of himself as a low-key person. Next, those with cultivation doubts may raise their hands to ask. I will choose 3 people to answer. Liu Ningxuang began the final stage of the lecture, addressing cultivation queries. Upon hearing Liu Ningxuang's words, the disciples eagerly raised their hands, expectantly looking at her. If Liu Ningxuang could resolve their doubts, their path of cultivation would be much smoother. Lu Yi thought for a moment and realized he had no particular doubts needing answers. With his cultivation technique and skill level improving smoothly, the task rewards in hand, he had no confusions. Liu Ningxuang glanced in Lu Yi's direction, seeing that Lu Yi hadn't raised his hand. She wasn't surprised. The arts that could be cultivated during the Qi cultivation realm were few, and they mostly led to the same destination. Lu Yi, who had cultivated the White Cloud Sword technique to the returning True Realm, had excellent comprehension and wasn't likely to encounter problems at the Qi cultivation level. With this thought, Liu Ningxuang no longer paid attention to Lu Yi, randomly selecting 3 people to answer their doubts. The time for solving doubts passed quickly. As the final stage ended, Liu Ningxuang calmly spoke, "Today's lecture ends here. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, you may leave." With that, Liu Ningxuang nodded slightly at Lu Yi, turned into a streak of sword light, and disappeared into the horizon, leaving in a carefree manner. After Liu Ningxuang left, the disciples on the platform turned their heads towards Lu Yi, each one approaching him. "Junior brother Lu Yi, I am Li Long from White Earth Peak. Let's get closer in the future." "Junior brother Lu Yi, senior sister has some questions regarding swordsmanship. Could we set a time for a private lesson?" "Junior brother, the maple leaves in the Sex Maple Forest are red now, the scenery is beautiful. If you have time, would you like to go for a walk with senior sister?" Lu Yi was highly valued by the sex prodigy, Liu Ningxuang, and was gifted a top-grade elixir. Befriending Lu Yi could only bring them benefits. Lu Yi felt a bit numb, surrounded by so many people. These senior brothers and sisters were too enthusiastic, with even more than a dozen pretty senior sisters inviting him for private outings. But Lu Yi also understood that their enthusiasm was due to his displayed exceptional talent and strength. Like those enthusiastic senior sisters, previously, no one had been so direct in inviting him, even though he was so handsome. So, it was clear, for men, strength was the key to everything. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, a smile on his face, as he said, "Fellow senior brothers and sisters, I have gained some insights and need to return to cultivate. Please excuse me, excuse me." Lu Yi squeezed through the crowd, directly activating his movement technique, descending the mountain without looking back and running away. If this continued, Lu Yi was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave. He had just seen a senior sister, taking advantage of the chaos, trying to sneakily touch his thigh. It was outrageous. Leaving White Sun Peak, Lu Yi quickly returned to his home at White Spirit Peak, heading straight to his room. Sitting at his desk, Lu Yi took a breath, then excitedly rubbed his hands together in anticipation. It was time to collect his rewards. Lu Yi glanced at the task panel. Task: defeat Qi Cultivation 8th Layer Outer Sect Disciple. Completed. Ascend to White Sun Peak Platform. Completed. Defeat Qi Cultivation 8th Layer Outer Sect Disciple. Completed. Demonstrate White Cloud Sword Technique for Outer Sect Disciples. Completed. All 4 completed tasks allowed him to claim rewards. Lu Yi decided to claim them one by one, starting with the first task, defeating Lin Gang, which rewarded him with a perfect grade Qi condensation elixir. Lu Yi chose to claim the reward. As Lu Yi clicked, he noticed that the perfect grade Qi condensation elixir did not materialize in front of him directly. Rather, He had to use his will to choose where the reward would appear. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, then had an idea. He used his will to control the perfect grade chi condensation elixir to appear in his pocket. The next moment, Lu Yi felt a change in his pocket, reached in, and found a round object roughly the size of a glass marble. Lu Yi took it out. It was a completely white elixir emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. It was indeed the perfect grade chi condensation elixir. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. This function was great, very user-friendly. He had been worried that the reward items might appear indiscriminately, drawing attention. Now with others around, he could have the reward appear in his pocket or chest. Lu Yi also wondered that in the future, if he had an interspatial ring, could he make the rewards appear directly inside it? If possible, that would be wonderful. When he gets an interspatial ring, he must try it out. Lu Yi stopped overthinking and continued to claim his rewards. Chapter 10, The Transformation and Sublimation of Level 7. Lu Yi clicked to claim the reward for the second task. Instantly, a pair of light blue boots with intricate cloud patterns appeared on the table in front of him. Mid-grade magic tool, flowing cloud boots. Lu Yi felt a bit excited in his heart. He now owned a mid-grade magic tool. Thinking of old Lu, that stingy guy, who wouldn't even let him touch a mid-grade magic sword, now he had his own? If old Lu found out, who knows how envious he would be. Lu Yi couldn't wait to start identifying the master. All magic artifacts required identifying a master, only then could they unleash their full power. Recognizing a master was simple. Lu Yi's spiritual power entered the artifact, leaving his spiritual imprint, completing the identification easily. After identifying the master, Lu Yi took off his old shoes and put on the flowing cloud boots. After putting on the flowing cloud boots, Lu Yi stood up and bounced twice in place, feeling thrilled. No wonder it was a mid-grade magic tool, it was so comfortable to wear. Moreover, what surprised Lu Yi even more was that after putting on the flowing cloud boots, he felt his body become lighter. Could it be that his speed had increased? Lu Yi injected spiritual energy into the flowing cloud boots, fully activating the artifact. Then he activated the white cloud stance, and in the next moment, his body flickered. Within the blink of an eye, he appeared from one end of the room to the other, with his face only a centimeter away from the wall. That was close, almost smashed his handsome face into the wall. Lu Yi felt a bit scared but then also thrilled. The flowing cloud boots had increased his speed by nearly 30%. One must know that Lu Yi had already practiced the white cloud stance to a returning true state. His speed was very fast, comparable to cultivators of the 8th or even 9th layer of Chi cultivation. With a 30% increase, even cultivators of the 9th layer might not be able to match his speed. No wonder they said mid-grade magic tools are powerful. Lu Yi, like he had a new toy, activated the white cloud stance, his figure constantly flickering around the room, one moment here, another moment there, like a ghostly shadow. After a while, Lu Yi had enough fun and sat down on the chair satisfied, continuing to check his gains. The third task was also to defeat an outer sect disciple, but this time the opponent was Wang Xingqi. The reward was 2 perfect grade chi condensation elixirs. Lu Yi claimed them and held the elixirs in his hand. He now had 3, ready to use for his next cultivation. The fourth task was to demonstrate the white cloud sword technique with senior sister Liu Ningxuang. His white cloud sword technique level would increase by 1. After accepting the task, Lu Yi suddenly felt his brain swell as a massive amount of information flooded in, all insights about the white cloud sword technique. Lu Yi closed his eyes to absorb the information. When he fully absorbed it and opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of sword light in his eyes. He exhaled a deep breath, then raised his finger. Spiritual energy swirled around his finger, looking very soft. With a single swipe, ripples like flowing clouds suddenly appeared in the air, quietly leaving several cloud patterns on the ground. Looking at the cloud patterns on the ground, Lu Yi felt incredibly excited. Level 6 and Level 7 are completely different concepts. Though the white cloud sword technique was still the white cloud sword technique, the way spiritual energy circulated in Lu Yi's body was different. With a few changes in the spiritual energy flow routes, the energy utilization became more efficient and powerful. This was a form of optimization. If the white cloud sword technique before Level 6 was about constant practice, at Level 7, it had transcended the original framework, evolving the technique. Lu Yi felt that if he went all out now, the power of his moves would be nearly 50% stronger than before, and his mastery had become much smoother. Most importantly, the spiritual energy consumption hadn't increased. Can you believe it? The spiritual energy consumption didn't increase but the power increased by 50%. Such a transformation was simply unimaginable. Lu Yi was shocked. Just a level 7 white cloud sword technique was already so powerful, what about levels 8 and 9? If the optimization continued, would the power still increase without additional spiritual energy consumption? What kind of technique would that be? Generally, chi cultivators could only fully utilize chi cultivation skills at their realm. Some geniuses could master foundation establishment skills during chi cultivation, but the spiritual energy consumption of foundation establishment skills was a huge burden for chi cultivators. Even well-grounded geniuses couldn't normally use them, only treating them as trump cards. But if Lu Yi's White Cloud Sword technique continued to level up, enhancing its power without changing the spiritual energy consumption, wouldn't it be equivalent to using a foundation establishment skill with chi cultivation's efficiency? Lu Yi's expression turned a bit strange. Techniques that other geniuses treated as their ultimate moves would merely be his normal attacks? Doesn't that seem a bit unfair to others? As Lu Yi thought about it, the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. It wasn't that he wanted to laugh, he really couldn't hold it in. After all, he felt like he had become quite formidable. Lu Yi laughed for a long time before taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart. Calm down, calm down. Even if I can treat ultimate moves as normal attacks, I am just an ordinary tiny chi cultivation 6th layer. Enemies are still too strong. How could I be so weak? Not to mention, I am not unbeatable in the outer sect. A chi cultivator can't even defeat a golden core cultivator, let alone claim to be powerful. Shameless. Even if ultimate moves can become normal attacks, it has its limits. It's not like I can casually use forbidden spells. Why be so cocky? Unless a passing time, I'm still a rookie. Slow and steady wins the race. Stay grounded, don't slack off, we can win. Lu Yi silently repeated to himself that he was still a rookie, to avoid getting too full of himself. Once someone gets conceited, they become arrogant, and arrogance leads to foolish actions, which then leads to self-destructive behavior. Lu Yi thought that although he was not a coward, seeking self-destruction wasn't right. Stop self-destructive behavior, starting with me. After constantly giving himself these mental cues, Lu Yi gradually felt normal again. What's wrong with being a chi cultivator with foundation establishment level skills as normal attacks? Still, a chi cultivator, right? I, Lu Yi, am just an ordinary chi cultivator of the 6th layer. Still need to work hard on cultivation, and safely walk the path of immortality. Lu Yi nodded slightly to affirm his thoughts. After finishing counting his gains, Lu Yi glanced outside the window. The sky was tinged with orange and the sun was setting. Today, senior sister Liu Ningshuang had lectured all day. By the time he returned, it was already late. Then he counted his gains and realized it's already this late while contemplating the level 7 White Cloud Sword technique. Wondering if old Lu and Mom finished work yet, Lu Yi felt his stomach growling a bit hungry. Meanwhile, at the outer affairs hall, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki were about to pack up and leave. Stewards also had their shifts, and now it was their turn to finish work. Just then, a middle-aged man with a red nose hurriedly walked over and shouted at Lu Jiawang, "Hey, old Lu. Didn't expect your kid to be this talented. Why didn't you mention it before?" Lu Jiawang was dumbfounded, looking at the red-nosed man. Huh? What are you talking about? Chapter 11, Such a big fuss just to go home. The red-nosed man was stunned, looking at the bewildered expressions of Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki. You two don't know? Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki looked at each other, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes, their minds filled with questions. Lu Jiawang suddenly thought of something, his heart skipping a beat, and asked. Should we know something? What happened to my boy? Did he get into trouble? Lu Jiawang believed that Lu Yi had a good character and wouldn't do anything to cause trouble. Why did it feel like he had done something that everyone knew about? Wasn't he afraid of getting his leg broken? Lu Jiawang decided that after going back, it was necessary to hold a family meeting to discuss how to break Lu Yi's leg. Wang Siki asked worriedly, Brother Li, what's wrong with my yire? Seeing that the two were really clueless, Li Meng, a fellow steward, was puzzled and said, Your boy made it to the White Sun Peak platform today, and even cultivated the White Cloud Sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm. You two, as parents, don't know? Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki were full of questions after hearing Li Meng's words. Wait a moment. Did you say my rascal reached the Regain Simplicity realm with the White Cloud Sword technique? Lu Jiawang felt this must be a misunderstanding, or perhaps Li Meng was still dreaming. Yes. Don't look at me like that. Today's events have spread like wildfire in the outer sect. The one giving the lecture today was senior sister Liu Ningshuang. It is said that she thinks highly of your boy and even gave him a bottle of top-grade chi condensation elixir, and she also invited him to participate in the assessment at Lingluo Peak. Old Lu, you're going to prosper. Your boy seems to be quite talented. As Li Meng spoke, he looked at Lu Jiawang with green envy. Damn. How come he, Li Meng, didn't have such good luck to have a son like that? Thinking about his own son, Li Meng couldn't help but get angry. His son was almost 20 years old and only at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, with no hope of breaking through to Foundation establishment. How could they even compare? The more Li Ming thought about it, the angrier he got, wishing he could go back immediately and break his son's leg. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki didn't have the energy to pay attention to Li Ming anymore. They exchanged a glance, their expressions quite strange. Was this really about their own son? Wang Siki came back to her senses and smiled at the somewhat contorted-faced Li Ming, saying, "Brother Li, we have some matters to attend to. We'll take our leave first." Before Wang Siki could finish speaking, a gentle voice interrupted, "Siki, Jiawang, you're here." Lu Jiawang, Wang Siki, and Li Ming all changed their expressions and turned to see an elder with grey whiskers smiling as he approached. The three immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Qi." Elder Qi was in charge of the entire Outer Affairs Hall. His name was Qi Fiu, and he held a high position and immense power. He was also a golden core cultivator and incredibly strong. Usually, Qi Fiu was in seclusion and hard to see. Lu Jiawang and the others were surprised to see Qi Fiu here, seeming to come specifically for Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki. No need for formalities. Qi Fiu, with a gentle smile, glanced at the still-dazed Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki. "Do you have any difficulties at work lately? Tasks in the task department can be demanding. Thank you for your concern, Elder Qi. Our work is going smoothly," Lu Jiawang smiled. "It seems you're doing a good job. By the way, there are currently 2 vacancies for stewards responsible for distributing resources to the outer sect disciples. You can take those positions. Given your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem." Qi Fiu smiled. Lu Jiawang? Wang Siki? Li Ming? Qi Fiu's words left all 3 of them dumbfounded. Distributing resources to outer sect disciples was a lucrative position. Typically, the sect allocated more cultivation resources than needed, and the surplus mostly went to the elders in charge, with a significant portion ending up in the pockets of those responsible for this task. This was an unspoken rule in the affairs hall. Which steward wouldn't want to vie for a position in the resource department? But usually, those getting in had strong backers. Most stewards could only watch with yearning. Unexpectedly, today Elder Qi Fiu personally assigned the positions to Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki. This was beyond their wildest expectations. Seeing Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki's shocked expressions, Qi Fiu smiled and asked, "How about it? Are you willing?" Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki snapped out of it, full of joy, and laughed, "Of course we're willing." "Thank you, Elder Qi." Lu Jiawang cautiously asked, "Elder Qi, is this because of my ire?" Qi Fiu smiled slightly. "Lu Yi is quite talented. When he enters the inner sect in the future, the sky is the limit. Jiawang, you are fortunate. Work hard." Qi Fiu had also heard about Lu Yi's achievements. The name of Liu Ningshuang carried significant weight in White Cloud sect. Winning her favor, even Qi Fiu recognized the importance of treating Lu Yi favorably. Without lingering, Qi Fiu disappeared from the spot. The 3 Foundation establishment deacons present couldn't see how he vanished. After Qi Fiu vanished, Li Ming looked at Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki with even greener envy, who knew even Elder Qi would personally assign you to the resource department. "Old Lu, you're truly rising now." Li Ming felt even more annoyed. Why didn't he have such a talented son? Maybe he should try for another child. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki were still in a daze, like dreaming. They looked at each other, then Lu Jiawang laughed, "Old Li, next time I'll treat you to a celebration. We have matters to attend to, so we'll head back first." Li Ming understood and nodded, "Go on." Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki couldn't wait to leave the hall. Along the way, many people looked at them strangely. Even stewards with whom they had ordinary relationships smiled at them, and stewards of higher status greeted them warmly. The 2 understood this must be all because of Lu Yi. They rushed out of the gate, impatient to soar on their swords towards White Spirit Peak. White Spirit Peak. Lu Yi thought that old Lu and his mother hadn't finished work, and he was debating whether to cultivate a cycle of white cloud energy introduction. Senior Sister Liu Ningshuang's lecture today gave him new insights into the technique, but he was also a bit hungry, not entirely in the mood for cultivation. Just then, 2 piercing sounds of breaking air came closer. Lu Yi widened his eyes. Enemy attack? Impossible. Who would dare stir trouble at White Sunset? But just to be safe, Lu Yi stood up cautiously. If there were enemies, he would run. Just then, Lu Jiawang's voice boomed, "Lu Yi! Get out here!" Lu Yi was stunned with a strange expression. Putting down his long sword, he walked out of his room to see Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki standing in the courtyard with imposing auras. The courtyard's floor had sword traces, and the surrounding plants were all chopped up. A question mark slowly formed in Lu Yi's mind. "Dad, Mom, what happened? Why such a commotion just to come home? What happened?" "It's all because of you." Lu Jiewang glared at Lu Yi. Chapter 12, The Bottleneck of the 6th Level of Qi Cultivation. Lu Yi was a bit confused. Me? What's wrong with me? Seeing Lu Yi's bewildered face, Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki were stunned. This kid was acting like nothing happened about such a big matter. Wang Siki took a deep breath and asked, Yair, you went to White Sun Peak today, did you go on the platform? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi immediately understood. It was indeed about him going on the platform. It seemed they had found out about White Sun Peak. Their lecture had ended in the evening. It hadn't been that long, right? The outer sect was so big, how did this news reach old Lu and Mom so quickly? Lu Yi thought he had grossly underestimated the gossip prowess of the outer sect members. Lu Yi grumbled internally, then cheerfully said, Yeah, I went to White Sun Peak, how about that? Isn't your son quite the genius? I, Lu, have also had a taste of being a genius. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki exchanged a look, both astonished. It really was Lu Yi. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki had some doubts before, but since it was their own son, they knew his capabilities well. Lu Jiewang's expression changed, still a bit unsure. He asked, So, you've truly cultivated the White Cloud Sword technique to the Brigade Simplicity realm? That's right. Lu Yi nodded. And Liu Ningxuang, the Liu Zhenchuan, also invited you to Lingluo Peak for assessment? And she gave you a top-grade Qi condensation elixir. Yeah, that's correct, senior sister Liu is really nice. Lu Yi nodded. Hiss. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki gasped. Lu Jiewang looked at Lu Yi, shocked. How could my son be such a genius? I don't believe it. Lu Yi was left speechless, with a dark expression. Old Lu, you actually don't believe that I'm this much of a genius? Mom, say something. Lu Yi was very frustrated. Why couldn't he be this much of a genius? Wang Siki hesitated for a moment and then quietly said, To be honest, I know your talent best, and it's hard to believe. Lu Yi? How could parents talk about their son like this? If he hadn't transmigrated from the womb, Lu Yi would have thought he was picked up from the trash. Lu Yi was speechless. There are legends about elders gaining enlightenment and bringing prosperity overnight. Can't I have some enlightenment too? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiewang squinted at Lu Yi. You want to compare yourself to immortals? Seeing Lu Jiewang's look, Lu Yi was so angry he nearly spat out blood. He sneered and said, Old Lu, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't look down on us youngsters. Maybe a few years from now when I become an immortal, I won't take you along. After hearing this, Lu Jiewang felt a severe headache and said, I believe you're full of nonsense, you brat, still thinking about becoming an immortal. Ouch. Before Lu Jiewang could finish, he screamed in pain. Wang Siki silently withdrew her foot from Lu Jiewang's, and smiled, Yair, have ambition. I support you. But are you really enlightened? In fact, if not for the sect array protection within the sect, preventing powerful devil cultivators from infiltrating, Wang Siki and Lu Jiewang would have suspected that Lu Yi had been seized. Moreover, Lu Yi's behavior and personality were the same as before, and habits were consistent. Even though a body seizer might hide, some details couldn't be hidden. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki confirmed Lu Yi had not been seized and thought it must be some other reason. Lu Yi nodded. Yes, starting a while ago, I've felt a lot clearer mentally. While cultivating techniques and arts, the insights come faster. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate the White Cloud Sword technique to the Brigade Simplicity realm in such a short time. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki looked at each other. What was the principle? They couldn't figure it out. Yair, did you unknowingly consume some heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Wang Siki guessed. I'm not sure, maybe. Of course, Lu Yi wouldn't mention his long-lost golden finger arriving, better to play along with this. After all, the White Cloud sect was a righteous sect with a good atmosphere, treating geniuses well. As long as you didn't betray the sect, everything could be negotiated. The sect would be thrilled if a genius like Lu Yi, born and raised in the White Cloud sect, was even more talented. Lu Jiewang couldn't figure it out either and said, This is a good thing, but the state might disappear any time. Yair, work even harder at your cultivation during this period. I know. Lu Yi nodded. Wang Siki smiled, I'm in a good mood today. I'll personally cook something nice for you too. After dinner, Lu Yi returned to his room, feeling satisfied. He had to admit, his mom's cooking was excellent. He activated his spiritual energy, quickly digesting the food, then sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to cultivate. Before cultivating, Lu Yi issued himself a task to practice the White Cloud Qi refining art 10 times, but upon seeing the task reward, his eyes widened. Task: practice the White Cloud Qi refining art 10 times, progress, 0 out of 10, reward, White Cloud Qi refining art level +1, accept, yes or no, The white cloud chi refining art's level was about to increase? Lu Yi was incredulous. His white cloud chi refining art had only been at level 6 for 4 days, he thought it would take longer. He quickly understood it was because of Senior Sister Liu Ningxuang's lecture today, giving him insight. His comprehension accelerated the white cloud chi refining art advancement. In game terms, this was a special event that boosted his white cloud chi refining art experience. Lu Yi felt proud, his potential wasn't bad. Without hurrying to cultivate, he first took out a white elixir, a perfect grade chi condensation elixir, planning to use it now to enhance his cultivation base. Lu Yi placed the perfect grade chi condensation elixir in his mouth. As it entered his belly, it turned into streams of warmth, spreading inside him. The intense spiritual energy made him feel bloated, so he quickly started his cultivation technique. With the technique in motion, the dense spiritual energy was gradually absorbed into his danshan, rapidly boosting his cultivation. As he circulated the technique over and over, his cultivation surged, spiritual energy increased, and then he suddenly felt a barrier. This feeling was unique. The barrier was invisible yet tangible, preventing more spiritual energy from gathering, even though the perfect grade chi condensation elixir continued releasing energy. It was like a bottle filled with water, any more would overflow. Lu Yi was familiar with this, having experienced it multiple times. A bottleneck, he had reached the chi cultivation 6th layer bottleneck. Lu Yi was stunned and then overjoyed, he hadn't expected to hit the bottleneck so soon. Chapter 13, Double Happiness. Lu Yi originally thought it would take several months to break through, but he didn't expect that from the time his golden finger awakened until now, it took just half a month to reach the breakthrough. Among these, the fact that the white cloud chi refining art had reached level 6, greatly improving his cultivation speed, played a significant role, and the perfect grade chi condensation elixir also contributed substantially. Lu Yi calmed himself, concentrated on controlling his spiritual energy, and planned to charge through the bottleneck. According to his previous breakthrough experiences, breaking through bottlenecks was not easy and usually took a considerable amount of time. However, this time, the spiritual energy in Lu Yi's body surged like a torrent, carrying the roaring spiritual energy emitted by the perfect grade chi condensation elixir, and smashed heavily against the invisible barrier with an unstoppable force. Boom! A loud rumbling sound echoed, and the tidal wave of spiritual energy and the barrier within Lu Yi's body were deadlocked. Moments later, with a crisp crack, the barrier fractured and then shattered. The invisible restraints disappeared, making Lu Yi feel light all over. As he operated the energy-introducing decision, he began to absorb spiritual energy once more. He had broken through, and the bottleneck didn't hold off Lu Yi for even a minute. Lu Yi was pleasantly surprised, but not unexpected. After all, his energy-introducing decision had reached level 6 with an extremely solid foundation, plus his body contained the spiritual energy of the perfect grade chi condensation elixir. With a constant supply of spiritual energy, even if it wasn't him, a normal chi cultivator would easily break through within a few days. The breakthrough only made Lu Yi happy for a moment before he quickly calmed down. This was just the beginning. In the future, he could still break through to the foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and even become immortal. For now, he had to keep cultivating. The energy-introducing decision continued to operate, and after 10 cycles, the cultivation mission for the energy-introducing decision was completed. Lu Yi stopped and, feeling a bit excited, chose to accept the reward. Immediately, various profound and mysterious pieces of information about the white cloud chi refining art appeared in Lu Yi's mind, and he could easily absorb this information. As Lu Yi had guessed, the level 7 white cloud chi refining art showed a significant difference from the level 6 level. The trajectory of the white cloud chi refining art had changed. Originally, the white cloud chi refining art involved 17 acupoints in its operation. After the change, it included 6 more acupoints. Lu Yi couldn't wait to try the level 7 white cloud chi refining art. He immediately set another cultivation task for himself and began operating the white cloud chi refining art. Once he started cultivating, Lu Yi noticed the difference. The efficiency of the level 7 white cloud chi refining art in absorbing spiritual energy was more than twice as high as the level 6 level. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in Lu Yi's body kept being refined as he practiced. After just one circulation, the spiritual energy in his body became denser. Lu Yi was overjoyed, realizing that the quantity of spiritual energy remained unchanged after refining, but the quality noticeably improved. After all, under the same quality, would the hardness of a rock and a sponge be the same? Certainly not. The white cloud chi refining art could refine his spiritual energy, significantly enhancing Lu Yi's already firm foundation. This would also greatly increase the power of arts powered by his spiritual energy. Would his spiritual energy quality soon be comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator? Lu Yi was a bit expectant. Feeling the benefits brought by the level 7 White Cloud Chi refining art, Lu Yi cultivated even more diligently, continuously operating the White Cloud Chi refining art to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the perfect grade Chi condensation elixir. The perfect grade Chi condensation elixir contained an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Even after the breakthrough, there was still plenty left. As Lu Yi continued absorbing, he could clearly feel his cultivation base increasing rapidly. A silent night passed, and as the sky brightened, the morning sun rose, its light bathing the clouds in the White Cloud mountain range in golden red hues. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a faint white light flickering in them. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and smiled with joy. After a night's cultivation, he had finally fully digested the perfect grade Chi condensation elixir, making significant progress in the Chi cultivation 7th layer. Lu Yi estimated that with a daily supply of perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs, he might need just a month to break through to the Chi cultivation 8th layer. Just 1 month. Even a genius wouldn't dare claim they could advance 1 layer in the Chi cultivation realm within a month. This speed wasn't even the limit. If his White Cloud Chi refining art continued to level up, reaching level 8 or level 9, his breakthrough speed would be even faster. The only problem was, Lu Yi now had only 2 perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs left. Lu Yi immediately thought of seeking out Wang's Inky and other senior brothers. Maybe find some time to spar with them. Taking on a few tasks wouldn't take long and would allow him to obtain several perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs. Who wouldn't enjoy that? But with 2 elixirs left, there's no rush. Better to cultivate other things first. Now that both the White Cloud Sword Technique and the White Cloud Chi refining art had reached level 7, only the White Cloud Stance remained at level 6, a bit behind. Better bring it up to speed first. Thinking this, Lu Yi left his room. Over the next 2 days, Lu Yi continued his steady cultivation. In the morning, he practiced the White Cloud Sword Technique, the afternoon the White Cloud Stance, and in the evening the White Cloud Chi refining art, feeling quite fulfilled. 2 days later, Lu Yi ran out of the perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs, forcing him to think about getting more. Although Lu Yi had a bottle of top-grade Chi condensation elixirs gifted by Liu Ning Shuang, he was reluctant to use top-grade elixirs after experiencing the perfect grade ones. After breakfast, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki went about their tasks, while Lu Yi left his small courtyard. This was his first time out since returning from the teachings. The White Cloud Sect's outer sect had a designated martial arena area where outer sect disciples usually trained. If there were conflicts among the disciples, they could privately resolve them by fighting in the martial arena. If the conflicts escalated to life and death feuds, they could also have life or death battles in the martial arena, with a steward acting as a witness. However, in all his years in the sect, Lu Yi had rarely witnessed life or death battles. The atmosphere in the White Cloud sect was quite harmonious, and most of the disciples were friendly and united. There were quite a few sparring sessions though. After all, not everyone was like Lu Yi, who could level up his cultivation skills through self-issued tasks. Even genius cultivators needed to understand their shortcomings through combat. Cultivation wasn't achieved behind closed doors. The martial arena was located in a basin on the outer periphery of the White Cloud mountain range, between White Light Peak and White Dew Peak. It wasn't far from White Spirit Peak. Lu Yi jogged all the way towards the martial arena. Along the way, outer sect disciples smiled and greeted Lu Yi as they saw him. Senior Brother Lu Yi. Senior Brother Lu Yi. You've concluded your retreat? I heard Senior Brother Lu Yi's White Cloud Sword Technique has reached the returning true realm. Could you give me some pointers, junior sister? Lu Yi responded with a smile, feeling his face. He didn't expect that the events at White Sun Peak had spread everywhere. Had he reached the point where he could flaunt his reputation? Several beautiful and adorable senior sisters even asked for special guidance. If he didn't have urgent matters today, he might have agreed. How annoying. Lu Yi firmly resolved to stay true to his path and decline these invitations with a bit of reluctance. Chapter 14 Taking on another task. Lu Yi didn't take long to arrive at the martial arena area. The entire area was immense, spanning several kilometers. It was a massive plaza paved with dark blue stone slabs. Scattered throughout the plaza were various platforms where outer sect disciples sparred. In the central area of the martial arena, there was an even larger platform known as the Central Platform. Generally, life and death duels and important competitions were held on this platform. At the moment, many people were practicing techniques on the martial arena plaza. With so many outer sect disciples around, some preferred to train alone in peace, while others liked to practice in crowded places. After all, if one encountered difficulties during training, they could discuss and exchange ideas with their peers. There were many people of this sort. Moreover, even solitary cultivators would come to the martial arena to spar with others when they reached a bottleneck to enhance their insights. As soon as Lu Yi entered the martial arena, a Chi Cultivation third-layer disciple practicing swordsmanship at the side glanced at him and suddenly froze. He widened his eyes and then greeted, "Brother Lu Yi? Brother Lu Yi, why are you at the martial arena?" Lu Yi smiled slightly. "I felt inspired after the lecture and wanted to find someone to spar with." Speaking, Lu Yi stepped into the plaza of the martial arena. The Chi Cultivation third-layer disciple's eyes brightened. He was also a sword practitioner. Maybe he could learn something from Brother Lu Yi's sparring? Swordsmanship at the returning true level. When the sword techniques were demonstrated during the lecture, only the disciples on the platform could see them. The tens of thousands of outer sect disciples below the platform were all deprived of this sight. They also wanted to witness such powerful swordsmanship, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient at the time. But who could have imagined that Brother Lu Yi would actually come to the martial arena to spar? Wasn't this a godsend opportunity? The disciple quickly followed. The conversation between Lu Yi and this outer sect disciple was also overheard by a few other outer sect disciples nearby, who also started discussing. Brother Lu Yi. Is he the one who cultivated the White Cloud sword technique to the returning true realm and won the approval of senior sister Liu Ningshui? It's him. I never thought he'd come to the martial arena. I have to go and see. Maybe I'll gain some insights. Brother Lu Yi is so generous. During the lecture's basic technique demonstration, we couldn't see anything, but now we also have a chance to witness it. The buzz spread, and many disciples followed Lu Yi into the martial arena. Like on White Sun Peak, in the core areas close to the center of the martial arena, it was predominantly the more powerful outer sect disciples who trained. Lu Yi just had to keep walking inward. Before long, Lu Yi saw a familiar face approaching. It was Wang Xingqi, who he had sparred with on the platform earlier. Unexpectedly, he was also here. Junior brother Lu Yi, I heard the commotion outside and realized it was you who came. I never thought you'd come to the martial arena, Wang Xingqi said with a smile. So it's senior brother Wang Xingqi. I've had some insights recently and wanted to find someone to spar with. Hadn't he just found an opponent? Lu Yi was pleased. He silently mused, I want to defeat Wang Xingqi. The panel remained silent, showing no reaction and no display of a task. Why was there no task? Lu Yi was a bit confused. He clearly had 2 perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs before, why was there no task showing this time? Soon, Lu Yi thought of something, and his face became strange. Could it be because his strength had increased too quickly? After all, Lu Yi had advanced to the Chi Cultivation 7th layer, and his White Cloud sword technique and White Cloud skill had both improved to level 7. His strength was worlds apart from 2 days ago. According to the panel's assessment, the gap between him and Wang Xingqi was too wide, making it reasonable that his matchup wasn't counted as a task. This had to be the only explanation. Lu Yi scratched his head. It seemed he needed to find a Chi Cultivation 9th layer cultivator to spar with to get a reward. Luckily, Chi Cultivation 9th layer cultivators pose no threat to him. Wang Xingqi didn't know what Lu Yi was thinking, but his eyes lit up. Sparring? In that case, shall we spar, junior brother? I happen to have some new understandings. Hearing this, Lu Yi felt a bit helpless. Without a reward, why should he spar? Senior brother Wang Xingqi was too weak for him. He'd have to consider his senior's pride and avoid defeating him in an instant, which felt like a waste of time. Lu Yi smiled slightly and let his aura of the Chi Cultivation 7th layer spread out. Chi Cultivation 7th layer? Wang Xingqi's eyes widened in shock. Then, he looked envious. I didn't expect you to break through, junior brother. Right, senior sister Liu gave you a bottle of top-grade Chi condensation elixir previously. At this, Wang Xingqi sighed and shook his head. I wasn't your match when you were at the Chi Cultivation 6th layer. And now? Wang Xingqi dropped the idea of sparring, making Lu Yi feel at ease. Wang Xingqi continued, with your current strength, junior brother, it seems that sparring only with Chi Cultivation 9th layer elders and seniors will yield results. Incidentally, there are 2 of my fellow disciples inside who are both at Chi Cultivation 9th layer. How about you come with me? Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Did he not even have to search for an opponent? He nodded. Then I'll trouble you, senior brother. Ha ha, you're too polite, junior brother. Those 2 senior brothers speak highly of you and have long wanted to meet you, Wang Xingqi said. Lu Yi nodded, and the 2 walked inward together. Soon, Wang Xingqi led Lu Yi to a platform where 2 young men were sitting cross-legged, discussing Dao. Both had long swords on their backs, indicating they were sword cultivators. Lu Yi looked at their faces but found them unfamiliar. After all, there were about 1,000 people on the platform then, and Lu Yi wouldn't intentionally remember everyone. Wang Xingqi brought Lu Yi over, and the 2 young men sensed their arrival and turned to look. Seeing Lu Yi, their expressions changed slightly, and they stood up. The handsome young man on the left smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu also came?" The more robust young man on the right grinned broadly. "I knew something good was going to happen today. Turns out it was meeting junior brother Lu." "Greetings, senior brothers," Lu Yi said with a smile. Wang Xingqi introduced, "This is brother Lu Ling, and this is brother Wang Wulian. Both are at the Qi cultivation 9th layer and ranked in the top 100 of the outer sect." Then he looked at the handsome young man and said, "Brother Lu, junior brother Lu has broken through to the Qi cultivation 7th layer and wants to find someone to spar with. Are you interested, senior brothers?" "Qi cultivation 7th layer?" The handsome young man, Lu Ling, widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Wang Wulian, thinking of something, looked enviously. "Senior sister Liu gave junior brother a bottle of top-grade Qi condensation elixir on the platform earlier, and it seems to have been very useful." Lu Yi grinned. "Senior sister Liu is very kind." He silently mused, "I want to defeat Lu Ling. Task, defeat Lu Ling, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 10 top-grade Qi condensation elixir and a perfect-grade Qi condensation elixir, accept, yes or no, Lu Yi." His feelings were complicated. On the one hand, he was happy to finally have a task. On the other hand, even Lu Ling at Qi cultivation 9th layer was only worth 1 perfect-grade Qi condensation elixir? What a pity. Chapter 15, Junior Brother, you are truly a good person. I wonder if the two senior brothers would like to spar with me? Lu Yi calmed his emotions and asked with a smile. Lu Ling and Wang Wulian exchanged glances, both seeing the eager looks in each other's eyes. Lu Ling laughed. "Of course, back at White Sun Peak, I was very impressed by junior brother Lu Yi's White Cloud Sword technique at the Regain Simplicity realm. I've long wanted to learn a thing or two." Wang Wulian also laughed heartily. "Me too. Today I can fulfill my wish. If that's the case, how about you two senior brothers take turns?" "I'll go first," Wang Wulian said immediately. Lu Ling glanced at Wang Wulian and shrugged, showing no objections. Lu Yi silently issued a task to defeat Wang Wulian, with the reward being the same as defeating Lu Ling, a perfect-grade Qi condensation elixir. The two of them stepped onto the arena. Thousands of outer sect disciples gathered around, whispering as they watched the two on stage. "Senior brother Lu Yi is already at the Qi cultivation 7th layer. Didn't senior sister Liu Ningxuang give him a top-grade Qi condensation elixir before? With his talent, breaking through is only normal. I'm not envious of senior brother Lu Yi's talent, I'm envious that he caught the attention of senior sister Liu Ningxuang. If only I could catch her eye even once. Keep dreaming, brother. Anything's possible in dreams. Speaking of, who do you think is stronger, senior brother Lu Yi or senior brother Wang Wulian?" "There's no need to ask, definitely senior brother Lu Yi. The White Cloud Sword technique at the Regain Simplicity realm is unbeatable. But I think senior brother Wang isn't weak either. He is already at the Qi cultivation 9th layer, and it's said he's just one step away from the Qi cultivation 10th layer perfection. His strength isn't weak at all. Let's just watch." Not only were they discussing, but Wang Xingqi and Lu Ling were also talking. Wang Xingqi asked curiously, "Brother Lu, who do you think will win?" Lu Ling shook his head. "I don't know. Logically, I'm more inclined towards brother Wang, but the White Cloud Sword technique at the Regain Simplicity realm certainly has extraordinary aspects. Junior brother Lu also has a chance." Wang Xingqi looked at Lu Yi, full of envy. "So, junior brother Lu might have the strength to enter the top 100 of the outer sect? And he's only at the Qi cultivation 7th layer." Lu Ling glanced at Wang Xingqi. "Can the genius who comprehends the Regain Simplicity arts be compared to ordinary Qi cultivation 7th layer cultivators? It's just that junior brother Lu's cultivation is a bit low. If his strength reaches the Qi cultivation 8th layer, he could even compete for the top outer sect disciple." "Hiss." Wang Xingqi gasped, drastically lowering the oxygen content around them. On the stage, Lu Yi and Wang Wulian stood facing each other. Wang Wulian drew a long sword and smiled. "Junior brother Lu, the art I cultivate is the flowing wind sword skill, already at the great success realm. Junior brother, don't hold back. I hope you can give me some inspiration to break through to the transformation stage." Lu Yi casually drew his long sword and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, senior brother. I certainly won't hold back. I'm not that kind of person. I won't use the level 7 White Cloud Sword technique, to avoid discouraging him too much. Oh, I just improved the White Cloud stance to level 7 yesterday. If needed, I can use the level 6 White Cloud stance." Lu Yi thought to himself. Wang Wulian was very satisfied with Lu Yi's words. Spiritual energy circulated around him as he charged towards Lu Yi, his green robe flapping, his figure like a green shadow, moving at great speed. Obviously, Wang Wulian's step skill was also well cultivated. In fact, at the higher levels of the outer sect, There were hardly any obvious weaknesses. Whether in cultivation or arts, they were quite proficient. Otherwise, how could they enter the top 100 of the outer sect? Being among the top 100 out of tens of thousands of outer sect disciples was already considered a genius for ordinary people. Of course, although Wang Wulian's speed was quite impressive, it still wasn't much to Lu Yi. With a calm expression, Lu Yi's longsword trembled, and in the next moment, sword chi turned into clouds, and the cloud chi flowed as he met the attack. Clang clang clang. In the moment of their figures crossing paths, the continuous sound of clashes rang out. Spiritual energy collisions turned into semi-transparent chi waves, spreading towards the surroundings, causing the robes of the surrounding disciples to flutter. Many disciples remained expressionless, staring intently at the stage, wishing their eyes could drill into it. They hoped to gain some insight from the swordsmanship at the Regain Simplicity realm. On the stage, Lu Yi and Wang Wulian's figures flashed back and forth, their speed so fast that in the eyes of ordinary people, it could be seen as ghostly. Even the outer sect disciples at the lower layers of chi cultivation found it somewhat difficult to follow their match. Almost with every breath, several clashes could be heard, the sword light flickering, the ripples of spiritual energy turning into wind, and the battle becoming intense. Wang Wulian's expression was solemn as he gave his all. Lu Yi wore no expression, though he internally marveled. One had to admit, as an elite outer sect disciple, Wang Wulian's strength was indeed much stronger than Wang Xingqi's. Not only was his cultivation and arts mastery superior, but his combat experience was also more seasoned. While Lu Yi lacked in combat experience compared to Wang Wulian, his overall strength was greater. Even without exerting himself fully, he was managing effortlessly. In the face of absolute strength, all flashy techniques were mere paper tigers. If Lu Yi wanted, even without using the level 7 White Cloud sword technique, he could end the fight within a few moves. But Lu Yi's goal was to continuously earn rewards, so naturally, he wouldn't be so inconsiderate. Senior brother Wang was a great partner for earning rewards. He had to display the White Cloud sword technique at the Regain Simplicity realm well enough to spar joyously, so as not to hurt his companion's pride and deter him from further sparring. Lu Yi considered himself quite considerate. On the stage, the two of them had clashed for hundreds of rounds. Lu Yi's longsword swayed, and amidst the flowing cloud chi, he shook off Wang Wulian's sword. Taking advantage of Wang Wulian's open stance, Lu Yi's figure flashed like a streak of light, instantly closing in on Wang Wulian, placing his sword horizontally against Wang Wulian's neck. Wang Wulian froze in place, glanced at the longsword, then exhaled and shook his head with a bitter smile. I lost. Junior brother Lu Yi, you are truly impressive. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Senior brother is also strong, I was merely lucky to be a bit better. A win is a win. But I've gained a lot from this fight, I'd like to go down and mull it over. Wang Wulian eagerly said. Some insights, if not grasped in time, might vanish like shooting stars. Lu Yi glanced at the completed task, nodded earnestly. Senior brother, go ahead and reflect. Once you've gained your insights, we can continue sparring. Lu Yi silently completed the task, allowing the perfect grade chi condensation elixir to enter his chest, and promptly issued a new task again to defeat Wang Wulian. Really? Wang Wulian's eyes widened in joy. Lu Yi spoke earnestly, of course. Since senior brother has gained some insights, the least I can do is spar with you more. Wang Wulian was overwhelmingly moved, almost to tears. Junior brother Lu Yi, you are truly a good person. If you ever need anything, just came to me, and I'll help without hesitation. Lu Yi smiled warmly. You are too kind, senior brother. Go reflect now. He was eager to complete the task of defeating Lu Ling next. Chapter 16 The competition begins. Wang Wulian stepped down from the stage, and Lu Yi smiled at the eager-looking Lu Ling, saying, Brother Lu Ling, shall we spar now? Lu Ling was stunned for a moment and asked, Junior brother Lu, you just had a fight. Don't you need to rest? Lu Yi smiled and replied, my white cloud chi refining art isn't at a low level. The speed of my spiritual energy recovery is quite fast, so I don't need to rest. Hiss. The surrounding spectators all gasped. White Cloud's sword technique at the returning true realm, White Cloud's stance at the transformation stage, and he even comprehended the White Cloud chi refining art to a profound level? As expected of senior brother Lu Yi. Senior brother Lu Yi's comprehension is too high. I'm really envious. It would be great to have even half of his comprehension. In the midst of the crowd's whispers, Lu Ling also took a deep look at Lu Yi. To be honest, even he was very envious. Soon, Lu Ling stopped dwelling on it and laughed freely, saying, since that's the case, I won't be polite then. He lightly tapped his toe and floated onto the stage. Lu Yi watched and saw that Lu Ling had also cultivated the White Cloud stance, just like him. That move was quite good as well. Lu Ling stood still and drew his long sword, saying, "Junior brother Lu, please. Please." Lu Yi smiled. Then, without saying much, the two charged at each other. Just like when he was fighting Wang Wulian, Lu Yi sparred with Lu Ling for quite a while. Lu Ling's swordsmanship level wasn't as high as Wang Wulian's, but his movement technique was a bit faster. For Lu Yi, it was all about the same, and the fight remained under his control throughout. After sparring for some time, Lu Yi finally defeated Lu Ling, giving him enough face and leaving Lu Ling quite comfortable. After finishing the sparring with Lu Ling, Wang Wulian had not yet finished his epiphany, so Lu Yi took the opportunity to recover a bit. Though he wasn't particularly tired, and his spiritual energy was still about half full, but if he didn't recover, people might start thinking he was a monster. Thus, Lu Yi sparred continuously with Wang Wulian and Lu Ling. The cultivators watching from the side formed a circle, observing the precious returning True Realm White Cloud sword technique, hoping to gain some insights. The sparring lasted the entire morning. Lu Yi sparred a total of 16 times, completing 16 tasks, and obtained a full 16 perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs. These elixirs were enough to keep him cultivating until the major competition began. Lu Yi felt it was just about enough. After the match with Lu Ling, Lu Yi smiled slightly and said, "Brother Lu, Brother Wang, I think today is enough. I've gained a lot. Thank you both for sparring with me." Lu Ling and Wang Wulian were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shook their heads. Lu Ling said gratefully, "Junior brother Lu, what are you saying? This morning's sparring was very beneficial to me. Perhaps it won't be long before my swordsmanship breaks through to the transformation stage, all thanks to you." Wang Wulian also nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, "Brother Lu is right. My swordsmanship is only a step away from the transformation stage, and it's all thanks to you, junior brother." Lu Yi touched his pocket and chest, where he had 16 perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs, and smiled modestly, saying, "You two are too kind." In the friendly atmosphere among the three, Lu Yi bid farewell and turned to leave. Many spectators, drawn by the fame of Lu Yi's returning True Realm White Cloud sword technique, made way for him to pass. Many looked at Lu Yi with gratitude. Just by observing the sparring, they had gained something as well. For cultivators, watching the battles of powerful cultivators was more beneficial than normal cultivation. Lu Yi's morning of sparring had a didactic effect for them. Leaving the martial arena, Lu Yi returned to White Spirit Peak to start his cultivation for the day. The morning time spent on practicing the White Cloud sword technique had been delayed, but the afternoon and evening time couldn't be wasted. In the days that followed, with the perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs in hand, Lu Yi didn't go out anymore and focused on cultivating for the major competition. He practiced the White Cloud sword technique in the morning, the White Cloud stance in the afternoon, and the White Cloud Qi refining art in the evening, almost without any rest. This diligent routine reminded Lu Yi of his high school entrance exams, when he studied day and night without stopping. It was almost unbearable to think back on. However, unlike the exams, cultivation allowed Lu Yi to see visible improvements in his strength, a feeling that was quite addictive and enjoyable. Thus, time quickly flew by, and soon it was half a month later. On this day, Lu Yi opened his eyes, with a trace of white spirit light in them. The light gradually faded, and Lu Yi let out a small breath of turbid air. It's time. Today was the day of the major competition. Lu Yi left his room and went to the main hall. In the hall, Lu Jiayang and Wang Siki were already sitting at the table, breakfast laid out before them, though neither had touched their chopsticks. Upon Lu Yi's entrance, they both looked over. Lu Jiayang's face was stern as he asked, "Yair, today is the start of the major competition. How do you feel?" Wang Siki also looked at him. During this period, they hadn't mentioned anything about the competition to Lu Yi. But in fact, outside in the affairs hall, many stewards frequently inquired about Lu Yi's situation, given how stunningly he had performed in the past, making a name for himself in the outer sect in one fell swoop. Should Lu Yi perform poorly this time, one could imagine the amount of criticism he would face. Lu Jiayang and Wang Siki didn't want to add pressure to Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, old Lu, I feel great." In the past half-month, Lu Yi hadn't been idle. His diligent cultivation had paid off, and his stats had changed again. Character, Lu Yi, Cultivation Base, Qi Cultivation 7th Layer, Cultivation Technique, White Cloud Qi Refining Art, Level 8, Arts, White Cloud Sword Technique, Level 8, White Cloud Stance, Level 8, all his cultivation techniques and arts had reached Level 8. Frankly, Lu Yi didn't even know how strong he was. The power of a Level 8 art was so immense that he dared not test it in the small courtyard, fearing he might accidentally demolish it. Regardless, Lu Yi felt confident that he could surely win the major competition. He hadn't forgotten about the task related to it. What kind of reward would there be for winning first place? Lu Yi was very much looking forward to it. Seeing Lu Yi's confidence, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki also felt relieved. Wang Siki smiled and said, I knew my Yair would have no problem. Lu Jiawang also managed a rare smile, saying, what's the saying? The father of a tiger is not a dog. Lu Yi rolled his eyes at Lu Jiawang, thinking he had never seen anyone so shameless as declaring himself a tiger father. How cheeky. Eat, eat. After breakfast, we'll head to the martial arena. Lu Jiawang laughed. The annual Outer Sect competition was always held at the martial arena. As the biggest event of the Outer Sect, almost all Outer Sect disciples would go to the martial arena. Though not everyone would compete, they could still watch and learn from the stronger disciples' matches, which was beneficial for the weaker cultivators. Since all the disciples were there, the stewards and elders, having nothing else to do, would also go to join in the fun. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki were no exceptions, especially since this time their son was participating. They definitely had to go and see. Chapter 17, The Image is Gone. Martial Arena Area. It was bustling with people, with a large number of outer disciples arriving here. Some came to participate in the competition, while others came to watch. Those watching couldn't enter the martial arts square, so they had to stay in the surrounding area. Many people stood on nearby hills to watch. They were all chi cultivators, so their eyesight was pretty good and could see clearly. Besides the outer disciples, there were also stewards and elders from the outer sect. Most of them were flying in the air with their swords, hands behind their backs, exuding immortal energy. Compared to the chi cultivators who couldn't sword fly, they seemed much more impressive. At this moment, 2 streaks of sword light flashed across the sky, arriving outside the martial arena and landing on the ground. It was Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki, with Lu Jiawang carrying someone, who was Lu Yi. Lu Yi felt the gazes of the nearby outer disciples, his face slightly red. He was at least a somewhat well-known figure in the outer sect, but he didn't expect to be carried while flying. His image of being wise and heroic was all gone. Lu Yi steeled his heart, determined to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm quickly and learn sword flying as soon as possible. Lu Jiawang put Lu Yi down, patting him on the shoulder. Kid, just do your best, don't push yourself too hard. Wang Siki smiled slightly. Yair, go for it. Mother believes you're the best. Lu Yi smiled at the two. I understand. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki nodded slightly, then turned into streams of light, flying into the air where their colleagues were. Lu Yi walked towards the martial arts square. Along the way, the outer disciples who saw Lu Yi all greeted him with smiles. Senior brother Lu Yi. Senior brother Lu Yi, you're here. Senior brother Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and nodded in response. Soon, he arrived inside the martial arts square, which was reserved for participants of the competition. Compared to the entire outer sect disciples, there were fewer participants, but still, tens of thousands were present. The square was still crowded. The outer disciples were either meditating alone or chatting in 2s and 3s. When they saw Lu Yi, most of them nodded and smiled in greeting. Junior brother Lu Yi. Over here. At this moment, Lu Yi heard a familiar voice. He turned to see Lu Ling, Wang Wulian, and Wang Xingqi standing nearby, with Lu Ling waving at him with a big smile. Lu Yi smiled and walked over. Senior brothers. Junior brother Lu Yi, you finally made it. The C selection is about to start. I was worried you wouldn't make it. Wang Wulian said with a smile. Lu Ling chuckled. Junior brother Lu Yi is the son of Steward Lu Jiawang. Of course, Steward Lu would bring him over. What are you worried about? I was just worried about having one less competitor. Wang Wulian grinned. Lu Ling rolled his eyes, speaking softly. Last time we sparred, neither of us won even once. This time is different. My swordsmanship has reached the transformation stage. Wang Wulian grinned confidently. This time, my goal is the top 30. Lu Yi, hearing this, smiled. Congratulations, senior brother Wang. I have to thank you, junior brother Lu Yi. It's all thanks to you. Wang Wulian looked grateful. As the 4 of them chatted, soon, a figure flew across the sky and landed on the central platform, an elder with white hair and a stern expression, wearing a white robe. He was Zhugu Feng, the outer elder of the White Cloud sect. It was said that his cultivation base had reached the Golden Core Peak and could break through to Nascent Soul at any time. He was one of the strongest in the outer sect and even in the entire White Cloud sect. As Zhugu Feng appeared, the previously noisy square gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at the central platform and Zhugu Feng, feeling the awe of the Grand Elder. Zhugu Feng scanned the crowd below, then spoke. It is once again time for the annual outer sect competition. I hope this time someone can impress this old man and make a mark in the White Cloud sect. Now, the C selection begins. This C selection is no different from the past. Just withstand this old man's pressure for 30 minutes. As he spoke, A common incense stick appeared in his hand, and he lit it without any noticeable movement. Zhuge Fang then tossed the incense, and its wooden stick, like metal, directly plunged into the stone slab of the central platform, slowly burning. Begin. With that, a powerful pressure was released from Zhuge Fang, spreading in all directions and slowly enveloping the entire martial arts square. Immediately, all the participating disciples felt a heavy pressure on their chests. Many turned pale, and some even coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Most participants were chi cultivators at the 5th layer or higher, but there were always young and arrogant ones in the outer sect who thought they were special. Even at the 3rd or 4th layer, some would come to the competition, hoping to make a name for themselves. Every competition had many such disciples. Evidently, they weren't special. Under the golden core pressure, they couldn't last even a breath. Compared to them, most chi cultivators at the 5th layer felt chest pressure but could withstand it by circulating their spiritual energy. The higher the cultivation base, the better they performed. Lu Yi, facing this pressure, felt it like a gentle breeze, with almost no reaction. He glanced at the people around him. Wang Wulian and Lu Ling seemed very relaxed, hardly reacting. Wang Xingqi, however, looked a bit pale. Compared to those at the 5th or 6th layer, Wang Xingqi's performance was pretty good. At this moment, Lu Yi thought of something and muttered to himself, I must pass the C selection. Although he had already accepted the competition task, what if he could get another C selection task? However, after waiting for a while, there was no change on his panel. Clearly, no other task could be accepted. Lu Yi felt a bit disappointed but wasn't surprised. The loophole was too obvious. Based on his research on the task panel, the chances of success were low. He stopped thinking about it. As time passed, many chi cultivators at the 5th layer began to wobble, struggling to stand. Some even fell and couldn't pass the C selection. Wang Wulian and Lu Ling started circulating their spiritual energy. They glanced at Lu Yi, who didn't even need to circulate spiritual energy to withstand the Grand Elder's pressure, though he was only at the chi cultivation 7th layer. Soon, 30 minutes passed. Zhuge Fang released the pressure, and less than half of the disciples in the martial arts square were still standing. Most chi cultivators at the 5th layer couldn't pass the C selection. Those who did were mostly above the 5th layer. Zhuge Fang glanced at these disciples, feeling a bit disappointed. The quality of the outer sect hadn't changed much this time. But he wasn't too surprised. He just said, those who passed the C selection, stay. The rest, leave the martial arts square. The defeated outer disciples left the square with bitter expressions, helping each other. Those who had fainted were carried away by their acquaintances. Soon, the square was left with only the disciples who passed the C selection. Even so, nearly 10,000 remained, a ridiculously large number. Every competition lasted several days for a reason. After all, the White Cloud sect had too many disciples. Chapter 18, Mask of Pain. Zhuge Fang spoke, next, we will enter the preliminary rounds. As usual, 2 will fight at a time, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. As he spoke, Zhuge Fang waved his hand, and countless small stone plates suddenly appeared in the air. These stone plates turned into streaks of light, landing in front of each outer sect disciple in the square. Lu Yi took the floating stone plate in front of him and glanced at it. It was inscribed with 101-25. Lu Yi was somewhat familiar with this process. Although he had never participated in the outer sect tournament before, he had watched it several times. The number in front indicated the platform number, and the number after was the sequence of the match. Combined, it meant platform 101, match 25. This martial arena was extremely large, with a total of 320 platforms. Platform 101 was relatively up front. At this moment, Wang Wulian beside him checked his own stone plate and said, I'm on platform 28. What about you all? Lu Ling smiled slightly, I'm on platform 211. Wang Xingqi said, I'm on platform 7. The 3 of them looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled, platform 101. Instantly, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xingqi laughed, luckily, I'm not on the same platform as junior brother Lu, otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Yeah, with junior brother Lu Yi's strength, if we were on the same platform and had bad luck, we might get eliminated in the early rounds. Wang Wulian nodded in agreement. Lu Yi laughed, you all flatter me, senior brothers. I am not that strong. The 3 of them rolled their eyes, not believing Lu Yi's modesty. Didn't they all know how strong this guy was? As they were chatting, Zhuge Fang's voice sounded again, alright, all participating disciples proceed to your designated platform area, and referees, take your positions. As soon as Zhuge Fang's words fell, one steward after another descended from the sky onto each platform. They were the referees for this outer sect tournament. Lu Yi smiled at the 3 of them, I wish you all the best of luck, Senior brothers. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Ling laughed. Thank you, junior brother. With your words, you will surely win in the arena too. Wang Wulian grinned and laughed heartily. I'm heading out first. Wang Xingqi, feeling a bit nervous, smiled. I'm leaving too. The four parted ways, and Lu Yi walked towards platform 101. Soon, he found platform 101. Below the platform, over 100 people were already standing, outer sect disciples who would compete on this platform. These disciples initially wore relaxed expressions, but their faces stiffened upon seeing Lu Yi. Brother Lu? Oh crap, how did I get so unlucky to be on the same platform as Brother Lu? I was hoping to reach the top 1000. I hope I don't run into junior Brother Lu in the early rounds. The outer sect disciples looked absolutely despairing. Lu Yi felt innocent. It wasn't like he could choose which platform he got assigned to. The steward on the platform, named Feng Tian, was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Naturally, he also recognized Lu Yi, who had recently gained considerable fame in the outer sect, and couldn't help but glance a few more times. He had to admit, Lu Yi was indeed quite good-looking, probably very popular among the girls. But, was his strength as formidable as the rumors claimed? They would find out soon enough. Once all the outer sect disciples found their platforms, Zhuge Feng, on the central platform, announced, the matches can begin. After speaking, Zhuge Feng flew into the sky and joined the other elders. A middle-aged man with black hair smiled slightly. Grand Elder, you have worked hard. Zhuge Feng looked at the platforms below and said indifferently, the outer sect is where our White Cloud sect cultivates its elites. The outer sect tournament is of utmost importance. As the outer elder, this is my duty. How could it be hard? The Grand Elder is righteous. We should all learn from the Grand Elder. The elders all chimed in. Zhuge Feng sighed. Unfortunately, the number of people passing the preliminary rounds hasn't increased much this year. It seems we do not have many talented individuals. Hearing this, Chief Yi from the affairs hall laughed. Grand Elder, I must disagree. You've been in seclusion this month, so you may not know. Our outer sect has recently produced a genius. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng was taken aback and looked at Chief Yi, curiously asking, oh? What kind of genius? I believe the other elders may know. That Lu Yi from White Sparrow Peak has cultivated the White Cloud Sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm. Chief Yi smiled. Lu Yi? I have indeed heard his name lately. They say his comprehension is quite good. Yes, I heard Lin Feng invited Liu Ningxuang to lecture recently. Liu Zhenchuan thought highly of Lu Yi. With such comprehension, he might very well become a core disciple in the future. The elders all discussed Lu Yi one after another. Hearing their discussion, Zhuge Feng's eyes lit up, and he said, to comprehend the White Cloud Sword technique to the Regain Simplicity realm? That comprehension is indeed extraordinary. In our White Cloud sect, those who can bring arts to the returning true realm have all achieved significant success. And to gain Liu Zhenchuan's favor? He might even have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. The more Zhuge Feng spoke, the happier he became. He asked, how old is this Lu Yi? This. The elders exchanged glances. As elders, how would they know the age of others? At this moment, Chief Yi smiled slightly and said, Lu Yi's parents are stewards in our White Cloud sect, working in my affairs hall. I've looked into it, the child is only 16 and recently broke through to the Qi Cultivation 7th layer. Only 16? Excellent. Zhuge Feng smiled. Which platform is Lu Yi on? Chief Yi, having paid attention from the beginning, directly pointed, he is on platform 101. Following Zhuge Feng's announcement, Feng Tian on the platform said, alright, number ones, come up. Immediately, two cultivators with stone plates marked as number 1 leapt onto the platform. Lu Yi glanced at them. Both cultivators were at the Qi Cultivation 6th layer. In fact, the majority of cultivators who passed the preliminary rounds were at the Qi Cultivation 6th layer, followed by Qi Cultivation 5th layer and Qi Cultivation 7th layer. Reaching the Qi Cultivation 8th layer, the number within the entire White Cloud sect's outer sect was not many, just over 1,000. Qi Cultivation 9th layer was even rarer, and as for Qi Cultivation 10th layer, there were fewer than 10. The two Qi Cultivation 6th layer disciples bowed to each other and then started fighting. Lu Yi initially watched with interest, but he soon became bored. Neither of them had mastered their arts very well, one had reached small success, and the other hadn't even achieved that. Watching their flaw moves, Lu Yi felt second-hand embarrassment. With such arts, he could defeat them with his eyes closed. After a while, the disciple with small success arts gained the upper hand and won. As the first match ended, the second match started quickly. As the matches went on, Lu Yi was getting drowsy from waiting. Thinking of how many rounds he still had to compete in on this platform, Lu Yi put on a pained expression. Chapter 19 Luck number 25, Get on Stage. Feng Tian's voice echoed, jolting the drowsy Lu Yi awake. Finally, it was his turn. Standing below the platform, he was so bored he could die. He hoped for a stronger opponent, at least he could take on a task and earn some rewards. Lu Yi leapt into the air and landed on the platform. The disciples below erupted in excitement. They finally got to see Lu Yi take the stage. Lu Yi stepped onto the platform, and soon, another young man joined him. Seeing this young man, Lu Yi was momentarily stunned and then laughed. So it's you, senior brother Li Qi. What a coincidence. This young man was the same one who had been forcibly removed by Wang's Inky from the platform at White Sun Peak. He'd been completely unlucky back then, and Lu Yi had a bit of an impression of him. Li Qi's expression was twisted, wearing a mask of pain. He looked at Lu Yi, his mouth twitching, unable to muster a smile, almost through gritted teeth. He said, "Junior brother Lu Yi, what a coincidence indeed." He was truly desperate. Why was he so unlucky? It was only the first round, and he had already encountered this monster, Lu Yi. With his strength, he should have easily made it into the top 1,000. Li Qi felt like crying. Feng Tian glanced at Lu Yi and Li Qi, then calmly said, "Let the match begin." Lu Yi smiled, "Senior brother Li Qi, please." He felt pity for Li Qi. Although he couldn't accept a task, he decided to spar with Li Qi for a while, so as not to crush his confidence too much. Li Qi's mouth twitched violently, then he looked full of despair. "I surrender?" Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, then saw Li Qi turn and jump off the platform, disappearing into the crowd. Lu Yi. Did senior brother Li Qi's mentality break? Lu Yi sighed. In the path of cultivation, luck was very important. It seemed that senior brother Li Qi was just unlucky. Lu Yi stepped off the platform. Feng Tian, who had wanted to see Lu Yi's strength, was disappointed. He didn't expect Li Qi to surrender without a fight. With a touch of helplessness, he called out, "Number 26, get on stage." The selection rounds passed quickly. As the preliminaries began early, the entire day was dedicated to them. Matches between Chi cultivators didn't take long, and several rounds passed quickly. Lu Yi didn't know if he was just too lucky, but at the 101st platform, the strongest opponent was only Li Qi at the 8th layer. There wasn't even a Chi cultivation 9th layer cultivator. Every time Lu Yi took the stage, his opponents surrendered immediately, leaving him feeling very frustrated. He spent the whole day standing under the platform, without ever drawing his sword. By the end, he was numb. It was such a waste of time, he really wanted to go home and train. Unfortunately, as a competitor, he couldn't leave. The sun gradually set, finally sinking behind the mountains. As the sky turned orange, the preliminaries finally ended. Lu Yi naturally took first place at the 101st platform. Next, he would compete against other platform champions for the top 10 spots. This would be the ranking matches. As the preliminaries ended, Zhuge Feng stepped onto the central platform and announced, "The competitions for today are over. The ranking matches will begin tomorrow. I hope you all maintain your condition and perform at your best tomorrow." As he spoke, Zhuge Feng glanced in Lu Yi's direction, feeling a bit regretful. He had wanted to see Lu Yi's strength but didn't expect his opponents to surrender every time. After Zhuge Feng announced the end, many disciples left. The whole day of battles had been a burden for most of them. Even with stewards acting as referees, injuries were inevitable during the matches. They needed to go back and heal to avoid any lasting damage. Lu Yi looked up at the sky and realized that Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki hadn't come down yet. To avoid being publicly carried home by Lu Jiawang, he quickly used his movement technique and disappeared into the crowd. He wanted to run back home himself. In the sky, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki were all smiles, accompanied by Steward Li Meng and others from the affairs hall. At this moment, everyone was congratulating Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki. "Congratulations, brother Lu." Lu Yi didn't draw his sword and still made it to the ranking matches without a fight. Truly impressive. "Indeed, brother Lu, tell us, just how strong is Lu Yi?" "I think he can make it into the top 100 for sure." "Top 100? You're underestimating Lu Yi. I say he can make it into the top 10. Regardless, brother Lu, you have a good son. Remember your brothers when you make it big." Of course, of course." Lu Jiawang's eyes were squinted with happiness, almost disappearing from sight. Next to him, Wang Siki chatted happily with the female stewards, her face beaming with joy. "Everyone, I need to take my son home, so I'll excuse myself." "Where's Lu Yi?" Lu Jiawang looked down to find Lu Yi but realized he had disappeared. Wang Siki also looked down, confused. Where was her son? Her big son? How could he disappear so quickly? After returning to White Spirit Peak, Lu Yi went back to his room to rest. Though he wasn't physically tired from standing all day, He was mentally exhausted from doing nothing but standing. This wasn't a competition, it was more like a punishment for standing. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, hoping the competition would end soon so he could claim his rewards. The competition task had been on his task panel for a long time, and he had always kept it in mind. Not long after, Wang Siki's voice came from outside. Yair? Yair, are you home? Lu Yi was taken aback, then stepped out to see Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki standing outside, looking puzzled. I'm home. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki sighed with relief. Lu Jiawang, with a face full of dark lines, said, You brat, we were waiting to take you home, and you just left on your own. Lu Yi's mouth twitched. Was he supposed to be carried back? Did he not care about his own dignity? He cleared his throat and said, I saw you two chatting in the sky, so I came back on my own. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki, hearing this, didn't mind. Wang Siki, grinning, said, That's my boy. Truly impressive, not fighting but still winning. Today, the stewards praised you highly. Lu Yi? Standing all day, and they still praised him? They must be insane. Lu Jiawang, laughing, agreed, that's right. Even my buddies agreed, like father, like son. Lu Yi gave Lu Jiawang a blank stare. As long as he's happy. The three of them chatted and laughed over dinner before sending Lu Yi back to his room to train. Both hoped Lu Yi could maintain his state. Returning to his room, Lu Yi began his daily cultivation tasks. As the spiritual energy flowed, Lu Yi's chi grew stronger. He felt that reaching the 8th layer of chi cultivation was not far off. With the white cloud chi refining art at level 8, his cultivation speed had more than doubled compared to level 7. Combined with the perfect grade chi condensation elixir, Lu Yi's training speed was astonishing. Chapter 20, Daring One Night Without a Word. The next morning, Lu Yi got up, had breakfast with Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki, and Lu Jiawang said, Let's go to the martial arena. Lu Yi looked at Lu Jiawang's outstretched hand, his face changed, and he quickly said, Old Lu, wait. I plan to go by myself today. Lu Jiawang's hand stopped, and he looked at Lu Yi with some confusion. Why? Wouldn't it be more convenient for me to take you? Lu Yi cleared his throat and said, You know I'm quite famous now. It's still early, and if I go too early and get surrounded by people, it would be so embarrassing. It's better to go slowly. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Lu Jiawang thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Wang Siki, beside him, also laughed and said, In that case, let Yair go by himself. Yair has grown up and has his own ideas. The two of them left on their swords, and Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Today, he finally didn't have to be dragged along. There might still be a chance to redeem his reputation. Lu Yi, full of joy, ran out the door. When Lu Yi arrived at the martial arena, a lot of people were already gathered. Since the initial and preliminary selections had been completed yesterday, there were fewer people in the square, but more and more people were surrounding the martial arena. Seeing Lu Yi coming, the eyes of the outer sect disciples lit up. It's junior brother Lu Yi. Yesterday, I was hoping to see junior brother Lu Yi's swordsmanship. Whether at White Sun Peak or on the martial arena, I wasn't there. Unexpectedly, junior brother Lu Yi didn't even draw his sword yesterday, and I still didn't get to see it. Yes, but today is the day to select the top 10. We will definitely see junior brother Lu Yi's sword. The many disciples were somewhat expectant. Lu Yi walked into the interior of the martial arena, towards the area near the central platform. There were 10 slightly larger platforms around the central platform, which were the platforms for the ranking competition. In the past, the grand competition consisted of 320 disciples competing on 10 platforms to select the top 10 disciples. At this moment, there were already quite a few disciples in the platform area. These disciples were those who had made it into the top 320. Seeing Lu Yi coming, the disciples all looked over, some with inquisitive eyes, some with a bit of caution, and even some with hostile looks. He glanced at those disciples with hostile looks. They were all Chi Cultivation 9th layer disciples. Lu Yi thought for a moment and felt that he didn't seem to have provoked them. Why did it feel like these people were very unhappy with him? Lu Yi couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think much about it. At this moment, Lu Yi heard Wang Wulian's voice, Junior brother Lu, over here. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Wang Wulian waving at him with a smile. Lu Yi walked over and smiled, Elder Wang. As he spoke, he looked around and asked somewhat puzzled, Where is brother Lu? Lu Ling's strength was not weak, and Lu Yi was surprised not to see him here. Wang Wulian smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lu was unlucky. On his platform was senior brother Zhang Fan, and he didn't qualify. Senior brother Zhang Fan? Lu Yi thought for a moment and then realized, the senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 10th layer? Who else could it be? Wang Wulian said. Lu Yi. He realized that it wasn't just senior brother Li Qi who was unlucky, brother Lu was also quite unlucky. Despite his strength being in the top 100, he did not even pass the preliminaries. However, the outer sect wouldn't care if this was fair or not. The saying went that for cultivators, luck, though elusive, was indeed quite important. Luck was even considered a part of one's strength. Lu Yi didn't find it a problem. In his past life, he had read many novels, and those favored by fortune didn't always have exceptional talent, but they always seemed indestructible, and managed to get all sorts of good things. Who would argue with that? By the way, senior brother Wang, who is that senior brother in the green robe? Why does he look at me as if I took something important from him? Lu Yi asked, puzzled. That guy's eyes were too unfriendly, making Lu Yi wonder if he had stolen the man's wife. Wang Wulian glanced in the direction Lu Yi indicated and quickly retracted his gaze. He grinned and said, isn't it because junior brother Lu Yi's cultivation base has broken through to Qi cultivation 7th layer now? What does that have to do with me breaking through to Qi cultivation 7th layer? Lu Yi was a bit confused. Hey. Because junior brother Lu Yi has amazing talent, even at Qi cultivation 6th layer, you had the combat power of the Qi cultivation 9th layer. Now that you've broken through to Qi cultivation 7th layer, some people are worried, right? Wang Wulian said with a schadenfreude smile. Junior brother Lu Yi should also know that the top 10 in the grand competition each year can directly enter the inner sect without a test, right? Lu Yi nodded, I know that. To be honest, this was also Lu Yi's goal. Wang Wulian explained, among the outer sect disciples this time, there are only 6 senior brothers and sisters at the Qi cultivation 10th layer. The remaining 4 spots are chosen from the Qi cultivation 9th layer disciples. The guy you saw just now is Mo Linksai. He has the strength of the top 10, or should I say, he is stuck at the 10th position. Junior brother, do you understand what I mean? Lu Yi suddenly understood why a few Qi cultivation 9th layer disciples gave him hostile looks. Those guys were probably eligible to compete for the top 10 of the outer sect, right? Now that Lu Yi had emerged, it meant they had one more competitor. Moreover, considering Lu Yi's displayed strength, they probably felt less confident in winning. As for the one who looked particularly unfriendly, Lu Yi also understood. That guy was stuck at the 10th position, and if Lu Yi made it to the top 10, he would be squeezed out and couldn't enter the inner sect. That would be quite frustrating. No wonder the guy was so unfriendly. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic toward him. He sighed and said, I hope that senior brother Mo has better luck next year. Wang Wulian? He was full of black lines, looking at the sighing Lu Yi. Junior brother, do you think you will definitely be in the top 10? Lu Yi smiled and said, isn't it obvious? In fact, Lu Yi's goal was the first place. He still remembered that the sect's task rewarded based on ranking. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Wang Wulian gave a thumbs up to Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu has guts. But don't underestimate those competing for the top 10. They are not like me or brother Lu, they all have some special skills. At the very least, they've all cultivated a technique to the transformation stage, and some even have magic artifacts. Magic artifacts? Lu Yi felt strange. He had 2, a low-grade magic tool sword and a mid-grade magic tool pair of shoes. As for techniques at the transformation stage, Lu Yi thought that compared to his, they were somewhat lacking. As they were talking, Zhuge Feng stepped onto the central platform again. Zhuge Feng looked at Lu Yi and the others, his expression softer than yesterday. He said, those who can enter the ranking competition are the elite disciples of the White Cloud sect's outer sect. I believe you all will surely enter the inner sect in the future. I hope you perform well in today's competition. Now, let's start the ranking competition. As he spoke, Zhuge Feng waved his hand again, and 320 stone plates appeared, flying toward Lu Yi and the others. Chapter 21 Centennial Spiritual Dew. Lu Yi picked up the stone plate floating in front of him and glanced at it. 9-5. Wang Wulian looked a little nervous as he turned to Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi, which stage are you? Lu Yi smiled. Stage 9. Wang Wulian grinned and immediately started laughing. I'm on stage 10. If I'm lucky enough, maybe I can make it into the top 10? Lu Yi. Elder Wang was rather optimistic. Lu Yi didn't want to discourage him, so he smiled and nodded. I think with Elder Wang's strength, it will definitely not be a problem. Wang Wulian chuckled with laughter. Stage 9 and Stage 10 were right next to each other. The two of them went together to the edge of the stages. At this moment, Lu Yi felt an intense gaze. He turned his head and saw Mo Linksai staring coldly at him. Lu Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected Mo Linksai to be at this stage as well. The look in Mo Linksai's eyes seemed to want to cut him down with a knife. Others also noticed Mo Linksai's attitude and showed expressions of amusement, as if they were about to watch a drama unfold. The outer sect disciples who had reached this level naturally had strong abilities and were somewhat familiar with Molinxai, known as the gatekeeper to the top 10. Now, faced with a rising star like Lu Yi, wouldn't these two fight until their brains were beat out? They were happily ready to watch the show. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out, "Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't expect to see you here." Lu Yi turned his head and saw a young man with an ordinary face but determined eyes walking towards him with a smile. Chi Cultivation 10th layer. Is that Elder Zhang Fan? Didn't expect Elder Zhang Fan to be at this stage as well? This is the end for me. There's no way I'll make it into the top 10. Brother. Don't just drink, eat some dishes too? Even a single peanut would keep you from getting this drunk. Who do you think is stronger, Junior brother Lu Yi or Elder Zhang Fan? I think Elder Zhang Fan is more promising. He's a genius, he should be able to compete for the first place, right? I also think Elder Zhang Fan has a better chance. If Junior brother Lu Yi had the same cultivation base as Elder Zhang Fan, I'd think he's stronger. But Junior brother Lu Yi is at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Many people nodded in agreement. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, Elder Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled and asked, "Are you on stage 9 or stage 10? Lu Yi smiled, "Stage 9. Zhang Fan chuckled, "What a pity. I'm on stage 10. I was hoping to face you early on. I heard you broke through to the Chi Cultivation 7th layer." Lu Yi froze for a moment, then smiled, "When it comes to the top 10 ranking battles, this junior will seek guidance from the elder." Zhang Fan paused, then looked deeply at Lu Yi. "Junior brother Lu Yi, you are very confident. I will look forward to it." Saying this, Zhang Fan smiled at Lu Yi and turned to leave. Lu Yi watched Zhang Fan's departing figure, feeling a bit strange. His current perceptive abilities were quite strong. Zhang Fan's strength was not weak, giving Lu Yi a faint sense of danger. It must be known that Lu Yi now mastered level 8 arts, making him much stronger than the average Chi Cultivation 10th layer. Does that mean this Elder Zhang Fan was also much stronger than typical Chi Cultivation 10th layers? Indeed, someone with a fan in their name was not simple. Lu Yi internally joked and self-reflected, "I need to defeat Elder Zhang Fan. Task, defeat Zhang Fan, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 1 drop of Centennial Spiritual Dew, accept, yes or no?" Seeing the reward, Lu Yi's expression froze. Goodness, Centennial Spiritual Dew? It's a rare reward? This elixir is more precious than regular elixirs or spirit stones. It has an extremely easy absorption rate, no side effects, and can also nourish the body. It even increases spiritual energy affinity, which directly enhances cultivation talent. Although Lu Yi's cultivation speed was quite fast, it was mainly due to his high-level techniques and the continuous daily intake of perfect-grade Qi condensation elixirs. In fact, his innate cultivation talent was only moderately above average. With Centennial Spiritual Dew, his talent would improve significantly, further accelerating his cultivation speed. Even though Centennial Spiritual Dew was far less effective than 1000-year or 10,000-year variants, it was still extremely valuable. The most important thing was that this was a sparring reward. Repeatable. It seemed he needed to be a bit nicer to Elder Zhang Fan and spar with him often. 3 to 5 times a day would suffice. That would be 3 to 5 drops of Centennial Spiritual Dew daily, significantly boosting his cultivation talent rapidly. Suddenly, Elder Zhang Fan's ordinary face appeared very handsome to Lu Yi. While Lu Yi was indulging in his thoughts, he felt Molinxai's cold gaze again. He snapped out of his reverie and silently vowed, "I will defeat Elder Molinxai. Task, defeat Molinxai, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 20 drop grade Qi condensation elixir, accept, yes or no, TSK." Lu Yi felt disappointed. Elder Molinxai was pretty pathetic. "What's the matter, junior brother Lu Yi?" Wang Wulian had been stunned upon hearing Zhang Fan was on his stage. Hearing Lu Yi's smacking lips, he came back to his senses and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled at Wang Wulian, "Nothing much. Elder Wang, it seems you will be eliminated by Elder Zhang Fan too." Wang Wulian's expression stiffened. "Junior brother Lu Yi, can you please be quiet? I need some peace." Ha ha ha. As the two were conversing, Zhuge Feng announced, "The competition begins now." Once Zhuge Feng finished speaking, the stewards on the stages started calling numbers. Number 1, step onto the stage. The disciples who made it to the ranking matches were much stronger than those in yesterday's preliminaries. The lowest cultivation base was Qi Cultivation 8th layer, which was a result of luck for those who didn't meet stronger opponents. Disciples below Qi Cultivation 8th layer wouldn't make it, even with good fortune, as it would be impossible for a stage to lack any Qi Cultivation 8th layer cultivators. So, even luck required a certain level of strength to back it up. The competitions on the stages were exciting, with many disciples having at least one art in the Great Success realm. Lu Yi watched intently, unlike yesterday when he almost fell asleep out of sheer boredom. It had been torturous. The matches progressed sequentially, and soon, it was number 5's turn. Lu Yi was number 5. He soared into the air and lightly landed on the stage. Opposite him was a delicate, black-haired girl. Chi Cultivation 9th layer. Seeing Lu Yi, the girl smiled shyly with a slight blush. "Hello junior brother Lu Yi, I'm senior sister Gu Minxai." Lu Yi smiled lightly. "Hello, senior sister Gu. Junior brother's swordsmanship talent is truly impressive. I greatly admire you." Smiling, Gu Minxai spoke rather than beginning the match. Lu Yi was slightly taken aback. Weren't they here to compete? Why the chit-chat? Lu Yi's mouth twitched. "Senior sister, you're flattering me." Silently, he vowed, "Defeat senior sister Gu Minxai. Task, defeat Gu Minxai, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 10 top grade chi condensation elixir, accept, yes or no." This senior sister seemed a bit weak. But Lu Yi didn't mind. Even a small prize was still a prize. Gu Minxai, cheeks slightly flushed, didn't make a move and said, "Junior brother Lu Yi. If you have time, could you spar with senior sister more often?" Lu Yi? Something seemed off about this senior sister Gu. Chapter 22. Young and prolific. Not only was Lu Yi stunned, but even the disciples watching below were also filled with confusion. Each male disciple looked at Lu Yi with gritted teeth, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it! Is being handsome and gifted such a big deal? Why is someone even inviting him during a competition? Even the steward acting as a judge was a bit puzzled. He twitched his mouth and then coughed lightly. "During the competition, don't talk about irrelevant matters." Gu Minxai's pretty face turned red, and she nodded repeatedly. Oh. Hurry up and start the fight." The steward felt a bit exhausted. Gu Minxai kept nodding and looked at Lu Yi. "Junior brother, please instruct me." Dare not, senior sister, please instruct me more." Lu Yi also felt a bit tired. Being handsome could indeed be troublesome at times. However, it was not his fault. Gu Minxai also practiced swordsmanship. Holding a long sword, she rushed towards Lu Yi like a butterfly. Lu Yi remained expressionless, comparing in his heart and finding that Gu Minxai's strength was a bit weaker than that of senior brothers Lu Ling and Wang Wulian. She wasn't considered too strong among those at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer. If Lu Yi wanted, he could end the match with one move, but thinking that this senior sister was so discerning, he felt a bit reluctant. Moreover, he had to prepare for the challenges in the top 10 rankings. After the top 10 are selected, unlike the preliminary rounds, the disciples behind could challenge the top 10 disciples if they were unconvinced. He was hoping more people would challenge him so he could gain more practice rewards. Better to take it easy. Lu Yi's long sword, carrying a cloud of energy, met Gu Minxai's attack. In the sky, Zhuge Feng and a group of elders were watching the matches below, their attention mainly focused on the stage where Lu Yi was. Zhuge Feng smiled. "Isn't this the first time we've seen Lu Yi draw his sword?" Chi Fi laughed. "Yes, sword chi cloud, just as the rumors say, Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique has indeed reached the returning true realm." An elder beside him stroked his white beard slightly, looking at the stage where Lu Yi was suppressing Gu Minxai, and nodded. The swordsmanship at the returning true realm is indeed commendable. With a cultivation base at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer, he can suppress Gu Minxai at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer. His strength is truly extraordinary. Indeed, at just 16 years old, Lu Yi has already cultivated the white cloud sword technique to the returning true realm. His comprehension is truly extraordinary, and his future potential is quite strong. He might become a pillar of our White Cloud sect. Moreover, both of this young man's parents are from our White Cloud sect, and this is the best part. Yes, there's no need to worry about him being a spy from another sect. Zhuge Feng watched the battle below, his face gradually showing a peculiar smile. Lu Yi, this little guy, is holding back. These words stunned all the elders. They carefully watched the battle on the stage, feeling a bit confused. Grand Elder. You say, Lu Yi, this little guy, is holding back? Chi Fi couldn't believe it. Yes, being able to suppress someone at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer while at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer is already quite strong, and even so, he is holding back? How could I not see that this boy is holding back? Several elders were suspicious and confused. Zhuge Feng smiled mysteriously. Gu Minxai probably can't force out Lu Yi's true strength. His step technique, the white cloud stance, has probably also reached the returning true realm. What? Everyone was shocked, looking at Lu Yi in disbelief. Grand Elder, is this true? Two techniques both cultivated to the returning true realm? This comprehension is even more powerful than I imagined. Seeing the shock among the elders, Zhuge Feng chuckled. I also practiced the white cloud stance in my youth and studied it quite deeply. Although this young man is hiding his skill, how could it escape my eyes? Upon hearing this, the elders no longer doubted. They looked at Lu Yi with even more surprise and twinkling eyes. At 16, having two techniques reaching the returning true realm. No, perhaps his comprehension in cultivation techniques is also quite high? Such a genius is rare even in the entire White Cloud sect. It was enough to draw the attention of these elder sect elders, great cultivators in the Golden Core realm. An elder chuckled, Lu Yi, this young man is quite charming. Gu Minxai showed her affection earlier, and this young man understands to show tenderness to women? These words made the elders laugh. Who among them hadn't been young once? They instead had thoughts of their own. Young people naturally liked beauties. They had lived for hundreds of years, who didn't have a few beautiful juniors? Perhaps they could introduce some to Lu Yi. The battle on the stage lasted a short while. Lu Yi saw Gu Minxai's aura growing weaker, indicating significant spiritual energy consumption. Seeing the time was right, he used his step technique, his long sword whistling, and pointed at Gu Minxai's long sword. Clang! Gu Minxai's long sword trembled violently, and Lu Yi took the opportunity to place his long sword across Gu Minxai's neck. Gu Minxai panted heavily, her chest rising and falling, sweat appearing on her forehead as she looked at Lu Yi with some shyness. Lu Yi felt speechless. What was with this gaze? Was she expecting him to take responsibility? He quickly withdrew his sword and smiled. Senior sister Gu, thank you for letting me win. Junior brother is truly amazing, senior sister lost. Gu Minxai said. Seeing Gu Minxai seemed to want to say something more, the steward on the side sensed something might go wrong and quickly spoke. Since the match is over, step down. Lu Yi smiled at Gu Minxai and quickly jumped down. Gu Minxai, seeing Lu Yi and Wang Wulian standing together, felt a bit shy and didn't dare to approach them, so she walked to the side. After Gu Minxai, the matches continued. There were a total of 320 disciples participating in the ranking competition, with 32 disciples on each stage. After the first round, 16 advanced, and those who advanced continued in the second round until the final two competed for the first place on that stage. In the second round, Lu Yi met a cultivator at the Chi Cultivation 8th layer who immediately conceded, making it easy for Lu Yi. In the third round, Lu Yi met a senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer, with strength similar to Gu Minxai. Naturally, he wasn't a threat to Lu Yi. Just like with Gu Minxai, after accepting the practice task, Lu Yi fought for a bit longer before ending the battle and winning a perfect grade Chi condensation elixir. In the fourth round, Lu Yi's opponent was another senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer, and just like before, he won another perfect grade Chi condensation elixir. The fifth round was the final one, a battle for the top 10 positions. The final round begins. Lu Yi, Mo Linxai, step onto the stage. The steward's indifferent voice rang out. Mo Linxai moved swiftly, instantly appearing on the stage, looking down at Lu Yi with sharp eyes. Junior brother Lu Yi, come and fight. Let me see if you can make it into the top 10 as you said. Lu Yi also jumped onto the stage, laughing heartily. Don't worry, senior brother, I'll definitely make it into the top 10. 2 perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs, including the previous ones, would make 5 perfect grade Chi condensation elixirs from this round. Not bad at all. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Mo Linxai's face showed a hint of anger. He laughed. Alright, since that's the case, let me see your strength. The disciples below and the elders and stewards in the sky smiled as they watched, curious to see which of the 2 disciples was stronger. Chapter 23, Gentle and considerate junior brother Lu Chifi looked at the arena and asked, Grand Elder, do you think Lu Yi can win? Zhuge Feng smiled faintly. If Lu Yi showcases the White Cloud stance at the returning true stage, he should win. However, Mo Linxai is not weak, it won't be an easy victory. Hearing this, the elders nodded slightly. Mo Linxai has mastered the Spirit Serpent Sword technique and Spirit Serpent stance, both reaching the transformation stage. Coupled with his cultivation base at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer, he is indeed formidable. If Lu Yi can defeat Mo Linxai, entering the top 10 would be secure. Entering the inner sect at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer. It's rare in the history of our White Cloud sect, isn't it? Not counting those geniuses brought back from outside, it's been centuries since such a talent appeared. The last one was Master Wu Yong of the Inner Sect Law Enforcement Hall, right? He is now at the Nascent Soul stage. Everyone looked at Lu Yi with increasing satisfaction. Not far away, Lu Jiewang, Wang Siki, and a group of stewards were also watching Lu Yi's arena closely. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki were a bit nervous. If Lu Yi won, he would be in the outer sect's top 10 and could enter the inner sect. The impact on Lu Yi's future was significant. As parents, How could they not be nervous? Li Meng and others beside them were curious and expectant. Brother Lu, this is the most critical match. Do you think he can win? Lu Jiayang shook his head and said, I don't know. Of course, I hope Yair can win. Mo Linksai's strength is not weak. Lu Yi's cultivation base is still a bit low. If he reached the Qi cultivation 8th layer, he would surely win. Yes, even if he can't win this time, it's not a big deal. Waiting for a year, when his cultivation base reaches the Qi cultivation 8th layer, he will definitely be in the inner sex top 10. It just takes another year. As the crowd talked, the battle in the arena had already begun. Mo Linksai's face was icy. The spiritual energy of the Qi cultivation 9th layer erupted, and he went all out from the start. The Spirit Serpent Stance and Spirit Serpent Sword were both based on the elusive and mysterious nature of a spirit serpent. Mo Linksai's footwork was unpredictable, and his speed was astonishing. In an instant, he appeared at Lu Yi's side, his long sword darting towards Lu Yi's chest like a serpent's tongue. Spiritual energy entwined around the long sword, piercing through the air with a sharp, shrill sound. Lu Yi's expression did not change. He moved his feet slightly, his figure drifting like a white cloud. He retreated along with the sword's wind, appearing carefree. Seeing Lu Yi retreat, Mo Linksai pressed forward. His long sword, with an eerie momentum, launched continuous attacks at Lu Yi. The sword winds howled, and even the disciples below the arena could feel the sharp momentum, uncontrollably shivering. If it were them, they would not be able to withstand such a relentless assault. But Lu Yi maneuvered with ease amid this raging storm of attacks, dodging gracefully each time. While evading, Lu Yi couldn't help but marvel. Senior brother Mo Linksai was indeed the gatekeeper of the top 10, his strength was more than a notch above that of senior brother Wang Wulian and senior sister Gu Minxai. However, this level of strength was exceedingly powerful for the average Qi cultivation 9th layer. For Lu Yi, it was just so-so. After all, when facing senior brother Wang Wulian and the others before, Lu Yi had not fully exhibited his returning true stage white cloud sword technique. Now, Lu Yi felt he could exert a bit more effort. Wisps of cloud chi flowed from Lu Yi's longsword, denser and heavier than before, extending over a meter. Lu Yi stopped dodging and swung his sword. The next moment, the seemingly light sword cloud slashed towards Mo Linksai at incredible speed. Mo Linksai's pupils constricted, sensing immense danger. What? Mo Linksai immediately abandoned his offensive, using the Spirit Serpent Stance to retreat repeatedly, evading the sword cloud. The sword cloud grazed past Mo Linksai and landed on the arena, imprinting neat cloud patterns on the stone slabs. The steward beside the arena's pupils contracted, unable to suppress his astonishment. The power of the white cloud sword technique was this strong? The stones of the arena were made of reinforced blue steel stone, specially treated to resist damage. Lu Yi's sword had etched patterns onto it. This kid was something else. The disciples below the arena started exclaiming. The power of this sword. I can't block it. This sword, probably only the Qi cultivation 10th layer seniors can block it, right? Junior brother Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique reached such power? And he hadn't even gone all out when sparring with other seniors and sisters. Wang Wulian, who wasn't competing, stared at Lu Yi on the stage, stunned. Is this the true power of the returning true sword skill? Seniors and sisters like Gu Minxai and other two Qi cultivation 9th layer disciples, who had previously sparred with Lu Yi, were wide-eyed and incredulous. One senior brother shook his head with a bitter smile. I had thought the gap between junior brother Lu Yi and me wasn't too great. Now it seems. It's a world of difference. The other senior brother beside him also wore a bitter expression. Gu Minxai's eyes shone even brighter as she looked at Lu Yi. Facing Lu Yi, Mo Linksai felt the immense pressure from Lu Yi's longsword. Cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he gaped at Lu Yi. You were holding back before? Lu Yi smiled a bit sheepishly. After all, it's not easy for the seniors and sisters to cultivate. If I were too harsh, it might hurt their Dao heart. If it weren't for senior brother Mo Linksai's strong strength, I wouldn't use such power. He couldn't say he held back to ensure there would still be people willing to spar with him in the future, right? If he kept defeating everyone instantly, who would want to challenge him? Without challenges, how could he complete tasks and obtain perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs? Hearing this, Wang Wulian and the others were shaken and looked at Lu Yi with disbelief. Wang Wulian felt touched. Junior brother Lu Yi is so considerate of me. Junior brother is truly a good person. Gu Minxai's eyes sparkled. Junior brother is so gentle and thoughtful. Junior brother Lu Yi. Thanks for caring for us. Even other disciples looked at Lu Yi with admiration. Brother Lu Yi is so righteous. Brother Lu Yi is truly a role model. Fellow disciples should look out for each other. Even Zhang Fan nodded slightly, giving Lu Yi a look of recognition. Junior brother Lu Yi indeed has a kind heart, worthy of befriending. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Mo Lingxi fell silent. He then took a deep breath, looking earnestly at Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi, your righteousness is admirable. On any other day, I would drink with you. But this competition concerns the inner sect slots, I can only apologize. Lu Yi smiled, senior brother need not feel pressured. The immortal path is long, and we are all striving forwards. Just give it your all, without regrets. Lu Yi's longsword hummed, surrounded by cloud chi, as he smiled gently. Chapter 24 Leading by example. Mo Lingxi took a deep breath and once again charged towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique erupted as he met him head-on. The two clashed once more on the platform. Mo Lingxi's movement technique was bizarre, while Lu Yi's was ethereal. Their figures flickered on the platform, and with each collision, sword chi raged, and spiritual energy transformed into translucent ring-shaped shockwaves, scattering everywhere. Overall, however, Lu Yi still effortlessly suppressed Mo Lingxi, as he had nearly pushed the white cloud sword technique to the limit of the returning true realm. Time passed, and before long, Lu Yi seized an opening in Mo Lingxi's sword technique. With a swirl of cloud energy, a sword thrust sent Mo Lingxi flying off the platform. Mo Lingxi stumbled to the ground, his expression momentarily dazed. He then smiled bitterly, sheathed his sword, and cupped his fists towards Lu Yi on the platform. Junior brother Lu Yi, your strength is astonishing. Senior brother is ashamed. In fact, after Lu Yi had demonstrated the powerful might of his sword technique earlier, Mo Lingxi had already felt that his chances were slim. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, Senior brother Mo, your strength is formidable. I just happen to have a slight edge. Upon hearing this, Wang Wulian and the others felt a sense of familiarity. Looking at Lu Yi's expression, they found it somewhat odd. After all, this was exactly what he had said to them when he defeated them before. Now that Lu Yi was saying this, they didn't believe it at all. The steward on the platform came to his senses and looked deeply at Lu Yi. His originally indifferent expression now bore a hint of warmth. Lu Yi's earlier words had clearly touched him deeply. He nodded towards Lu Yi and announced, Lu Yi wins and advances to the top 10. In the sky, Zhuge Feng looked at Lu Yi with a smile of satisfaction. This young fellow is really good, talented, and loyal. Such disciples are truly a blessing for our White Cloud sect. Beside him, Chi Fu also nodded, indeed. Compared to those genius talents who are heartless and ruthless, this young Lu Yi is much more to my liking. Other elders also nodded in agreement. After all, no one wants to painstakingly train a genius disciple only to have them sever ties with the sect when trouble arises, or worse, turn against the sect. A loyal disciple at least wouldn't betray them. Not to mention, this loyal disciple was incredibly talented. Zhuge Feng sighed and said, if this young fellow weren't so extraordinarily talented, I would even consider taking him as my last disciple. Hearing this, the other elders were taken aback, looking at Zhuge Feng with some surprise. Grand Elder, you must be joking. You're already nearing the nascent soul realm, can't you still teach Lu Yi? That's right, Grand Elder. If you wish to take a disciple, it would be Lu Yi's good fortune. All the elders chimed in. Zhuge Feng shook his head, this young fellow's strength is greater than I imagined. His white cloud sword technique has likely reached its limit, perhaps even to an extent where there is no room for further advancement. Such talent, once he enters the inner sect, will surely stir up winds and waves. Hiss. The elders all widened their eyes, astonished that Zhuge Feng held Lu Yi in such high regard. Refining a technique to the point of no further advancement, how extraordinary must one's comprehension and talent be? For a moment, these elders were somewhat in a daze. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Lu Yi had defeated Mo Lingxi. Good. That's my son. Lu Jiawang laughed heartily. Beside him, Wang Siki was also all smiles. Li Meng and the others looked at Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki with envy in their eyes, feeling a bit sour inside but repeatedly congratulating them. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Achieving the Chi Cultivation 7th layer and entering the inner sect, this hasn't happened in our White Cloud sect for centuries. Indeed, nephew Lu Yi's talent is unparalleled. Brother Lu, you must treat us. What touched me most was nephew Lu Yi's words. This young fellow is truly loyal and righteous. These words made several stewards nod in agreement. Brother Lu and sister-in-law have taught him well. Our White Cloud sect needs geniuses like nephew Lu Yi. Lu Jiawang chuckled gleefully, indeed, my wife and I have been setting examples every day. Seeing Lu Jiawang so pleased, Wang Siki couldn't help but feel exasperated. This guy was really enjoying himself, she'd deal with him later when they got home. She smiled, our family Yair has been sensible since childhood and hasn't caused us much worry. As everyone chatted, Lu Yi stepped off the platform. As soon as he got off the platform, Wang Wulian walked over, looking moved. Junior brother Lu Yi, I understand your intentions. If there's anything you need in the future, senior brother won't hesitate. A handsome youth approached. He was Lin Kaifeng, the senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer whom Lu Yi had defeated before. Lin Kaifeng also nodded. Junior brother Lu Yi, if you have free time, feel free to visit White Dew Peak anytime. Congratulations, junior brother Lu Yi, on entering the top 10 and the inner sect. Once you enter the inner sect, junior brother Lu Yi, the sky will be the limit. Congratulations, congratulations. One by one, senior brothers and sisters came to congratulate Lu Yi warmly. Lu Yi responded with smiles. At that moment, Zhang Fan walked over and said with a smile, Junior brother Lu Yi, your loyalty is commendable. Let's keep in touch more often. Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Senior brother Zhang Fan's practice tasks rewarded centennial spiritual due. How could he not want to keep in touch more? Lu Yi beamed. I will certainly be bothering senior brother Zhang Fan frequently then. As they chatted and joked, the matches on the platforms concluded one after another. Before long, the top 10 were announced. As the ranking matches concluded, Zhugu Feng once again landed on the central platform and said calmly, the ranking matches are over. The top 10 of the outer sect have been decided. Please step onto the central platform. Hearing this, Lu Yi and Zhang Fan exchanged glances, then used their movement techniques to leap into the air and landed on the platform. Besides the two of them, 8 others also stepped onto the platform. A large, burly youth with an imposing aura like a fierce beast, yet with a simple expression, a handsome youth in splendid clothes, a somber youth in black with dual swords, a delicate-looking maiden in white carrying a long sword, a pretty, spirited girl in green, and Zhang Fan. These 6 were all at the Chi Cultivation 10th layer. The other 3 were at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer, 2 were senior brothers, and 1 was a senior sister. Then there was Lu Yi at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer. In total, 10 people. Lu Yi's gaze swept over them, and as he saw the pretty girl, he was taken aback. This was the senior sister from White Sun Peak who had praised his good looks before, Mu Honor, wasn't it? Mu Honor also noticed Lu Yi, her eyes brightened, and she smiled at him. But with Zhugu Feng present, she didn't dare speak. Standing beside Zhugu Feng, the group waited as he glanced at them and then looked down at the platform with a mild smile. The top 10 disciples are here. As usual, if anyone has objections, they may challenge. Victory means they take the place. Upon hearing this, a buzz rose below, a few eager to try. These were all disciples at Chi Cultivation 9th layer. They didn't dare challenge the senior brothers and sisters at Chi Cultivation 10th layer, but the other 4, including Lu Yi at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer, represented their last chance. Lu Yi also watched expectantly, eager. Pick me. You have to pick me. Chapter 25, What grudge, what hatred. The atmosphere at the center of the martial arena was somewhat silent, and the outer sect disciples below who had the strength to challenge the top 10 but considered themselves unlucky were eyeing the top 10 contestants on the platform. To be precise, they were looking at the 3 Chi Cultivation 9th layer disciples and 1 Lu Yi. The 3 Chi Cultivation 9th layer outer sect disciples standing on the platform had cold expressions, their gazes sweeping over the restless fellow disciples below, emanating an aura intending to make those guys think twice about the consequences of choosing to challenge them. As for Lu Yi, he didn't emit any aura at all, looking like a harmless little white rabbit. At this moment, Mo Lingxi stepped forward first and said, Yuming, I want to challenge you. Yuming, a Chi Cultivation 9th layer disciple with thick eyebrows and ordinary looks, frowned at Mo Lingxi. Mo Lingxi, are you sure you want to challenge me? Do you think I'm the weakest? Mo Lingxi grinned and said, I can't help it, I feel I'm still a bit lacking compared to Tianlu and Lin Yu. Junior brother Lu Yi. Hey, I already lost to junior brother Lu Yi just now, and I believe junior brother Lu Yi is a bit stronger than Tianlu and Lin Yu. You're the only one I think I have a chance against. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly, looking towards Lu Yi. What? Mo Lingxi just lost to junior brother Lu Yi? Is it true? Junior brother Lu Yi's strength is that strong? Don't you know? Junior brother Lu Yi and senior brother Mo Lingxi were fighting for a top 10 spot on platform 9. Junior brother Lu Yi's strength is incredibly strong. That white cloud sword technique really opened my eyes. Didn't know, we were at platform 4, which is just over the central platform from platform 9, so we didn't pay attention. Then you missed a good show. I think junior brother Lu Yi is stronger than senior sister Tianlu and senior brother Lin Yu. Hiss. Everyone gasped, and those disciples who had originally been eager to challenge looked at Lu Yi with caution, quickly turning their gaze away. If that's the case, it seems they'll have to challenge someone else. Lu Yi felt everyone's gaze and felt numb all over. He looked at Molinxai and those disciples below who were talking, feeling quite desperate. What grudge do I have against you? He had hoped to earn some perfect grade chi condensation elixirs, but now? Why are you making me seem so powerful? I'm actually very weak. Lu Yi saw the chi cultivation 9th layer disciples avert their gaze and felt disheartened. Yuming, hearing Molinxai and the disciples below, had a change of expression, glanced at Lu Yi, and bit his lip, huffing coldly at Molinxai. Then let's try. I'm not easy to mess with either. Zhuge Feng saw this and laughed. Since that's the case, then go ahead and challenge. The top 10 challenge was held on the central platform, with Lu Yi and others stepping down. Zhuge Feng floated in the air, personally acting as the referee, while Molinxai and Yuming ascended the platform. Below the platform, Lu Yi's expression was numb and devoid of passion, feeling like a joke. If he had known earlier, he would have given Molinxai a harder time. This bastard exaggerated his abilities so much, if no one comes to challenge him, it's all Molinxai's fault. Then Lu Yi thought, if he had really gone all out, others might be even more afraid to challenge him. Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt even more dejected. Beside him, Lin Wanner giggled at Lu Yi, saying, "Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't know you were that strong." Lu Yi snapped out of his thoughts and saw several chi cultivation 10th layer disciples eyeing him. He smiled shyly. Senior brother Molinxai exaggerated. I'm just average. Zhang Fan, standing next to him, chuckled. Junior brother Lu, no need to be humble. I've seen your strength myself. Your white cloud sword technique is probably close to its limit, right? Hearing this, everyone else's expressions changed, looking at Lu Yi with more surprise. Cultivated basic arts to their limit. The cold young man with double blades looked at Lu Yi, eyes glittering with the desire to fight. Interesting. Looking forward to facing you in tomorrow's top 10 ranking battle. The expressions of other chi cultivation 10th layer disciples also became more serious as they looked at Lu Yi. Seeing their expressions, Lu Yi felt a bit more relaxed. Although he lost the chance to spar with the chi cultivation 9th layer seniors, tomorrow's top 10 ranking battle would undoubtedly involve some fights, and there would definitely be some rewards, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yi's mood improved. He cheerfully said, Senior brother Zhang Fan, you're too kind. In tomorrow's ranking battle, I hope you all will go easy on me. As they spoke, the battle on the platform had already begun. Lu Yi was familiar with Molinxai's strength. He was top tier in the chi cultivation 9th layer, but Yuming's strength was equally formidable. Watching the battle, Lu Yi realized that Yuming had also cultivated his arts to the transformation stage. The most notable advantage was Yuming's long saber, a low-grade magic tool, something Molinxai lacked. Their fight was intense, and Yuming finally won by leveraging his magic artifact. Molinxai was somewhat unwilling but had no choice. After Yuming and Molinxai's fight, more challenges followed, but thanks to Molinxai's previous statements, all challengers avoided Lu Yi. Perhaps Yuming was the weakest among the 3 chi cultivation 9th layer disciples, and he faced the most challenges. Eventually, an outer sect disciple wielding dual swords defeated Yuming, becoming the new top 10. Lu Yi knew this dual-sworded disciple, Wan Hua, who was a notable talent formerly at the forefront of the outer sect. Yuming, comparatively weaker, made it to the top 10 through both strength and luck. Unfortunately, he ended up losing to Wan Hua, making way for another. After Wan Hua's challenge, no one else continued, solidifying the top 10. By this time, it was already evening, marking the end of the day's contests. Tomorrow was the last and most crucial day of the grand competition. The top 10 ranking would be decided. Although the final challenge matches had some surprises, Lu Yi still managed to receive 5 perfect grade chi condensation elixirs, which was a good harvest, making him quite happy. Zhuge Feng, as usual, announced the end of the day's grand competition. Everyone dispersed, and Lu Yi didn't follow Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki back but went home by himself. Early the next morning, almost all outer sect disciples, stewards, and elders woke up early and went to the martial arena. Lu Yi was no exception. Upon arriving at the martial arena, he found more people floating in the sky than before. Lu Yi understood that some were elders from the inner sect who had came to observe. After all, the top 10 disciples could enter the inner sect without examination and could be considered inner sect disciples. Some inner sect elders would come to evaluate these disciples' strengths, and if pleased, they might even approach and take them as disciples. Of course, the elders who came to observe the outer sect assessment were just ordinary elders. The powerful elders and peak masters wouldn't bother to come. No matter how talented outer sect disciples were, only a few could truly excel in the inner sect, as inner sect disciples were usually promoted from the outer sect, where everyone was a genius. Some were even brought back by important figures from outside and cultivated from a young age, having extraordinary talents. To those elders, the outer sect's top 10 competition was trivial. Only after entering the inner sect and displaying extraordinary talent would these prominent figures pay attention. Chapter 26. Just warming up, Lu Yi quickly arrived at the central platform area where everyone else had already gathered. Zhang Fan had his hands behind his head, with a piece of brittle grass in his mouth from who knows where. Seeing Lu Yi, he greeted with a smile, "Junior brother Lu Yi, you're here?" Others turned to look, nodding slightly and greeting, while Lin Wan'er waved at Lu Yi with a smile. "Junior brother Lu Yi, which peak do you plan to go to when you enter the inner sect?" Upon hearing this, others looked at Lu Yi with curiosity. Lu Yi smiled and said, "I promised senior sister Liu Ningxuang that I would participate in the assessment for Lingluo Peak." Upon hearing this, the handsome Chi Cultivation 10th layer senior who wore luxurious clothing smiled. With junior brother Lu Yi's comprehension, it might really be possible to enter Lingluo Peak. His name was Bei Yulong, and he was also among the top 3 in the outer sect. The burly Chi Cultivation 10th layer senior beside him scratched his head and said, "Unfortunately, my talent isn't good enough. If I go to Lingluo Peak, I'd probably be kicked out." This senior was named Tai Man, and he was also quite strong, cultivating and body refining skills. Lingluo Peak. That's a gathering place for geniuses in the inner sect. How could an ordinary person get in? I'm different. I plan to go to Crimson Flow Peak. I heard there are many fire cultivators there. After reaching Foundation Establishment, I plan to cultivate fire arts. Once we get to the inner sect, I wonder if we'll be able to stand out? We're not sure, but junior brother Lu Yi likely won't have a problem. Everyone chatted excitedly about their future in the inner sect, each with a hopeful gleam in their eyes. Soon, Zhuge Feng descended from the sky, landing on the central platform. The 10 people stopped talking and quieted down. The atmosphere among the disciples watching the competition grew even more heated. Zhuge Feng swept his gaze over them and said loudly, "Quiet." The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Zhuge Feng's authority was well established. He looked at the top 10 disciples and said, "Now, we will begin the ranking competition for the top 10. As usual, you will face each other in pairs to determine the ranks." While speaking, he took out 10 jade tokens which floated in front of Lu Yi and the other 9. Lu Yi took his jade token and saw, one he was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to be the first. He looked around and saw others also checking each other's tokens, seemingly curious about everyone's numbers. At this moment, Zhuge Feng said, "The competition begins now. Number 1 stays on the platform, everyone else off." Upon hearing this, 8 people lightly touched the ground and flew off the platform, leaving only Lu Yi and Tai Man staring at each other. Lu Yi grinned at Tai Man and said, "Senior brother Tai Man, what a coincidence." He said to himself, "I have to defeat senior brother Tai Man. Task, defeat Tai Man, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 40 top grade physique elixir, accept, yes or no." Lu Yi saw the task and was momentarily stunned. It wasn't chi condensation elixir. But physique elixir? Physique elixir is used for cultivating body refining techniques. It can speed up the cultivation of body refining techniques. Even if one doesn't cultivate body refining techniques, taking physique elixir can still enhance physical strength, although not as effectively. Lu Yi hadn't expected this task's reward to be such a valuable item. This was really good stuff, even more precious than chi condensation elixir. One must know that a cultivator's physical strength usually follows their realm. Only by cultivating body refining techniques can physical strength be enhanced. However, body refining techniques are hard to cultivate and require many resources, as well as time and effort, which few people have. Lu Yi had never cultivated them before because his previous talent didn't allow it. After his golden finger awakened, he focused on improving his spiritual energy cultivation to ensure his combat strength increased, aiming for a good result in the competition. He had thought about cultivating body refining techniques after the competition, but he hadn't expected to receive body refining pills now. He looked at Tai Man with more friendly eyes, thinking maybe they could spar more in the future. Tai Man saw Lu Yi's friendly smile and returned it with a simple grin. "It is quite a coincidence, junior brother Lu Yi. Looks like we'll be starting things off." The disciples below became excited upon seeing that the first match was between a Chi Cultivation 10th layer disciple and Lu Yi, eagerly watching the central platform. Gu Feng glanced at the two and disappeared from the platform, his voice echoing, "Begin." Upon hearing this, Tai Man grinned, spiritual energy surging as his skin turned a metallic gray. He clasped his fists together, producing a deep thud. "Junior brother Lu Yi, please guide me." Lu Yi smiled and drew his long sword, spiritual clouds swirling around it. "Senior brother Tai Man, please guide me." Tai Man grinned, his thick legs tensing. Boom. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider web as his body vanished, reappearing above Lu Yi's head, exuding a fierce beast-like aura. He clenched his right fist and swung it at Lu Yi's head, the transparent energy surrounding his fist causing violent gusts, making Lu Yi's hair flutter. Lu Yi felt a stinging sensation on his skin from the fist's force, internally marveling at Tai Man's impressive presence. He circulated his spiritual energy, his body moving like a drifting cloud, seeming slow but actually retreating quickly. Tai Man's punch hit nothing, creating a small crater in the platform. Tai Man's legs tensed again, and he disappeared once more. At that moment, Lu Yi swung his sword to the right, a fierce sword cloud slashing out, and Tai Man appeared right in its path. Feeling the sharpness of the sword cloud, Tai Man's pupils shrank, and he roared, a layer of spiritual energy swirling around his body, making the gray iron color of his skin deepen. Tai Man clenched his fists and punched straight at the sword cloud. Boom! The spiritual energy-infused punch collided with a sword cloud, creating a thunderous noise. The shockwave spread out like a storm, and the surrounding outer sect disciples felt the overwhelming pressure, their eyes widening. Hiss! What immense destructive power! This power! I'm not exaggerating, if it hit me, I'd be flat on the ground, begging the two seniors to light incense for me themselves. You're definitely not exaggerating. At the edge of the platform, Bei Yulong and others' expressions changed as they watched the platform's intense fluctuations. Wan Hua and the other two Chi Cultivation 9th layer disciples exchanged confused looks. Is this really Chi Cultivation 7th layer? Are they joking? I'm just gonna lie down. I've made it to the top 10, I don't care about higher ranks, as long as I get into the inner sect. Junior brother Lu Yi is indeed something else. I'm convinced. How about we just go easy on each other, okay? No need to go all out like them. The three nodded in agreement. Lin Warner glanced at the three and said with a mischievous smile, do you think they're going all out? They're just warming up. Wan Hua and the others? Chapter 27, Is there a possibility? In the sky, Zhuge Feng and a group of elders were similarly focused on the battle on the stage. A chubby old man looked at Lu Yi below and exclaimed, this little fellow is truly a genius. To be at just the Chi Cultivation 7th layer unable to unleash such powerful force. Elder Zhuge, we have an extraordinary character in the outer sect this time. A middle-aged man nearby nodded slightly, looking at Lu Yi, and said, if he can maintain this strength, perhaps he could have a chance to be on our King's Young Talents ranking in the future. The other elders, hearing this, were all stunned. One elder spoke, Elder Lin, this evaluation is a bit exaggerated. Those on the Young Talents ranking all have exceptional talent in cultivation techniques. Although Lu Yi's comprehension is extraordinary, his cultivation talent doesn't seem that strong. He is only at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer at 16. There's a significant gap. The other elders also nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Strong comprehension means he can understand cultivation techniques quickly. If this little fellow has a powerful cultivation technique plus some cultivation resources, his cultivation base will naturally rise. Conversely, without comprehension, sensing bottlenecks is impossible. I quite favor this little fellow. These words made the other elders' eyes flicker, and they also expressed some agreement. In any case, having one more genius in our White Cloud sect is always a good thing. On the stage, after the rumbling, both Lu Yi and Tai Man retreated at the same time. Lu Yi shook his hand, feeling a bit numb. One couldn't deny that Tai Man's strength was the greatest he had faced since awakening the Golden Finger. Now, using the full power of the White Cloud Sword technique at the returning True Realm, he still couldn't completely suppress Tai Man. Moreover, Tai Man's physical strength was immense. After the collision, Lu Yi's hand even felt a bit numb. However, this made it all the more interesting. Lu Yi smiled and then circulated his spiritual energy, outputting a bit more. The spiritual energy he used previously was at the level of a typical Chi Cultivation 7th layer cultivator. His White Cloud Chi refining art had reached level 8, with his spiritual energy nearly vaporized, almost condensed into spiritual liquid. That level of spiritual energy couldn't be compared to a general Chi Cultivation 10th layer cultivator. Lu Yi felt that the quality of his spiritual energy was almost comparable to an initial foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he only increased his spiritual energy output a bit, the power of the White Cloud Sword technique he unleashed would be significantly enhanced. As Lu Yi erupted with spiritual energy, his aura intensified. He looked at Tai Man and smiled, Senior brother Tai Man, the warm-up is about over. How about using more strength? Feeling the spiritual energy surging from Lu Yi's body, Tai Man's pupils slightly contracted, feeling considerable pressure. He grinned, looking a bit more serious, Junior brother Lu Yi, it looks like we underestimated you. To have such strength at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer is quite embarrassing for your senior brother. But I won't hold back. While speaking, Tai Man's spiritual energy surged, and he let out a low shout. The next moment, the roar of a tiger sounded from his fist. A martial art of the Chi Cultivation realm, Tiger Fist. Tiger Fist and Tiger Blade were both basic arts of the White Cloud sect, derived from the Tiger intent. Previously, Lin Gang's execution of Tiger Blade wasn't strong, but Tai Man was different. His physical strength was enormous, his blood and chi were like a fierce beast. Now, using Tiger Fist, with the tiger roaring, his aura was incredibly fierce. The air around him almost turned into a gale, spreading in all directions. The immense aura of the tiger pressed down on the weaker outer sect disciples, making their chests feel heavy. These disciples were all astonished, looking at the stage in fear. Lu Yi felt the immense pressure and smiled slightly. Senior brother, go all out. Your junior brother won't hold back either. Senior brother Tai Man was stronger than he had imagined. He had to use level 6 White Cloud stance. While Lu Yi was thinking, Tai Man stomped on the ground, which cracked beneath his foot, and his body shot towards Lu Yi like a descending tiger. For a moment, Lu Yi felt as if a massive fierce tiger were pouncing on him. A sword light flickered in his eyes, and a more vast sword cloud than before swept out to meet Tai Man. Boom! Under the rumbling, fine wounds appeared on Tai Man's skin, cut open by sword chi. However, the sight of blood excited Tai Man even more. He roared and, with his strong body, broke through the sword cloud, charging towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled helplessly, his toes tapped, and his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Boom! Tai Man's fist struck the ground, then he felt an incredibly sharp sword intent from behind. His back hair stood on end. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a sword cloud rushing at him. Tai Man's pupil shrank. With no time to counterattack, he could only roar and, with his spiritual energy erupting, cross his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Tai Man's clothes were torn apart. The sword cloud carved sword traces into his body, and blood flowed, sending his body flying. However, Tai Man's physical body was incredibly strong. Such wounds were not serious for him. As soon as he landed, Tai Man flipped to his feet. At this moment, a sword landed on Tai Man's neck, and his body immediately froze. Lu Yi stood in front of Tai Man, smiling. Senior brother Tai Man, thank you for letting me win. The air on and around the stage became very quiet. Then, the disciples below burst into an uproar. What just happened? How did senior brother Lu Yi's speed suddenly become so fast? Yeah, that speed was completely different from before. I couldn't even see senior brother Lu Yi's figure. Is it possible that senior brother Lu Yi's White Cloud stance also reached the returning true realm? These words left everyone around stunned, and they looked at Lu Yi with shock. Isn't his impossible? Both basic arts, senior brother Lu Yi reached the returning true realm? How strong is his comprehension? This joke is too much. I'd rather believe that junior brother Lu Yi hid his cultivation base, and he's actually at the Chi cultivation 8th layer. Below the stage, Lin Warner and Zhang Fan, among others, looked at the stage seriously. Bei Yulong, Lin Warner, and a few Chi cultivation 10th layer disciples all had solemn expressions. Zhang Fan observed Lu Yi closely and chuckled, this junior brother Lu is really impressive. White Cloud sword technique, White Cloud stance, all have reached returning true. This guy might still be hiding something, maybe his White Cloud stance also reached its limit. The others, hearing this, looked at Zhang Fan speechless. A cold and stern youth with twin blades on his back spoke, Zhang Fan, don't jinx it. Lin Warner nodded, exactly. If your guess is right, that will be difficult. I wouldn't want to lose to a junior brother younger and with lower cultivation than me, and he's so handsome too, how embarrassing. Bei Yulong took a deep breath and said slowly, have you considered another possibility? Outer sect disciples usually cultivate one technique and two basic arts. Is there a chance that this guy's cultivation technique also reached the regain simplicity realm? Zhang Fan's smile stiffened, and Lin Warner and the others' expressions also froze. That shouldn't be possible, right? On the other hand, the three Chi cultivation 9th layer cultivators who had already resigned themselves watched the scene happily. It didn't matter to them, since none of them could defeat him anyway. They were just passers-by, ready to grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. Chapter 28, Flamboyant Tai Man, who was on the stage, had a stiff expression on his face, still bearing a look of shock. After making eye contact with Lu Yi for a moment, he grinned and said, returning True Realm's White Clouds dance? Yes. Lu Yi nodded with a smile and retracted his long sword. Tai Man scratched his head and cupped his hands towards Lu Yi. I admit defeat, junior brother Lu Yi. You're incredible. I lost. With that, Tai Man jumped off the stage and began regulating his breath. The top 10 competition was not just a single match, losing this one meant no chance for the top 5, but he still had to fight for the remaining spots. If he didn't recover now, his condition would worsen later. Lu Yi also jumped off the stage. Seeing Zhang Fan and the others looking at him, Lu Yi gave a shy smile. Senior brothers and sisters, what's up? Bei Yulong coughed lightly, shaking the folding fan in his hand, and asked, Junior brother Lu Yi, be honest with us. Has your white cloud chi refining art also reached the returning true realm? Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, Senior brother Bei Yulong, you're really smart. You guessed it. Bei Yulong and the others fell silent. Even Tai Man, who had started regulating his breath, had fluctuating breaths, clearly hearing this statement. In the midst of the silence, Zhuge Feng had already arrived on the stage and said, Number 2, come up. Everyone snapped back to reality. Lin Wanner and a senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer jumped onto the stage simultaneously. The senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer was very calm. Knowing he was no match for Lin Wanner, he didn't plan on putting up a fight. He performed to his best ability and conceded decisively when he saw it was futile, causing barely any ripple in the match. Next was the third match between Zhang Fan and the senior sister at the Chi Cultivation 10th layer. The senior sister in white had excellent swordsmanship and movement technique, reaching the transformation stage, but Zhang Fan's strength was clearly superior. Zhang Fan practiced a saber technique called the sharp gold saber technique. It was extremely sharp and unmatched, entirely different from his ordinary appearance. As soon as the battle started, he gained control of the situation, forcing the senior sister in white to retreat continuously until she was ultimately slashed off the stage with a single strike. Lu Yi watched Zhang Fan's saber technique, his gaze flashing. He noticed that Zhang Fan seemed to be holding back and wasn't using his full strength. Senior brother Zhang Fan's sharp gold saber technique might have reached the returning true realm. Lu Yi felt a bit emotional. As expected, a senior brother who could make him feel a slight threat was genuinely powerful. The fourth match was between Bei Yulong and another senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer. Bei Yulong used a rare folding fan as his weapon, which surprised Lu Yi. At the Foundation Establishment realm and above, the usage of various cultivation treasures made weapons incredibly diverse, but in the Chi Cultivation realm, more people used conventional weapons like swords, sabers, and spears. However, Bei Yulong's folding fan was a low-grade magic tool, extremely powerful. The attacks unleashed with the fan carried a sharp saber intent, incredibly formidable. Watching the white-clad Bei Yulong, Lu Yi's mouth twitched. He found that this senior brother was quite narcissistic. Clearly, using a saber for saber techniques would be better, but this guy insisted on using a folding fan, probably because he thought it looked cooler. As he watched the posturing Bei Yulong, Lu Yi pondered if he should also find some stylish arts and magic artifacts to wield. After all, being strong is a temporary thing, but being handsome is a lifelong matter. Bei Yulong's strength was indeed formidable. The senior brother at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer barely struggled before being knocked off the stage by Bei Yulong's fan. Remaining was senior brother Li Yun, who wielded dual blades. Against the senior sister at the Chi Cultivation 9th layer, Li Yun was not the type to be lenient with women. His saber techniques were equally ruthless. He sent the senior sister flying out of the stage with just 2 strikes, making her eyes red with tears, almost about to cry. Lu Yi glanced at the expressionless Li Yun, thinking this guy might end up alone forever. After determining the top 5, they had an hour for regulation. Next, the second round of the competition began, with 5 people fighting in pairs, while one would get a bye, determined by drawing lots. Zhuge Feng stood on the stage with Lu Yi and the other 4, with 5 jade tokens floating in front of them. Zhuge Feng smiled. Choose one. The 5 looked at each other, and then Bei Yulong smiled. Junior brother Lu Yi, you're the youngest, so you go first. Lu Yi smiled, with no objections. Sure. He looked at the 5 jade tokens and silently prayed, don't give me a bye. Don't give me a bye. He still planned to compete for another round to get the reward. Lu Yi directly chose the jade token on the far right. When it landed in his hand, he turned it over. 1. He immediately smiled. Not a bye. Wonderful. The 4 others glanced at Lu Yi's jade token and then chose their own jade tokens. After choosing, Zhang Fan exclaimed with a grin, looks like I'm lucky. He turned over his jade token, which was blank, without a number. A bye. Bei Yulong's mouth twitched slightly and silently revealed his jade token. 1. He looked at Lu Yi and smiled. Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't expect us to meet. Seeing Bei Yulong's jade token, Lin Wanner and Li Yun's expressions relaxed slightly. Lin Wanner spoke with a cheeky smile. Good thing I didn't face junior brother Lu Yi or this flashy guy Bei Yulong. These two are real headaches. Li Yun glanced at Lin Wanner and said coldly, what do you think? Am I weaker than them? Lin Wanner took one look at Li Yun and laughed, making Li Yun's demeanor turn even colder. At this moment, Zhuge Feng spoke calmly. The others, step down. Lu Yi and Bei Yulong, stay. Lin Wanner smiled at Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi, go get him. Give that pretentious guy a good beating. Lu Yi glanced at Bei Yulong's stiff expression and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed that senior sister Lin Wan'er knew senior brother Bei Yulong's arrogance quite well. Zhang Fan patted Lu Yi on the shoulder and smiled. Go for it. Li Yun didn't say anything, still brooding over Lin Wan'er's disdain. He quietly left the stage. After the three left the stage, only Lu Yi and Bei Yulong remained on it. The disciples below were in an uproar. So soon we have the match between junior brother Lu Yi and senior brother Bei Yulong? Junior brother Lu Yi's White Cloud sword technique and White Cloud stance are both so powerful, and senior brother Bei Yulong is one of the top 3 outer sect disciples. Their match will surely be thrilling. Yes, both are outer sect geniuses. I wonder who is stronger? The many disciples watching were filled with anticipation. Not only them, but the elders and stewards in the sky were also looking forward to it. Lu Jiawang and Wang Siki, because Lu Yi had made it to the top 10, were no longer worried. No matter what, he was sure to enter the inner sect. Winning was a bonus, no pressure. They were equally eager to see just how powerful Lu Yi could be. On the stage, Lu Yi looked at Bei Yulong and murmured to himself, I will defeat senior brother Bei Yulong. In the next moment, words appeared in front of Lu Yi. He glanced at the words and was stunned. Then, overjoyed in his heart, he couldn't believe such a reward. Chapter 29, Lu Yi has fate with the old man. Task, defeat Bei Yulong. Progress, 0 out of 1. Reward, a wisp of sword intent. Do you accept, yes or no? Sword intent. Lu Yi didn't expect that the reward would be this. The last time he encountered a task with an intention reward, it was the one to make senior sister Liu Ningxuang fall in love with him. Although it was just a wisp of sword intent, intention was intention. This was a powerful means usually only possessed by those in the cave void realm. Even a wisp of it was extremely formidable and enough to greatly enhance Lu Yi's combat strength. Lu Yi's eyes shone as he looked at Bei Yulong, a passionate smile on his face. Senior brother Bei Yulong, please guide me. Bei Yulong was taken aback by Lu Yi's enthusiasm and quickly smiled back. Junior brother Lu Yi, please guide me. Zhugu Feng's voice rang out, begin. At these words, Bei Yulong unfurled his folding fan, spiritual energy flowed, and a breeze circled around him, making his figure disappear. Lu Yi smiled slightly, likewise employing the white cloud stance, and vanished from sight. The next moment, both figures reappeared in the center of the stage. Lu Yi's longsword and Bei Yulong's folding fan were infused with intense spiritual energy, clashing together. Boom! Sharp sword chi and blade chi swirled, transforming into shockwaves that carved marks on the stage. Soon after, both figures vanished again, only to reappear in another instant as the sounds of collisions rang out once more. Bei Yulong's movement technique was much stronger than Tai Man's and faster too. Against Tai Man, Lu Yi could leverage his speed to find Tai Man's weak points and defeat him almost instantly. But facing Bei Yulong, Lu Yi couldn't achieve the same. In terms of offensive arts, Bei Yulong's blade technique was quite formidable. Though it had a significant gap compared to Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique, Bei Yulong's cultivation base was high enough. Having stayed at the Chi cultivation 10th layer for some time, his spiritual energy was deep and powerful. As a result, the battle between the two reached a stalemate for a while, with Lu Yi showing a slight advantage, but unfortunately, not sufficient to turn it into victory. On the stage, the intensity of their fight caused semi-transparent shockwaves to turn into gusts of wind, spreading around. All the outer sect disciples nearby were shocked. So strong, both junior brother Lu Yi and senior brother Bei Yulong are so strong. Indeed, even a casual strike from them, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Senior brother Bei Yulong is expected, after all, he's at the Chi cultivation 10th layer, just one step away from the foundation establishment realm. But junior brother Lu Yi is only at the Chi cultivation 7th layer, yet he's this powerful. Absolutely terrifying. Boom. Another collision occurred, and both Lu Yi and Bei Yulong retreated simultaneously, landing in the corners of the stage. Bei Yulong exhaled a breath, stabilizing the spiritual energy within him. He took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yi, and spoke, Junior brother Lu Yi, be careful. Spiritual energy flowed around him, flooding into his folding fan. With a clang, an incredibly sharp aura emanated from the fan as his aura increased as well. Bei Yulong fully activated the power of his magic artifact. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled slightly and also channeled spiritual energy into his longsword, which started to emanate a sharp sword intent. The longsword in his hand was likewise a magic artifact, one that old Lu had spent a significant number of spirit stones on. After activating their magic artifacts, the two once again disappeared from sight and re-engaged in battle. Boom. Two sharp, semi-transparent auras swept across the stage, carving deep gashes that extended over 10 meters. With their magic artifacts activated, the power of their arts increased significantly. After one strike, they continued their fierce attacks, either clashing or dodging, each strike carrying tremendous power, leaving the stage even more ravaged. After hundreds of rounds of combat, Bei Yulong's aura began to weaken. In one strike, he was pushed back by Lu Yi. On the stage, Bei Yulong's toes touched the ground as he retreated to the edge, looking at Lu Yi from a distance. He panted slightly, his expression contorted. "Junior brother Lu Yi, is your spiritual energy not depleting?" Lu Yi sensed he still had about 2/3 of his spiritual energy left. Seeing Bei Yulong's thinning aura, he cleared his throat and said, "Almost there, my spiritual energy is about to run out too." Upon hearing this, Bei Yulong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing sharply, and once more charged at Lu Yi. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed again. This time, their clash lasted only a few dozen rounds before Bei Yulong was sent flying. As he landed, he staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face pale, he looked at the still vigorous Lu Yi and shouted, "Junior brother Lu Yi. You liar. You don't look like you're almost out of spiritual energy at all." Seeing Bei Yulong's resentful expression, Lu Yi cleared his throat and, somewhat insincerely, said, "I'm almost there, only a quarter left." "Bei Yulong?" He looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. "A quarter of spiritual energy left, and you call that almost out?" Below the stage, Zhang Fan and others had equally strange expressions. Lin Wanner exclaimed, "Is junior brother Lu Yi a monster? Bei Yulong is at Chi Cultivation 10th layer, how can he have less spiritual energy than someone at Chi Cultivation 7th layer?" Zhang Fan's expression was solemn as he spoke. "Didn't you hear him? His white cloud chi refining art is already at returning true realm. The concentration of his spiritual energy must far exceed that of an average Chi Cultivation 7th layer." Even the normally cold-faced Li Yun spoke with exasperation. "This isn't just exceeding the Chi Cultivation 7th layer. Bei Yulong's spiritual energy is depleted, and this guy still has a quarter left. That's way beyond the Chi Cultivation 10th layer." In the sky, Gu Dufeng and the other elders were equally astonished. An inner sect elder looked at Lu Yi and marveled, "This kid is incredible. In the Chi Cultivation realm, he has fully mastered one technique and 2 arts to the returning true realm. Indeed, such comprehension is rare. Even among core disciples, there are probably few who can match him. I think this kid's mastery of swordsmanship makes him well suited to inherit my legacy and become a sword cultivator. I plan to take him as my apprentice." An old man with white hair stroked his beard and smiled. Immediately, the atmosphere among the elders froze, and they all glared at the old man before erupting. "You old fart, what the hell are you talking about? Do you think you're worthy?" "Exactly. This kid's talent in movement techniques is exceptional. He should be learning flea arts from me. Get lost. All of you shameless people. I have a near-complete divinity transformation technique from a relic that I haven't been able to understand. I plan to pass it on to this kid. He should be my disciple. I feel that Lu Yi and I are fated." One after another, the inner sect elders argued, their faces turning red. Chapter 30 Sword intent enters the body. At this moment, Zhugu Feng snorted coldly and said, "Enough of this." His golden core Picora spread out, causing many inner sect elders to look over. They were also at the golden core realm. Zhugu Feng sneered, glancing over everyone. "You shameless people, not even at nascent soul, yet you have the nerve to accept Lu Yi as a disciple? Aren't you afraid of misleading him?" All the elders were immediately displeased by this. "No way, old man Zhugu, that's not right. What's wrong with being golden core? Are golden core cultivators not human? Are we inferior to nascent soul monsters? I believe I am quite competent in teaching disciples. Why don't you say that in front of those nascent soul elders on your waterfall peak?" Zhugu Feng retorted coolly. The speaking elder immediately fell silent. "Well, it's true that golden core is no match for nascent soul monsters," Zhugu Feng said. "Lu Yi comprehended one cultivation technique and 2 arts to the returning true, but that's because outer sect disciples can only cultivate a few techniques and arts. How do you know what his limit is? With such talent, forget about it and find other disciples." The elders' expressions changed upon hearing this, and then they sighed one by one. Forget it, forget it. Once the grand competition is over and this kid's strength is revealed, those nascent soul monsters will surely be drawn. I see that Bei Yulong is also quite good. His foundation is solid and he could be considered for a disciple. One by one, the elders decided to give up and turn their attention to other disciples. Entering the top 10 itself required a certain amount of talent. For them, it was also a good choice for a disciple. While they were conversing, the battle on the ring had essentially determined the outcome. Bei Yulong, hearing that Lu Yi still had nearly a quarter of his spiritual energy left, was already numb. Lu Yi's renewed attack made it impossible for Bei Yulong, whose spiritual energy was almost depleted, to resist. In just a few rounds, Bei Yulong was struck off the ring by a single sword blow. Bei Yulong staggered back a few steps after landing before he could steady himself. He looked at Lu Yi on the ring with a wistful expression, then smiled bitterly and cupped his hands toward Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi's strength is extraordinary, senior brother is ashamed of his inferiority. Lu Yi also smiled and cupped his hands. Senior brother, you let me win. Zhuge Feng landed on the ring, nodded slightly at Lu Yi, smiled gently, and said, not bad, not bad. Go and recover. Lu Yi nodded and stepped off the ring. He came to Zhang Fan and the others, seeing their strange expressions. Lu Yi smiled shyly. Senior brothers and sisters, why are you all looking at me like that? Are you a monster? Lin Wanner asked. Lu Yi's face was full of dark lines. Senior sister Lin, I am just an ordinary human cultivator. Was this not slander? Hearing Lu Yi's words, everyone didn't know how to respond for a moment. Did this guy have a huge misunderstanding about the word ordinary? At this moment, Zhuge Feng's voice rang out, Lin Wanner and Li Yun, step onto the ring. Lin Wanner and Li Yun looked at each other and then took to the sky, reaching the ring. Zhang Fan then smiled at Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi, take a good rest. There will still be matches later. Lu Yi nodded, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and pretended to start recovering. In reality, Lu Yi hadn't consumed much energy. By the time the match ended, he still had about 2/3 of his spiritual energy left, and his recovery speed was very fast. In just a moment, he had already recovered quite a bit. But if he didn't pretend, he would really be treated as a monster. Lu Yi still thought of himself as a normal person. With his eyes closed, Lu Yi checked the task he had completed. Defeating Bei Yulong's task was already marked as complete and could be claimed at any time. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Sword intent was not a physical object, more of an enlightenment. Claiming it now wouldn't be a problem. He was a bit eager to see how formidable sword intent was. Lu Yi used his thoughts to choose to claim the reward. Immediately, a sword light flashed through his mind. This sword light was extremely sharp and pure, as if it would cut through the darkness in his mind. Then a large amount of mysterious information appeared in Lu Yi's mind, all about sword intent. Like a sponge, Lu Yi absorbed this information, and his understanding of the sword Dao improved rapidly. After a while, Lu Yi fully absorbed and integrated this wisp of sword intent, and when he slowly opened his eyes, a sword light flashed in them. He exhaled a bit of turbid air, feeling a surge of joy inside. As expected of sword intent, if added to his returning True Realm White Cloud sword technique, its power would be significantly enhanced. If used with a level 7 or above White Cloud sword technique, the power would be even more astonishing. Lu Yi felt a little excited, glanced at Bei Yulong nearby, and muttered to himself, I must defeat senior brother Bei Yulong. Task, defeat Bei Yulong, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, a wisp of sword intent, accept, yes or no. Lu Yi was even happier. Amazing. It seems I'll have to get closer to senior brother Bei Yulong in the future. Bei Yulong, sensing Lu Yi's gaze, looked over and saw Lu Yi's friendly expression. For some reason, Bei Yulong felt a chill in his heart. He asked, confused, Junior brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Yi silently accepted the task in his heart and then said with a cheerful smile, nothing, nothing. I just think senior brother Bei Yulong has a remarkable demeanor and is very handsome. Bei Yulong's eyes lit up, and he unfolded his folding fan with a snap, smiling, Junior brother Lu Yi is too honest. I love honest people like you. Lu Yi responded seriously, my greatest strength is honesty. After entering the inner sect, we can spar whenever we have time. Sounds good. Bei Yulong replied with a smile. Zhang Fan, standing nearby, looked at Lu Yi with some confusion. Junior brother Lu, why do I feel like you're a little different? Is it just my imagination? Lu Yi was momentarily stunned and surprised. Did senior brother Zhang Fan have such a strong intuition? He had just grasped sword intent and senior brother Zhang Fan already sensed something? Lu Yi smiled and said, I had some insights while fighting senior brother Bei Yulong earlier. It should be considered progress. Bei Yulong? He looked at Lu Yi in confusion, his mind full of questions. Wait. Weren't we both fighting together? Why didn't I have any insights? Bei Yulong couldn't figure it out, while Zhang Fan also felt a bit speechless. Junior brother Lu, your comprehension is indeed enviable. Lu Yi laughed happily, senior brother praises too much. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the ring. Looking over, Lu Yi and the others saw Li Yun being sent flying off the ring, landing unsteadily. On the ring, Lin Wanner's fair face was pale, with 2 sword marks on her arm from which blood was seeping, and her aura was weak. However, a faint smile graced her face. Zhuge Feng's voice rang out, Lin Wanner is victorious. Li Yun looked a bit frustrated, snorted coldly, and sat down silently to start recovering. Lin Wanner jumped down from the ring with a cheerful giggle. "Hey, Li Yun, how about it? Am I not stronger?" Li Yun glanced at the triumphant Lin Wanner, feeling even more depressed, and his whole demeanor radiated bitterness. On the ring, Zhuge Feng said indifferently, "Next, regulate your breath for 1 duel hour, and then we will begin the top 3 duels." Chapter: Arts Rewards. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner refrained from further disparaging Li Yun. She went to sit on the side and began regulating her breath. Her injuries were severe, she needed to recover to a better state. The others were also regulating their breath. After deciding the top 5, they would still need to settle the rankings of the bottom 5. Time passed quickly, and soon a duel hours had gone by. Zhuge Feng appeared on the platform again and said calmly, "The top 3, come up to the arena." Lu Yi, Zhang Fan, and Lin Wanner stood up and floated up to the arena. Zhuge Feng took out 3 jade tokens, which hovered in the air. He said calmly, "One of you will have a bye, and the other 2 will compete to decide the second place. After that, the winner will contest the first place with the one who had the bye." The 3 of them glanced at each other, and Lin Wanner said with a playful smile, "Junior brother Lu Yi, would you like to go first?" Lu Yi smiled, "I don't mind." He reached out and took a jade token, flipping it over to reveal 1. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit pleased. Another match meant another reward. Not bad at all. After seeing Lu Yi take a jade token, Zhang Fan and Lin Wanner reached out as well. They took their tokens and glanced at them. Lin Wanner's face fell, while Zhang Fan chuckled lightly and revealed his token, "I have the bye." Lu Yi glanced at Zhang Fan quizzically, wondering if he was some kind of child of destiny. Such good luck, getting a bye twice. Indeed, people with the character Fan in their names were extraordinary. Zhuge Feng smiled and said, "Since that's the case, Zhang Fan, step down from the arena. Lu Yi and Lin Wanner, get ready." Zhang Fan nodded and stepped down. Zhuge Feng also floated up, leaving only Lu Yi and Lin Wanner on the stage. Lin Wanner looked at Lu Yi with a smile, "Junior brother Lu Yi, let your senior sister have a chance, okay?" Lu Yi smiled, "Senior sister's strength is formidable, I'm afraid I might not be your match." Lin Wanner widened her eyes and looked at Lu Yi incredulously, "You tell such a bald-faced lie, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Lu Yi felt his body was quite healthy, and his conscience wasn't hurting. He said seriously, "Senior sister misunderstands me, I never lie." As he spoke, Lu Yi silently muttered to himself, "I will defeat senior sister Lin Wanner." Task: defeat Lin Wanner, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, Foundation Establishment Realm Arts Amnesia, accept, yes or no. Lu Yi was stunned, feeling a bit amazed. Arts? He hadn't expected this kind of reward. Lu Yi had originally thought that rewards for sparring-type tasks were all kinds of cultivation resources. He hadn't expected even arts to be a possibility. He wondered what kind of art this amnesia was. Since he hadn't completed the task yet, he couldn't know the details of the art. Additionally, Lu Yi had a question. Suppose he completed this task and continued to defeat Lin Wanner. What would be the reward then? Would it be another amnesia book, or a different art? If it were indeed different arts, that would be great. He could spar with senior sister Lin Wanner multiple times and collect a lot of arts. Lu Yi felt a bit excited and thought he might try that after completing this task. Just then, Zhuge Feng's voice rang out, "Begin." Lu Yi and Lin Wanner exchanged glances, their bodies surrounded by flowing spiritual energy. They drew their swords and disappeared simultaneously from their original positions. Lin Wanner's strength was formidable, but she was not as skilled as Bei Yulong and naturally even less of a match for Lu Yi. As usual, Lu Yi held back a bit, using less strength during the fight. After hundreds of rounds, Lin Wanner's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and she was breathing heavily. She retreated to the edge of the stage and glared at Lu Yi, who appeared unscathed, saying helplessly, "I give up." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Senior sister, thank you for conceding." Neither the elders nor the disciples were surprised by Lin Wanner's surrender. After all, the strength Lu Yi had demonstrated earlier was beyond what Lin Wanner could match. After Lin Wanner's surrender, Zhuge Feng appeared on the stage again and announced, "Lu Yi is the winner." He turned to look at Lu Yi and smiled slightly, "Rest for a while, then we will begin the fight for first place." Lu Yi nodded, "Yes, Grand Elder." After stepping down from the stage, no one disturbed Lu Yi, knowing that the upcoming fight for first place was crucial and that Lu Yi needed to prepare well. Zhang Fan leaned against the corner of the stage, hands behind his head, watching Lu Yi feign meditation and recovery, his eyes filled with fighting intent. Bei Yulong fanned himself with a folding fan, glanced at Zhang Fan, and chuckled, "Zhang Fan, you must still have some hidden cards, right?" Zhang Fan was taken aback and looked at Bei Yulong, laughing lightly, "Why do you say that?" Junior brother Lu Yi has shown such a formidable strength, yet you haven't shown any intention to withdraw. This means you believe that even such a powerful junior brother Lu Yi is not unbeatable. Bei Yulong squinted his eyes and smiled. Bei Yulong, you're quite sharp. Zhang Fan laughed. Bei Yulong, seeing Zhang Fan admit it, became more curious. We've been fellow disciples for several years. What hidden cards do you have that make you think you can defeat that monster? As Bei Yulong spoke, he glanced at Lu Yi. He considered himself quite talented, but to be defeated by Lu Yi, who was only at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer, had been disheartening. Junior brother Lu Yi was simply not human. Zhang Fan squinted his eyes and smiled slightly without answering. Seeing Zhang Fan's unwillingness to answer, Bei Yulong pursed his lips and asked no more. After all, when the time came, Zhang Fan would definitely reveal his cards. From Bei Yulong's understanding, the two of them were evenly matched, with Zhang Fan perhaps slightly stronger. But such strength was still not enough against Lu Yi. In the end, Zhang Fan would undoubtedly reveal his hidden cards. The final battle was about to begin. Everyone in the martial arena waited in silence, filled with anticipation. Time passed, and soon Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. Zhuge Feng, who had been standing on the stage, asked, Lu Yi, have you recovered? Lu Yi smiled, yes. Very well. In that case, Lu Yi, Zhang Fan, come up to the arena. After Zhuge Feng spoke, Lu Yi and Zhang Fan exchanged a glance and smiled. They both floated up and took positions on opposite sides of the arena. Zhuge Feng said slowly, the contest for the first place now begins. Having said that, Zhuge Feng floated up, leaving Lu Yi and Zhang Fan on the stage. The two of them faced each other. Zhang Fan drew his long saber and said with a light smile, Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't expect you to be my final opponent. Lu Yi also smiled, I've had good luck. Zhang Fan was noncommittal, luck alone wouldn't get you here. Alright, enough talk, let's begin. Lu Yi bowed and smiled, Senior brother Zhang Fan, please. Zhang Fan's expression turned serious, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. His body was surrounded by blade energy as he activated the sharp gold saber technique. With a sharp clang, a blade energy over 10 meters long was slashed out, cutting toward Lu Yi. Chapter 32 Zhang Fan's trump card swish. Lu Yi's body abruptly vanished from where it had been standing, and the blade light sliced across the ground, leaving a deep mark. Zhang Fan didn't even glance at the mark, his footsteps shifted, and he too disappeared from sight. Boom. The next moment, at one corner of the arena, both Lu Yi and Zhang Fan reappeared simultaneously, the roaring noise echoing around. Spiritual energy swirled around their bodies, almost forming faint light shields with halos circulating. Powerful aftershocks spread out from the point of their collision, turning into semi-transparent waves radiating outward. The collision lasted for an instant, and their bodies vanished from their spots again. The next moment, their bodies flickered continuously across the entire arena, which was now filled with blade lights and sword clouds over a dozen meters long. The deafening clash sounds erupted frequently. In just a few moments of battle, the already scarred arena had become a complete wreck. The intense fight drew gasps of amazement from the disciples watching around. The combat prowess displayed by both of them was top tier even among those at the Chi Cultivation 10th layer, leaving few who could match them. After a moment of battle, their bodies reappeared on opposite sides of the arena, holding their blades and swords as they watched each other. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. He had to admit that senior brother Zhang Fan's strength exceeded that of senior brother Bei Yulong. His white cloud sword technique and white cloud stance had both been pushed to the returning true state's limit, and he had even channeled a significant amount of high-quality spiritual energy through the white cloud chi refining art repeatedly without being able to suppress this senior brother. Just then, Zhang Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, Junior brother Lu Yi, is this your full strength? Lu Yi was taken aback. Then after recalling his yet unused level 7 and 8 white cloud sword technique and white cloud skill, as well as the nearly mist-like spiritual energy and the newly mastered sword intent, he coughed and said, it's nearly my full strength. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression changed, so, it's not your full strength yet? Zhang Fan thought he understood Lu Yi somewhat, not a single word of nearly full strength could be trusted, he definitely held back quite a bit. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan hesitated briefly, took a deep breath, and said, in that case, I will have to use my strongest move, deciding the outcome with one strike. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned and then felt curious. With Zhang Fan's current exhibited strength, he should pose no real threat to him. The only thing that had felt slightly threatening before must have been this strongest move? Lu Yi smiled, please, senior brother Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's face turned solemn. He slowly said, this move, I haven't completely mastered it, so I can't control it perfectly. Junior brother Lu Yi, be careful. As he spoke, the spiritual energy around Zhang Fan began to surge, and his aura rapidly heightened. The spectators around them heard the conversation between Zhang Fan and Lu Yi, and they were somewhat puzzled. Senior brother Zhang Fan is still holding back despite showing such strong strength? What trick is senior brother Zhang Fan holding back? I've never seen senior brother Zhang Fan use it before. Below the arena, Bei Yulong watched Zhang Fan, feeling even more curious. What on earth is this guy hiding? At this moment, the sound of waves rose around Zhang Fan as his spiritual energy erupted, forming a powerful wave of aura that spread in all directions, making his black hair dance constantly. Lu Yi's pupil shrank slightly as he watched Zhang Fan intently. Wow, his aura is quite intimidating. In the sky, the elders with Gudu Fang slightly changed their expressions, feeling somewhat surprised. Is this surging wave bomb? This little fellow has quite the talent to comprehend a foundation establishment skill at just the Chi Cultivation 10th layer. Interesting, I originally thought that Lu Yi would definitely win. Now it seems there's still a twist. The elders also showed slight variations in their expressions as they looked at Zhang Fan. Being able to grasp a foundation establishment skill at the Chi Cultivation realm, and even being able to use it required both solid basic skills and considerable comprehension ability. Zhang Fan's performance evidently surprised them. They glanced at the awe-inspiring Zhang Fan and then back at Lu Yi, feeling somewhat curious. Jifia said with a smile, I wonder if Lu Yi can withstand a foundation establishment skill? I think it will be difficult. His White Cloud Sword technique and White Cloud stance have already reached their limit. Even if his refined spiritual energy from the White Cloud Chi refining art improves a bit more, it's still limited. Wanting to resist a foundation establishment skill is just too challenging. An elder shook his head, the other elders nodded slightly in agreement. Even Zhugu Feng nodded slightly. If Lu Yi doesn't have any more means, he's likely to lose. An elder laughed. I thought Lu Yi would take the first place this time, but Zhang Fan has hidden so much. In the distance, Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki watched Zhang Fan's impressive aura, their expressions changing. Lu Jiewang frowned slightly. Surging wave bomb? Zhang Fan has actually mastered a foundation establishment skill? Wang Siki worriedly said, surging wave bomb is formidable, Yair won't get hurt, right? Honestly, Lu Yi making it to second place in the competition had already far exceeded Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki's expectations. Now, they were concerned about whether the surging wave bomb's power would hurt Lu Yi. Standing beside them, Li Meng laughed, sister-in-law, don't worry. With so many elders watching, how could they let such a talent like nephew Lu Yi get hurt? Others too offered words of reassurance. Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki thought the same and their expressions relaxed. Below the arena, Bei Yulong, Lin Wanner, and the others were also watching Zhang Fan's mesmerizing aura. Bei Yulong's pupils contracted, he slowly said, unexpectedly, Zhang Fan hid this well? Kept such a card in hand. Li Yun crossed his arms and couldn't help but say, junior brother Lu Yi is in danger. Tai Man nodded slightly, a foundation establishment skill, junior brother Lu Yi likely can't withstand it, right? Humphrey. I believe junior brother Lu Yi can definitely withstand it. Lin Wanner snorted coldly, glancing at Bei Yulong and the other two. The three were speechless. Was this woman only looking at Lu Yi's handsome face? Handsomeness doesn't equate to strength. The three didn't want to speak further. Just then, Zhang Fan stepped forward and shouted, junior brother Lu Yi, watch out. His right hand formed a palm, and he struck toward Lu Yi. A massive blue ripple appeared, and a palm imprint, about 2 meters in radius, charged rapidly toward Lu Yi. Where the palm imprint passed, the ground of the arena cracked inch by inch, and the surrounding air seemed filled with water's spiritual energy, sealing off space and giving Lu Yi no chance to dodge. Facing this powerful palm imprint, Lu Yi's expression remained calm, with a sliver of sword light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, an incredibly sharp sword intent soared to the sky, and clusters of sword clouds rose up from Lu Yi's long sword. Chapter 33 First in the grand competition. What is this? Sword intent? As the sharp sword intent appeared, Zhugu Feng and the other elders widened their eyes and stared intently at Lu Yi on the platform. Sword cloud surged, rushing toward the palm imprint. The formidable sword intent amplified the white cloud's sword chi, greatly enhancing its power. The sword clouds and the palm imprint collided. Boom! A tremendously loud explosion resounded. Blue and white lights intertwined, energy and sword light scattered, enveloping the platform. The aftermath turned into a violent wind, spreading in all directions. Bei Yulong and others below the platform sensed the terrifying shockwave, their faces filled with astonishment. Back off! They retreated repeatedly, not daring to get too close. The outer sect disciples watching from the rear also felt a heaviness in their chests, their faces turning slightly pale from the powerful aura. Everyone gasped in surprise, their eyes wide as they looked toward the platform. What terrifying power! Chi cultivation 10th layer can be this strong? No, what's going on with senior brother Lu Yi? How has he gotten even stronger? Wasn't it said he's near his limit? Hey! Naive. You believe what junior brother Lu Yi says? That guy is full of nonsense. What limit? It's all lies. In the sky, Lu Jiawang, Wang Siki, and others watched the swirling palm wind and sword clouds on the platform, completely bewildered. This is sword intent? My heavens! Nephew Lu Yi has actually mastered sword intent? He's only Chi cultivation 7th layer, and he's already grasped the concept. Brother Lu, did you know nephew Lu Yi was this amazing? Lu Jiawang was baffled, slowly shaking his head. He didn't know anything. To be honest, if it weren't for the tournament, he wouldn't even dare to imagine that Lu Yi could make it into the top 10. Sword intent? He wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Wang Siki, standing nearby, was equally perplexed, her expression mirroring Lu Jiawang's. Zhugu Feng and the other elders were visibly shaken, unable to remain calm. Incredible, truly incredible. This kid's talent is just extraordinary. Indeed. Sensing the concept while still in the Chi cultivation realm, his future potential is limitless. Not to mention the cave void realm, even the divinity transformation stage, there should be considerable hope for him. The divinity transformation stage. He could become one of the pillars of the White Cloud sect. One elder after another expressed their amazement. This was the concept. A technique generally mastered by stalwarts in the cave void realm. Those who grasped the concept before reaching the cave void realm were always prodigies of exceptional talent, and Lu Yi was only at the Chi cultivation realm. He could indeed be called a peerless genius. After today, the big shots in the inner sect might be unable to sit still, Zhugu Feng chuckled. Other elders also nodded. Such talent would undoubtedly make the nascent soul elders go crazy trying to recruit him, and even the peak masters and supreme elders of the divinity transformation stage would be tempted. As they conversed, the collision on the platform gradually subsided, revealing the scene on the central platform. At this moment, not a single stone slab on the vast platform remained intact. Lu Yi and Zhang Fan stood at opposite ends of the platform, facing each other in silence, the atmosphere tense. Lu Yi's expression was calm, his aura steady, still in good condition. In contrast, Zhang Fan's state was not as good, his face was pale, his aura weak, and sweat poured down his forehead. Zhang Fan looked at Lu Yi, his expression filled with shock, carrying a hint of disbelief. After a moment of silence, Zhang Fan chuckled helplessly and said, "Junior brother Lu Yi, you have actually mastered sword intent." "It's really." Zhang Fan shook his head. "Senior brother, I admit defeat." The surging wave palm was, after all, a foundation establishment skill. Using it now, the spiritual power consumption was exceedingly high. After one strike, Zhang Fan's spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted. Using it a second time would be a desperate effort. Seeing that Lu Yi still had considerable strength left, Zhang Fan felt that using it a second time wouldn't change the outcome. Seeing Zhang Fan concede, Lu Yi smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for letting me win, senior brother Zhang Fan. I was just lucky. I had some insights during my earlier fight with senior brother Bei Yulong, which allowed me to comprehend the sword intent." Hearing this, Zhang Fan was stunned, giving Lu Yi a peculiar look, then glanced at Bei Yulong, standing some distance away from the platform, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Junior brother Lu Yi can comprehend sword intent. What did Bei Yulong understand? Of course, Bei Yulong also heard these words and was utterly bewildered. No way. We both fought the same match. So why could Lu Yi comprehend sword intent? Had something gone wrong somewhere? This was too strange, right? Bei Yulong tried to recall the fight with Lu Yi, attempting to understand how Lu Yi had grasped sword intent. After a long time, Bei Yulong still couldn't figure it out and felt utterly dumbfounded. Bei Yulong turned his head, seeing Lin Wanner and others looking at him with complicated expressions. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and he yelled in embarrassment, "What are you looking at? Can you blame me for this? It's not like I wanted Lu Yi to understand sword intent." Lin Wanner said quietly. "So what did you realize?" Tai Man scratched his head. "Is there such a huge gap between people?" Li Yun sneered coldly but said nothing, just glanced sidelong at Bei Yulong. Bei Yulong. He felt a bit depressed. At this moment, Zhugu Feng landed on the platform. He looked at Lu Yi, very satisfied, and nodded with a smile, not bad at all. To comprehend sword intent at such a young age, your future is boundless." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Grand Elder, you flatter me." Zhugu Feng smiled and nodded at Zhang Fan as well. Zhang Fan is also impressive. Being able to comprehend a foundation establishment skill shows extraordinary comprehension. Your future is promising as well. Zhang Fan smiled and said, Grand Elder flatters me. Zhuge Feng laughed heartily. This year's Outer Sect tournament produced 2 geniuses. Very good. Now the top 2 have been decided. You may step down. Lu Yi and Zhang Fan nodded and left the platform. With the tournament now at the final stages, the top 3 had been determined, and the next matches would decide the remaining ranks. The 4th and 5th places would naturally be contested between Bei Yulong and Li Yun. During the match, perhaps due to carrying the grudge from being defeated by Lu Yi, Bei Yulong exploded with hidden potential and defeated Li Yun, securing the 4th place. The rankings of the remaining 5 were also decided during the matches. The 6th place went to Tai Man, the 7th to senior sister Liu Tian in the Qi Cultivation 10th layer, followed by 3 senior brothers and sisters in the Qi Cultivation 9th layer. The top 10 match continued until sundown, with Lu Yi finishing early and then happily watching the rest of the matches. These senior brothers and sisters in the Qi Cultivation 9th and 10th layers were quite strong, making the matches quite entertaining, at least much better than the preliminary rounds. When all the matches were over, Zhuge Feng once again stepped onto the platform. He glanced around and said, The Outer Sect tournament has concluded. The top 10 disciples should come to the Outer Sect Hall to find me in a week, and I will take you to the Inner Sect. Additionally, the rewards for the Outer Sect tournament will be issued by the Affairs Hall. The first place will receive a low-grade magic tool and a high-grade Foundation Establishment pills. The second and third places will each receive a high-grade Foundation Establishment pills. The 4th and 5th places will each receive a mid-grade Foundation Establishment pills. The 6th to 10th places will each receive a low-grade Foundation Establishment pills. Disciples who passed the preliminary rounds will receive a bottle of mid-grade Qi Condensation Elixir, and those who passed the initial selection will receive a bottle of low-grade Qi Condensation Elixir. Chapter 34 Invincible? What Invincible? Every year, the rewards for the Outer Sect competition are pretty much the same, so Lu Yi and the others weren't surprised. For them, the Foundation Establishment Elixir was a good item that could increase the chances of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Though the first place low-grade magic tool was certainly more precious, the most important thing was the opportunity for the top 10 to enter the Inner Sect. That was the sweetest part. Alright, that's it for today. You all can leave now, Zhuge Feng said, then disappeared from the arena. Lu Yi and the others exchanged glances. Bei Yulong lightly fanned his folding fan and smiled, Everyone, the competition was exhausting, I need to go back and rest. Farewell. Zhang Fan nodded at Lu Yi and smiled, Junior brother Lu Yi, let's spar when we have the time. Lu Yi eagerly nodded, no problem. After that, everyone went their separate ways. As usual, Lu Yi did not wait for Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki, he went back home by himself. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yi couldn't wait to claim his rewards. This time, the rewards were plentiful. Task: participate in the White Cloud Sect Outer Sect competition, completed, defeat Tai Man, completed, defeat Lin Wanner, completed, defeat Zhang Fan, completed. Of the 4 completed tasks, the first one excited Lu Yi the most. The White Cloud Sect's competition task seemed like a big task. Lu Yi had won first place, what kind of rewards would he receive? Lu Yi clicked to view the competition task. Task: participate in the White Cloud Sect Outer Sect competition, rewards determined by ranking, completed, reward, high-grade magic artifact Purple Jade Bell, a Thunder Spirit Liquid, 5 Perfect Foundation Establishment Elixir, White Cloud Sword Technique level +1, White Cloud Stance level +1, White Cloud Chi Refining Art level +1, claim the reward, yes or no, Lu Yi. He widened his eyes, staring at the rewards as his breathing grew hurried. These task rewards were incredibly generous. The high-grade magic artifact was self-explanatory. Even some golden core cultivators use this grade of treasure. The Purple Jade Bell was a defensive artifact that could activate a shield, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a golden core cultivator. Foundation Establishment cultivators couldn't break its defense. It was an excellent life-saving tool. Lu Yi also knew about the Thunder Spirit Liquid. It was a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure used for Foundation Establishment. Generally, using a Foundation Establishment elixir was enough to break through from Qi Cultivation realm to Foundation Establishment realm. However, using a special heavenly material and earthly treasure to break through could create a much stronger Taoist foundation. Spirit treasures with different attributes could make the foundation more attuned to those attributes, greatly benefiting future cultivation of related arts. Cultivators with resources or talent would often seek suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures for their foundation establishment. Of course, not every heavenly material and earthly treasure could be used for breakthroughs. Such treasures were extremely rare and valuable. And Thunder Spirit Liquid was one of these extremely rare and valuable treasures. If Lu Yi used Thunder Spirit Liquid for his foundation establishment, His future Taoist foundation would resonate with the Tao of Thunder, enhancing his thunder skills cultivation. This item was even more precious than the high-grade magic artifact. As for the perfect foundation establishment elixir, it was also extremely valuable. While regular foundation establishment elixirs only provided a limited chance of successful breakthrough, the perfect foundation establishment elixir offered the highest probability. Even those with unstable foundations had a high chance of breaking through with it. If used along with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the foundation would be even more solid. The remaining 3 rewards allowed Lu Yi's arts and cultivation techniques to level up by 1. Thus, his White Cloud Sword Technique, White Cloud Stance, and White Cloud Chi Refining Art all leveled up to level 9. Lu Yi wasn't entirely sure how powerful level 9 White Cloud Sword Technique and White Cloud Stance were, but they were definitely far stronger than returning True Realm techniques, likely comparable to general foundation establishment skills. As for the level 9 White Cloud Chi Refining Art, Lu Yi's cultivation speed would become even faster. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of Chi cultivation and start preparing for foundation establishment. Lu Yi was extremely satisfied with these rewards. He quickly chose to claim them. Immediately, the rewards materialized one by one. A palm-sized, exquisite purple jade bell appeared on Lu Yi's table. It was the high-grade magic artifact, Purple Jade Bell. Beside it were 5 translucent violet elixirs, the perfect foundation establishment elixirs. Next to them was a crystal-clear bottle containing a drop of violet liquid. Inside the liquid were arcs of lightning. It was the Thunder Spirit liquid. Lu Yi carefully put away these treasures, placing them in his lapel. At that moment, a torrent of information filled his mind, all related to the White Cloud Sword Technique, White Cloud Stance, and White Cloud Chi Refining Art. The profound information made Lu Yi's head throb, his brows furrowing involuntarily. After a moment, Lu Yi exhaled deeply, having absorbed the information and elevated his skills to level 9. He sensed the changes in the 2 arts and the cultivation technique, his lips curling into a wide smile. The gains this time were immense. If he used level 9 arts and cultivation techniques, Lu Yi believed he could now handle most low-level foundation establishment cultivators without much trouble. With the addition of the flowing cloud boots and purple jade bell, Lu Yi felt he could remain undefeated at the foundation establishment level and even had a chance to escape from a golden core master. Bear in mind, Lu Yi was just at the 7th layer of Chi cultivation. How to spell Invincible? Look at him, and you'd know. However, Lu Yi quickly jolted himself awake. No, he must not get cocky. He hastily applied a mental suggestion to himself. I am a complete novice. Just a weakling. Already 7th layer of Chi cultivation and thinking about escaping from a golden core cultivator? How shameless. Try crushing a golden core cultivator if you have the guts. Already 16 and only at the 7th layer of Chi cultivation? Think about senior sister Ning Shuang, who had reached golden core at 19 years old. Such poor talent in cultivation. Why not just go work in a factory and screw bolts? Invincible? What invincible? To say nothing else, is he invincible in the White Cloud sect? No. Work hard at cultivation, improve every day. Even a clumsy bird flies early. After implying to himself for a while, Lu Yi calmed down. Yes, he was just an ordinary Chi cultivator. No need to be proud. Lu Yi started claiming other rewards. The reward for defeating senior brother Taiman was 4 perfect physique elixirs. Lu Yi collected them and thought about finding a body refining technique to practice after entering the inner sect. It was generally accepted that the more solid the foundation at the Chi cultivation realm, the stronger the Taoist foundation would be. Lu Yi believed he needed to train in every aspect to the limit for a robust foundation. The foundation was the most important after all. Lin Wanner's reward was the special skill Amnesia. After Lu Yi collected it, a flood of information entered his mind. As Lu Yi absorbed the information, his expression turned strange. Amnesia was technically a soul-related skill. This skill could make the target forget a segment of their memory. With a higher success rate, the greater the difference in spiritual power. Lu Yi fell silent. Wow, wasn't his essentially making the target amnesiac? He couldn't help but think this skill typically appeared in those special neon mangas. Several bold uses had already formed in his mind. But as these thoughts emerged, Lu Yi decisively snuffed them out. Joking aside, as a beloved, handsome, charming youth, how could he resort to such dishonorable means? He was definitely not that kind of person. Chapter 35 Task of Breaking Through the Realm. However, this amnesia also carried certain risks. If the opponent's spiritual power far exceeded yours, there was a chance of backlash. If that happened, your own spirit would be damaged. Lu Yi glanced at the level 1 beside amnesia on the panel and thought it best not to attempt using it before he trained it to a higher level, to avoid any accidents. Putting thoughts of amnesia aside, Lu Yi claimed his final task reward for defeating senior brother Zhang Fan. In front of Lu Yi appeared a white porcelain bottle. He opened the cap, and instantly, dense spiritual energy dissipated. Lu Yi contentedly put the cap back on. Centennial Spiritual Dew. This was an extremely precious cultivation resource that could enhance one's talent. Lu Yi stored it safely and then remembered something. He once again assigned himself the task of defeating senior sister Lin Wanner. He was curious if continuing to issue tasks would still grant techniques. However, Lu Yi was quickly disappointed. Task: defeat Lin Wanner, progress, 0 out of 1, reward, 5 perfect grade Qi condensation elixir, accept, yes or no, no techniques, only elixirs. Lu Yi then realized that even the rewards for practice tasks were somewhat random. Most of the time, they were cultivation resources like elixirs. The previous reward of amnesia must have been due to good luck. Lu Yi then issued tasks involving other senior brothers and sisters, only to find that the rewards for senior brother Zhang Fan and senior brother Bai Yulong remained unchanged, still 1 drop of Centennial Spiritual Dew and a strand of Sword Intent, respectively. Senior brother Taiman's reward decreased, from 4 perfect yellow bright pills to 3. Other senior brothers' rewards were mostly perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs, nothing special for Lu Yi. Lu Yi felt helpless. In the future, when he went to the inner sect, he might have to see if there were new practice targets. Lu Yi was also considering if there were other tasks to get rewards. The more rewards he obtained, the faster his strength could improve. It would be best to get some Millennium Spirit Dew or Myriad Spirit Dew, that would be delightful. As Lu Yi was daydreaming, Wang Siki's voice rang out, "Yair, are you back?" Lu Yi came to his senses and replied with a smile, "Coming." Lu Yi won first place in the competition. Wang Siki and Lu Jiewang were naturally extremely happy. They were very proud of their son's excellence. Lu Jiewang specially bought some expensive spiritual medicines and fierce beast meat, and Wang Siki made a feast for the family to celebrate properly. Lu Jiewang drank a lot of wine and talked a lot with Lu Yi. As a father, he naturally hoped for his son's success. Though Lu Jiewang was an outer door steward and had a certain status in the outer sect, he had also endured a lot of grievances. Now, Lu Yi's talent had inexplicably become powerful, and his future looked bright. Lu Jiewang was very happy and did not want Lu Yi to end up like him, merely an outer door steward. Wang Siki was also very happy. Although she usually did not drink, she had a little this time, saying that their son had grown up. She felt a mix of pride and melancholy, with quite a complex mood. Although Lu Yi was a transmigrator, he was still raised by both of them. Seeing their happiness made him just as happy. Looking at the young faces of Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki, Lu Yi thought that once he reached the Foundation establishment realm and had more resources, he could help old Lu and his mother cultivate, making them stronger. Perhaps in the future, they could achieve longevity. That night, Lu Yi did not cultivate. Instead, the 3 chatted late into the night, and Lu Yi went to bed soon after. Lu Yi had been cultivating extremely hard every day lately and did feel somewhat tired and mentally strained. After a night of rest, Lu Yi felt refreshed and even more open-minded. Cultivation required a balance of work and rest. Occasional breaks improved cultivation efficiency and mindset. In the following days, Lu Yi's home was bustling with visitors. There were colleagues of Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki, also stewards, who brought gifts to congratulate him on winning the outer sect competition and entering the inner sect. They were full of envy for Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki. After all, Lu Yi was bound to become a strong cultivator. As his parents, Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki were likely to benefit greatly, perhaps reaching the golden core stage and becoming much different from them. Additionally, some elders came to congratulate them, including Elder Chifi from the affairs hall where Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki worked. Lu Yi learned that Chifi had been very kind to Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki, so he respected Chifi greatly, which made the elder very pleased. Having reached the Qi cultivation 7th layer and trained 2 arts and 1 technique to the regain simplicity realm while even mastering sword intent, a genius like Lu Yi showing him respect certainly made Chifi happy. After all, he was just an ordinary golden core cultivator, and barring any miracles, he would never break through to the nascent soul stage. But Lu Yi was different, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be easy for him. With a bit of luck, reaching the divinity transformation stage was not out of the question, and he might even become a cave void cultivator. Such figures were considered giants in Qingzhou and powerhouses in the entire eastern domain. Chifi decided to be even more considerate to Lu Jiewang and Wang Siki in the future. Some inner sect elders also came to see Lu Yi, hoping he would join their peak. But when Lu Yi mentioned he wanted to take the Lingluo peak assessment, they stopped bothering him. Besides visitors, Zhang Fan also came once. Lu Yi proposed a sparring match, which Zhang Fan readily agreed to. They found a quiet grove and sparred for an entire afternoon. When Zhang Fan left, Lu Yi had 20 drops of Centennial Spiritual Dew in hand. He enthusiastically saw Zhang Fan off, hoping he would come again. Aside from Zhang Fan, Bei Yulong and Li Yun also visited once, and Lu Yi sparred with them for an afternoon each. After acquiring the 5th strand of sword intent from Bei Yulong, the reward for his task changed to 5 perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs. Lu Yi was somewhat disappointed. He hoped to further enhance his sword intent. However, 5 strands of sword intent still made his sword intent much stronger, several times more powerful than the first strand. As for Li Yun's reward, it was simply perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs. Lu Yi needed perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs for his cultivation, so he gladly accepted them. Li Yun was a battle maniac, and in one afternoon, Lu Yi obtained 75 Qi condensation elixirs from him, an absurd amount. With the elixirs he received from Bei Yulong later and those he already had, Lu Yi's collection of perfect grade Qi condensation elixirs surpassed 100, enough to sustain his cultivation for a while. This made Lu Yi very happy. Time passed, and by the 6th night, Lu Yi sat cross-legged in his room, spiritual energy circulating around him, his aura fluctuating intensely. Inside Lu Yi, the spiritual energy contained in the Centennial Spiritual Dew surged vigorously, causing his cultivation base to rise rapidly. The level 9 White Cloud Qi refining art was incredibly potent. Lu Yi felt that even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator's absorption rate might not surpass his. Typically, a drop of Centennial Spiritual Dew contained enough spiritual energy to keep a Qi cultivation 7th layer cultivator occupied for several months, but Lu Yi could fully absorb it in just one night. With such absorption efficiency, Lu Yi's cultivation speed was naturally extremely fast. As the spiritual energy operated, Lu Yi sensed a barrier. The bottleneck of the Qi cultivation 7th layer had arrived. Lu Yi was delighted. Breaking through to the Qi cultivation 8th layer in less than a month was incredibly fast. Just as Lu Yi was about to break through, he paused, recalling something. Speaking of which, if he issued a task to break through a realm, would it be effective? Feeling curious, Lu Yi remembered that he was too excited when he broke through to the Qi cultivation 7th layer and hadn't thought about it. Now, why not give it a try? Lu Yi tried to self-speak in his mind, I want to break through to the Qi cultivation 8th layer. Chapter 36 Reward for reaching the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Task, breakthrough to Qi cultivation 8th layer. Progress, 0 out of 1. Reward, a Millennium Spirit Dew. Accept, yes or no, Lu Yi? Staring at the reward, question marks slowly emerged in Lu Yi's mind. Could this really be possible? And not only that, the reward is actually Millennium Spirit Dew? Lu Yi's heart was suddenly racked with pain. When he broke through to the Qi cultivation 7th layer, he didn't issue a task, which was a huge loss. Lu Yi almost felt like crying, taking several deep breaths before he regained his composure. The past is the past, regret won't help. He needed to form good habits, issuing various task instructions anytime, anywhere to see if he could trigger a task. Determined, Lu Yi accepted the task. After that, Lu Yi operated the White Cloud Qi refining art, beginning to tackle the bottleneck. The White Cloud Qi refining art had reached level 9, much more powerful than before. When Lu Yi broke through to the Qi cultivation 7th layer, the bottleneck resisted a bit, but this time, with the White Cloud Qi refining art and the spiritual energy from the Centennial Spiritual Dew, the bottleneck didn't resist at all and was almost instantly broken through by Lu Yi. Spiritual energy flowed within Lu Yi's body, slowly refining his flesh. He exhaled a mouthful of impure air and opened his eyes. 8th layer of Qi cultivation. This time, Lu Yi was not as thrilled as last time. In the future, breakthroughs would be commonplace for him, and he needed to learn to adapt. After the breakthrough, Lu Yi directly chose to claim the reward. A porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He opened it and sniffed it. The density of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the Centennial Spiritual Dew. He put the Millennium Spirit Dew into his robe, feeling a bit troubled by the fact that he had too many good items. Centennial Spiritual Dew, Millennium Spirit Dew, high-grade magical artifact, perfect foundation establishment elixir. He didn't know where to place them all. Luckily, tomorrow he could enter the inner sect. Entering the inner sect would grant him an interspatial ring. Lu Yi was looking forward to the interspatial ring to store all his good items. Not wanting to forget this lesson, Lu Yi issued a task in his mind to break through to the Qi cultivation 9th layer. As expected, the reward was another drop of Millennium Spirit Dew. Looking at the reward, he instantly felt motivated. He closed his eyes and happily began to cultivate. Early the next morning, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glint of spiritual light flashing through them. After a night of cultivation, he had absorbed all the spiritual energy from the Centennial Spiritual Dew, thoroughly stabilizing his Qi cultivation 8th layer. Getting out of bed, Lu Yi stretched and left his room, heading to the main hall. In the hall, Lu Jiawang was sitting at the table, polishing his treasured mid-grade magic tool longsword. Lu Yi glanced at it and quickly looked away. In the past, he would have wanted to touch it, but now, Lu Yi had high-grade magical artifacts. Seeing Lu Yi enter, Lu Jiawang sheathed his sword and smiled. "Yair, you're up pretty early today." Lu Yi sat down at the table and smiled, nodding. "Yeah, I finished my cultivation tasks early today. By the way, where's mother?" Lu Yi looked around but didn't see Wang Siki. At that moment, Wang Siki walked in from outside, a gentle smile on her beautiful face. "I was in the kitchen preparing breakfast." She then took out several portions of breakfast from her interspatial ring. One has to admit, having an interspatial ring in this world was far more convenient than the last. At least, when serving dishes, you didn't worry about having to make several trips. One trip with the interspatial ring was enough. Seeing the continuously produced breakfast, Lu Yi grinned. "Mother, why is breakfast so lavish today?" Lu Jiawang chuckled. "How could it not be lavish? You, this rascal, are finally entering the inner sect. After this, no one can interfere with me and your mother enjoying our time together." Lu Yi's smile froze. Wang Siki shot a glance at Lu Jiawang, making his smile freeze as well. She sat down and picked up a bun, placing it in Lu Yi's bowl. "Yair, even after entering the inner sect, you need to work hard. You might only get to come home a few times a year, so today I wanted to prepare something special for you." Looking into Wang Siki's gentle eyes, Lu Yi's heart warmed, and he smiled. "Thank you, mother." He then couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It felt suspiciously like the time he left for university in his past life. The déjà vu was strong. "Eat up," Wang Siki said with a smile. Lu Jiawang's expression grew serious. Looking at Lu Yi, he said, "Rascal, you have a lot of talent, but remember, there's always someone better. In the inner sect, avoid causing trouble and focus on your cultivation." Lu Yi nodded quickly. "Old Lu, you know me. I'm not one to cause trouble." Lu Jiawang's expression softened as he smiled and nodded. "I trust you." Then, pausing for a moment, he looked at Lu Yi and asked, "After joining the inner sect, you're heading to Lingluo Peak?" Lu Yi nodded. "Yes." He thought of the beautiful face of Liu Ningxuang. He still had a task to make his senior sister fall in love with him. Gosh, just thinking about it was a bit embarrassing. Lu Jiawang nodded. "I've heard that the assessment at Lingluo Peak is tough, so be careful." Lu Yi smiled. "I will." Wang Siki didn't seem worried. With Yair's talent, joining Lingluo Peak should be no problem. He might even become a disciple of the Peak Master. Paragraph break symbol. After chatting while eating breakfast, Lu Jiawang, Wang Siki, and Lu Yi walked out of the hall together. In the courtyard, Wang Siki patted Lu Yi's hair, smiling warmly. "Remember to wear more clothes in the inner sect, don't overdo the cultivation, and stay safe." She kept reminding Lu Yi, and he listened with a smile, not interrupting her. After a while, Lu Jiawang finally said, "All right, it's about time." Wang Siki nodded and looked at Lu Yi. "Go on." Lu Yi smiled. "Old Lu, mother, I'm off then." Lu Jiawang nodded. "Take care of yourself." Lu Yi waved to them and then left his home, heading towards the outer sect hall. The outer sect hall was located on White Chirp Peak, not far from White Sparrow Peak. With Lu Yi's speed, it didn't take long to arrive. At the top of White Chirp Peak stood a grand and exquisite hall, the outer sect hall. Entering the hall, he saw a large chamber where outer elder Zhugu Feng and Zhang Fan were already present. Seeing Lu Yi arrive, they all looked over. Zhang Fan chuckled. "Junior brother Lu Yi, you're a bit late." Lu Yi smiled and nodded. "Just had a few more words with my family." Bei Yulong lightly fanned his folding fan and sighed. "Junior brother Lu Yi is fortunate, having family right here in the White Cloud sect." The others nodded, feeling the same. Most of the disciples who joined the White Cloud sect as outer disciples had families in the mortal world. Some might come from decent family backgrounds or even be princes and princesses, but compared to a cultivation sect, they were no match. The White Cloud sect controlled many kingdoms, and even the nobles considered it an honor to join the sect. Disciples from those great families and noble houses were fortunate, but for most disciples of humble origins, joining the White Cloud sect meant being separated from their families, possibly for life. This was a complex feeling for the young outer disciples. "Alright, now that Lu Yi is here, let's head to the inner sect," Zhugu Feng said with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation, including Lu Yi. Finally, they were going to the inner sect. The inner sect was where the true elites of the White Cloud sect resided, with resources and techniques far superior to those of the outer sect. Chapter 37. Entering the inner sect, a group of people left the main hall and arrived at the square outside the outer sect hall. Zhugu Feng waved his hand, and a giant sword, about 10 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. Lu Yi and the others widened their eyes slightly and looked surprised. Is this a flying sword? A flying treasure? Generally speaking, Foundation establishment cultivators could fly on their swords, using their weapons as flying tools, but such tools were usually only convenient for personal use and not for carrying others. Otherwise, when Lu Yi went to the martial arena during the previous competition, he wouldn't have needed Lu Jiewang to carry him. Besides using ordinary treasures to fly, there were also specialized flying treasures. The core function of these flying treasures was for traveling, offering more functionality and greater speed. Of course, these flying treasures were also quite expensive. The giant sword in front of them was evidently a flying treasure. Lu Yi and the others looked envious, as flying treasures were extremely precious and not cheap. Even Zhuge Fang's eyes showed a hint of pride. He smiled faintly, maintaining the Grand Elder's dignity, and said, "Get on. It's just a flying treasure. If you work hard in the future, you can have one too." Lu Yi and the others got on the flying sword, and with a flick of Zhuge Fang's sleeve, the sword ascended into the clouds, flying towards the inner sect. The flying sword was very fast, forming a spiritual light shield during the flight to block the strong winds, making it a smooth and comfortable ride. Along the way, Zhuge Fang briefly introduced the inner sect to Lu Yi and the others. After all, the inner sect was quite different from the outer sect. Outer sect disciples were merely the grassroots of the White Cloud sect, while the inner sect disciples were the true elites. Upon entering the inner sect, the competition would undoubtedly be fiercer than in the outer sect, and there would be more things to pay attention to. Lu Yi and the group listened attentively. Before long, the flying sword pierced through a layer of clouds, revealing a mysterious scene to them. It was a vast mountain range with 12 towering peaks reaching into the clouds, surrounded by smaller peaks. In the central area of the 12 towering peaks was a large basin, and within the basin was a small city. In the center of the city stood a gigantic tower reaching into the clouds. This was the trial tower of the White Cloud sect. Zhuge Fang had mentioned before that it was a high-level treasure brought back by the sect ancestors from the ruins, used for inner sect disciples' trials. Surrounding the trial tower were pavilions and buildings, exquisitely decorated and very prosperous. The entire area was filled with flowing white clouds, with numerous cultivators flying on their swords and white cranes flying around, exuding an aura of immortality. Lu Yi and the others were mesmerized, completely different from the outer sect. Lin Wanner and Liu Tian, as females, were particularly dazzled. Lin Wanner whispered, "So beautiful." Liu Tian nodded repeatedly. Zhuge Fang chuckled, "This is the inner sect area of the White Cloud sect, and it will be your home for cultivation and life in the future." Lu Yi and the others watched the disciples flying on their swords, their eyes shining. Zhuge Fang smiled calmly, "I will take you to the inner sect affairs hall first. Since you just arrived at the inner sect, you need to register as inner sect disciples and receive your identity tokens." Lu Yi and the others nodded in agreement. Zhuge Fang directed the flying sword towards the central small city, soon stopping outside a grand hall. Outside this hall was a large square, with many cultivators flying up and down on their swords, looking spirited, and exuding strong auras. Even Lu Yi felt an invincible aura from many of the disciples. However, some disciples' auras made Lu Yi feel indifferent. Lu Yi speculated that these disciples had probably just entered the inner sect not long ago and were not very strong yet. The group's arrival on the flying sword attracted quite a bit of attention, as flying swords were rare in the White Cloud sect. Seeing Zhuge Fang on the flying sword with Lu Yi and the others, the senior brothers and sisters realized, it's elder Zhuge Fang. Oh, judging by the time, the outer sect competition should have just ended? Are these the top 10 of this year's outer sect competition? The outer sect competition. I heard 2 geniuses emerge this time, a disciple recalled and smiled. Geniuses? Really? Everyone basically came from the outer sect. What kind of geniuses could the outer sect possibly have? Yeah, calling them geniuses seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? You have no idea. I heard from an elder who went to the outer sect that one genius mastered foundation establishment skills at the Chi Cultivation 10th layer, and the other one was even more outrageous. At the Chi Cultivation 7th layer, they mastered 2 skills and 1 cultivation technique to the returning true realm, and even mastered sword intent. This kind of talent has a great chance of reaching the divinity transformation stage, with even the cave void realm being possible. If this isn't called a genius, what is? This left everyone in a daze, looking at Zhuge Fang and his group with surprise, even those who had not been paying much attention. Soon, the senior brothers and sisters were in an uproar. Really? The first one is quite talented, but understandable. But what's with the second one? The outer sect has someone like that? Shouldn't such talent be brought directly to the inner sect for training? Yes, with such talent, they should be a direct disciple of a nascent soul elder, or even the Peak Master's direct disciple. How would I know? My elder from the Waterfall Peak mentioned it, so it should be accurate. Who are these 2 disciples? The inner sect disciples curiously asked, "We should make their acquaintance if we get the chance." The disciple, recalling the elder's words, said with a strange expression, "One of them at the Chi Cultivation 7th layer is the most handsome among the top 10, and the one at the Chi Cultivation 10th layer is the most ordinary-looking one. Zhugu Feng, Lu Yi, Bei Yulong and the others. Zhang Fan?" Although the inner sect disciples were a bit distant and their voices were not loud, Lu Yi and the others, being high-level cultivators, could not help but hear their discussion. Each of their faces was full of strange expressions. Zhugu Feng, as the Grand Elder, kept a stern face, but Lu Yi and the others had more colorful reactions. Lu Yi glanced at Zhang Fan, feeling a bit embarrassed. To be fair, in terms of looks, he did outshine his senior brother Zhang Fan, but saying it out loud seemed inappropriate. Lu Yi felt awkward. Even Zhang Fan, with his calm disposition, had a face full of black lines and a stiff expression upon hearing this. He rubbed his nose helplessly and said, "Is there something wrong with looking ordinary?" Lu Yi earnestly replied, "Senior brother Zhang Fan, don't think too much. We all know your talent and brilliance. Zhang Fan, a man's strength is what truly matters. What's the use of a pretty face? Just a pretty boy." Li Yun crossed his arms and sneered. Lu Yi? He felt insulted. Bei Yulong, standing nearby, also had a stiff expression. He patted his folding fan and asked, "Do they really think junior brother Lu Yi is the most handsome? Isn't he?" Lin Wanner glanced at Bei Yulong. Bei Yulong coughed lightly, smiled at Lin Wanner, and straightened his back. Liu Tian said eerily, "Bei Yulong, just forget it. When it comes to looks, you can't compete with junior brother Lu." Bei Yulong's expression froze, feeling dejected. Zhugu Feng coughed lightly and said, "All right, let's go inside." The group came to their senses and, under the curious gazes of the senior brothers and sisters, entered the affairs hall. Chapter 38. Are you Lu Yi? Entering the affairs hall, Zhugu Feng led Lu Yi and the others through the tremendous hall and arrived at a relatively small room designated for the registration of inner sect disciples. In the room, an elder in a gray robe was reclining on a chair. Seeing Zhugu Feng arriving with people, he stood up with a smile. "Elder Zhugu, you're a bit later than last time." Zhugu Feng smiled cheerfully. "Anyway, it's always leisurely here for you. Early or late, it makes no difference." The gray-robed elder chuckled warmly. "That's true. Only a handful join the inner sect of the White Cloud sect each year, so this old man really doesn't have much to do." While speaking, the gray-robed elder glanced over Lu Yi and the others, smiling. "These little fellows are the top 10 from the outer sect competition?" Zhugu Feng nodded. "Yes." Then he introduced Lu Yi and the others. "This is Elder Li Wang from the affairs hall." Lu Yi was a bit surprised, not expecting him to be an elder, which explained the friendly banter with Elder Zhugu. They hurriedly bowed with respect. "Greetings, Elder Li." Li Wang nodded with a smile and said, "They are quite nice youngsters. Come, let this old man register you." He then walked slowly to the nearby table and sat down. Zhugu Feng said, "Lu Yi, you go first." Lu Yi nodded and stepped forward to Li Wang's table. Li Wang glanced at Lu Yi, laughing happily. "You are Lu Yi?" After the competition, those old fellows were all saying a genius appeared in the outer sect. "So young, yet you've cultivated the arts and techniques to the returning true realm and even mastered sword intent. Quite remarkable." Lu Yi smiled modestly. "The elders flatter me." Li Wang chuckled and didn't say more, merely asking Lu Yi some basic information, which he recorded before handing over a white ring and a white token. This interspatial ring is a benefit for inner sect disciples. Inside are several sets of inner sect clothing and an introduction to the inner sect rules. You must read the rules carefully to avoid punishment for breaking sect regulations. Keep the inner sect token safe, you'll need it for accepting tasks, using sect points, etc. Losing it will cost you spirit stones to replace. Lu Yi nodded repeatedly, accepting the interspatial ring and inner sect token. The interspatial ring was undoubtedly a good item. Elder Zhugu had already explained the functions of the inner sect token on the way here. Much like a university card from his previous life, it recorded basic information about inner sect disciples, stored and traded points, and even served as an access card. It had numerous functions. Lu Yi placed the interspatial ring on his hand, stored the token inside, and stepped back. Next were Zhang Fan, Bei Yulong, and the others, taking turns based on their rankings. After Wan Hua received his interspatial ring and token, everyone was registered. Li Wang then spoke. "With your information registered, you are now inner sect disciples. Elder Zhugu must have introduced the 12 peaks to you. If you'd like more information, read the introduction inside the ring. Choose the peak that suits your development and talents. The outside world may have rumors about the ranks of the 12 peaks, but being part of the White Cloud sect, each has its strengths. Selecting the one best suited to you is the most important. I trust you understand. Lu Yi and the others nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Elder Li Wang, for the guidance. Li Wang waved his hand. You may go. Zhuge Feng smiled, saying, Elder Li, then I shall take my leave. Li Wang nodded with a smile. Come visit this old man sometime, let's have a drink together. No problem. Zhuge Feng left with Lu Yi and the others. Once outside the affairs hall, Zhuge Feng looked at Lu Yi and the others, smiling. Alright, you are officially inner sect disciples now. There are paths from White Cloud Square to the various peaks, you can ask around for directions. A reminder, each peak has its own specialties. Choose based on your abilities. Lu Yi and the others nodded, indicating their understanding. Zhuge Feng then bid everyone farewell, transformed into a sword light, and disappeared into the sky, leaving Lu Yi and the others behind. Lu Yi and the others were eager to join the peaks they desired. After bidding each other farewell, they all headed to their chosen peaks. Lu Yi, of course, aimed for Lingluo Peak. On the way here, Zhuge Feng had already pointed out the direction of Lingluo Peak. Lu Yi remembered it and started walking towards it. White Cloud Square was not small, with a complex network of roads. However, heading to a place like the 12 Peaks was easy enough by asking the way. Lu Yi quickly reached the base of Lingluo Peak without much effort. From the base, Lingluo Peak appeared even more gigantic. Although Lu Yi had never been to Mount Everest in his previous life, he felt Lingluo Peak might be even taller. At the end of the road, there was a small path leading up the mountain, composed of stone steps. At the entrance were two elderly male cultivators on guard. These male cultivators weren't wearing inner sect disciple clothing but the robes of servant disciples. Lu Yi wasn't surprised. Proper disciples of the White Cloud sect focused on cultivation and didn't usually handle chores. These were assigned to servant disciples and maids, both in the outer and inner sect. Having servant disciples in the inner sect was also normal. However, the aura of these servant disciples had reached the chi cultivation level, far stronger than those in the outer sect, where most servant disciples hadn't even reached the chi cultivation realm. Given their age, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm would be challenging. Seeing Lu Yi approaching, wearing outer sect disciple attire, the two servant disciples were surprised. The older middle-aged disciple cupped his hands slightly. Brother, do you have business at Lingluo Peak? Lu Yi smiled. Hello, Junior. I am Lu Yi, having just passed the outer sect competition to enter the inner sect. I intend to join Lingluo Peak. Could you take me for the examination? He also took out the inner sect token for them to see. Upon seeing the token, the older servant disciple hurriedly said, So it's Brother Lu. Please follow me. I'll take you to see Butler Zhao who handles the entrance examinations. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, following the older disciple up the steps. After climbing a short distance, Lu Yi saw a platform with a palace not far away. The older disciple led Lu Yi along a side path to the front of the palace on the square. He smiled and introduced, Brother, this is the peak entrance examination hall, and Butler Zhao is inside. With that, he led Lu Yi into the hall. By the door sat a kindly-looking middle-aged man with his eyes closed, spiritual energy circulating around him as if he was cultivating. Lu Yi glanced and was stunned. Cultivating during work hours? So competitive? Did he accidentally join some overly competitive peak? Lu Yi felt a bit apprehensive. Hearing the commotion, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked over. The servant disciple said, Butler Zhao, this is Brother Lu Yi, who entered the inner sect through the outer sect competition. He wishes to join Lingluo Peak, and I brought him for the examination. Hearing this, Butler Zhao looked at Lu Yi with a slightly strange expression. You are Lu Yi? Chapter 39, Lingluo Peak trembles. Lu Yi was stunned when he heard Butler Zhao's words and asked in confusion, Butler Zhao, do you know me? Butler Zhao's lips twitched slightly, and his expression was extremely complex. How could I not? These past few days, those elders have been running to me daily, saying that if you ever come to Lingluo Peak, I should notify them immediately. I guess they all have their eyes on you. I must say, your talent is exceptionally strong, even on Lingluo Peak. As for Lu Yi's performance during the outer sect competition, Butler Zhao was well aware. After all, as the steward in charge of the peak entrance examination, how could he not know the talents and strengths of the top 10 in the outer sect? These were the reference points for the assessment. Thinking of Lu Yi's talent made Butler Zhao feel numb. Imagine him working hard in cultivation from dawn to dusk for nearly 100 years, yet he still hadn't broken through to the golden core. As for conception? What even is that? Is the gap between people really this vast? Butler Zhao deeply felt the malice of the world. Fortunately, as the assessment steward of Lingluo Peak, he had encountered many genius disciples, received numerous blows, and developed a resilient Dao heart, avoiding deviation in his cultivation. Lu Yi smiled and said, Butler Zhao, You're too kind. Butler Zhao shook his head. How is that too kind? I've been responsible for assessments for many years, and I've encountered tens of thousands of inner sect disciples. Not many can compare to you. He continued, wait a moment, I need to inform those elders, otherwise. At this point, Butler Zhao shivered. My small arms and legs can't withstand those elders' displeasure. Lu Yi looked at Butler Zhao with some sympathy. Living in a place full of bigwigs, Butler Zhao seemed to have a tough time. Then, Lu Yi watched as Butler Zhao pulled out a communication token and sent out a message. Shortly after the message was sent, powerful auras began to surge from Lingluo Peak, all of them at the nascent soul realm. These overwhelming auras startled the Lingluo Peak disciples who were cultivating, causing them to open their eyes and rush out of their cave mansions. What's going on? Are we under attack? Which demon dares to invade our White Cloud sect? Not only that, they dared to come to our Lingluo Peak? Aren't they afraid our Peak Master will skin them alive? Where's the demon? I just learned a new golden core technique, perfect for them to experience their demise. Soon, these disciples realized something seemed off. Huh? What's happening? These auras. They seem to be the elders? No external enemy auras? What's wrong with the elders? They saw streaks of light rising from the peak and surrounding small peaks, transforming into beams of light shooting towards the peak entrance examination hall. The disciples were all puzzled. What's going on at the peak entrance examination hall? Why are all the elders heading there? Looking at these elders' aura. Are they going to start fighting? Let's go check it out. One by one, the disciples took to the air, flying towards the peak entrance examination hall. Inside the peak entrance examination hall, Lu Yi felt the surging auras approaching and was a bit bewildered. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he looked at Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao, how many elders have asked about me before? Butler Zhao thought for a moment and said, almost all the elders have asked. Lu Yi? His scalp tingled as he looked at the fierce auras of the approaching elders. Lu Yi was a bit worried that he might be dismembered by them. At this moment, beams of light landed on the square outside, transforming into figures. There were men and women, some handsome, some ordinary-looking, some appeared young, others old. About 20 people in total. All of them were nascent soul cultivators. The auras of these nascent soul cultivators surged, making the middle-aged servant disciple leading the way nearly faint. He had never seen so many nascent soul cultivators appear on Lingluo Peak in his life. The middle-aged servant disciple couldn't help but glance at Lu Yi, his mind filled with questions. Just who was this senior brother? The nascent soul cultivators glanced at each other, their expressions cold and displeased with each other. A handsome nascent soul elder holding a jade flute in a white robe smiled and said, everyone, why are you here? A beautiful and mature nascent soul elder in a purple dress glanced at the speaking elder and sarcastically remarked, Dong Wanglian, why act confused? We're all here for Lu Yi, aren't we? An old man with white hair and wrinkles but an extremely tall and strong physique grinned. That's right, no need to hide it. We're all here because we see Lu Yi as a good seedling, a talent worth nurturing. Dong Wanglian squinted, his expression displeased as he coldly laughed. In that case, let's draw the line here. A friendly-looking, chubby nascent soul elder said with a laugh, let's not be hostile. Recruitment of disciples is a big matter. We should at least ask Lu Yi's opinion first, right? Another female cultivator with a cold expression and delicate features, her black hair coiled up, nodded. Besides, Lu Yi hasn't even started the peak entrance examination yet. The crowd calmed down at the words of the two elders. At this moment, more beams of light quickly approached, this time with much weaker auras, only at the Foundation establishment and Golden Core levels. However, all these individuals were young, appearing not very old. Some wore inner sect disciple attire, others wore core disciple and direct disciple outfits. All were disciples of Lingluo Peak. After these disciples appeared, they glanced at the many elders and then towards the peak entrance examination hall. Inside were 3 people. They ignored the servant disciple they had seen before, they weren't familiar with Butler Zhao either. The only new face was the handsome young man. Which disciple of Lingluo Peak wasn't a genius? Naturally, they weren't lacking in intelligence and began whispering their hypotheses. Who was that guy? No idea, but he seems important. The elders must be here for him. I can tell. I think I know who he is. A handsome golden core youth thought of something and raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Yi. Who was he? The disciples looked curiously at the speaker. He should be the first place in this year's outer sect competition, Lu Yi. The golden core youth examined Lu Yi with curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. Outer sect competition? First place? What's that? Many disciples had question marks over their heads and were puzzled. Senior brother Nangong, are you kidding? The outer sect is barely acceptable to enter Lingluo Peak, let alone having so many elders vying for one person. A female disciple couldn't help but retort. Yeah, Nangong, you must be joking. Another golden core disciple said speechlessly. Nangong Mo rolled his eyes. What do you know? This guy's talent surpasses everyone here. The disciples were speechless. Nangong Mo, do you even hear yourself? Yeah, I don't believe it. We're among the top talents in the sect. He's just an outer sect disciple. Nangong Mo sighed. This guy reached the 7th layer of chi cultivation and has comprehended sword intent. The disciples? The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and the disciples' expressions stiffened, creating an awkward scene. All the disciples slowly turned to look at Lu Yi, their eyes wide as if seeing a freak. Chapter 40, Comprehension even stronger than Liu Ningshuang's chi cultivation realm comprehending sword intent? Hiss. No wonder so many elders showed up. Is this guy really from the outer sect? The disciples were extremely shocked. At this moment, Dong Wanglian and the other elders had already entered the hall. Butler Zhao quickly said, Elders. Lu Yi also spoke. Lu Yi greets the elders. The elders nodded at Lu Yi, their smiles gentle. Little guy, welcome to Lingluo Peak. Kid, perform well in the assessment. I have high hopes for you. Then, they looked at Butler Zhao. Dong Wanglian said, Butler Zhao, why haven't you started the assessment yet? Being watched by so many Nasan Soul elders made Butler Zhao a bit nervous. He nodded repeatedly. Alright, Elder Dong Wang. He looked at Lu Yi, smiling. Lu Yi, the entry assessment for Lingluo Peak is the most difficult among the 12 peaks of the sect. According to the Peak Master's intent, it's better to have quality over quantity in our disciples. We use our limited resources to cultivate those worth cultivating. However, this difficulty is relative to ordinary disciples. For you, it might just be a formality. Generally speaking, disciples with the potential to enter the inner sect have no issues with their cultivation talent. So, our entry assessment mainly assesses 2 aspects, comprehension and combat ability. The comprehension assessment involves understanding a martial art. As he spoke, Butler Zhao flipped his hand, and a book appeared in it. Lu Yi, this is the Chi Cultivation Skill 9 Shadow Sword. Among Chi Cultivation skills, it's considered quite challenging. Your task is to master this skill within 2 dual hours. Lu Yi took the book, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. I understand. No wonder the Lingluo Peak assessment is said to be difficult. 2 dual hours mean 4 hours. Mastering a skill in 4 hours, even if it's just a chi cultivation skill, is not easy at all. At the same time, Lu Yi murmured to himself, I want to read through the 9 Shadow Sword Manual. Task, read through the 9 Shadow Sword Manual, 0 out of 1. Reward, 9 Shadow Sword level +1 accept, yes or no sure enough. Lu Yi felt delighted inside. For him, simply mastering the basics, he just needed to read it once. There was basically no difficulty. At this moment, Lu Yi thought of something else and murmured to himself again, I want to pass the Lingluo Peak entry assessment. Task, pass the Lingluo Peak entry assessment. Reward, Water Spirit Dew, mid-grade magic tool White Spirit Belt. Accept, yes or no. Lu Yi's eyes lit up with surprise. My goodness, does the entry assessment really have such high rewards? Although not as valuable as winning the grand competition, it's still quite commendable. He immediately accepted the task. Butler Zhao pointed to the futon in the hall and said, you can sit on the futon to comprehend. We won't disturb you. Lu Yi nodded with a smile, walked over to the futon, and opened the 9 Shadow Sword Manual. The 9 Shadow Sword was different from the White Cloud Sword technique, which mainly embodied the conception of white clouds, focusing on being ethereal and unpredictable. The 9 Shadow Sword emphasized speed and intricacy more. As comprehension deepened, one could wield multiple sword shadows during combat, with formidable power. Lu Yi immersed himself in the manual, calmly reading. While Lu Yi read quietly, the elders and disciples did not disturb him. Instead, they communicated through sound transmission. It has begun. Let's make a bet. How long do you think it will take for this kid to comprehend? Are you influenced by the Peak Master? Betting, all day long. I bet 1 dual hour. This kid's cultivation base is still low. If he were in the Foundation establishment realm, he would be much faster. Hey. Impossible. Lu Yi has comprehended sword intent. Even though his cultivation base is low, it won't take long for him to master a skill. I bet about half a dual hour. Half a dual hour? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. The 9 Shadow Sword itself is extremely difficult to cultivate. No matter how high this kid's comprehension is, it's impossible to master it in half a dual hour. Hey, we shall see. We shall see then. Lu Yi spent about 10 minutes reading through the 9 Shadow Sword Manual. After reading it, Lu Yi glanced at his panel. The manual reading task showed as completed. Lu Yi, delighted, claimed the reward. Immediately, Information about the Nine Shadow Sword entered his mind. After absorbing the information, Lu Yi had already mastered the Nine Shadow Sword. Lu Yi looked at the Nine Shadow Sword, level 1, on his panel, then glanced at the time, unable to help but exclaim. This was too fast. Lu Yi suddenly had the troubles of being an academic prodigy. In his previous life, during exams, some prodigies would always finish halfway through the exam time, making others envious, jealous, and hateful. He didn't expect that he could now be one of them. A 4-hour exam took him just over 10 minutes, making him feel quite impressive. But Lu Yi also found himself troubled. Standing up now would be too conspicuous, wouldn't it? Lu Yi wasn't a showy person. Lu Yi decided to read the manual again, pretending to study it seriously while thinking about which nascent soul elder to choose as his teacher after passing the entry assessment. After another half-dual hour passed, Lu Yi felt it was about time. Standing up now wouldn't be too conspicuous. So, Lu Yi stood up. Seeing Lu Yi get up, the elders and disciples' eyes lit up with anticipation, exchanging sound transmissions. Has he comprehended it so quickly? It's only been 2/4 of an hour. That's incredibly fast. Don't rush. He hasn't started practicing yet. He still needs to practice it a few times. Makes sense. How many times do you think Lu Yi will need to practice to master it? Within 10 times. Even so, he'd still master it within half a dual hour, right? Let's wait and see. As they were communicating, Lu Yi took out the long sword he had stored in his interspatial ring and swung it. Swoosh. The long sword cut through the air, leaving a sharp sword shadow, marking the entry-level mastery of the Nine Shadow Sword. Everyone? The hall suddenly fell silent. The elders and disciples all stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the slowly dissipating sword shadow. Then, a disciple exclaimed, "Mastered already? How long has it been?" The others were also in an uproar. 2/4 of an hour, and he has already mastered the Nine Shadow Sword. What kind of monster is Lu Yi? Yeah, this guy didn't even practice. Did he just master it by simulating it in his mind after reading the manual? No wonder he could comprehend sword intent at the Chi cultivation realm. His comprehension is literally inhuman. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment one after another. Even the elders' eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't help but exchange glances. This comprehension. If this kid's cultivation base were at the Foundation establishment realm, I wouldn't be surprised if he could comprehend the Nine Shadow Sword in 2/4 of an hour. But this kid is just at the Chi cultivation realm. Yeah, with such a cultivation base, mastering the extremely challenging Nine Shadow Sword in 2/4 of an hour. It's truly astonishing. This level of comprehension might be on par with Liu Ningxuang. No, it might even be slightly stronger, a nascent soul elder slowly said,